Getting into week 2 of our Swiss adventure. What a day we had yesterday. The most Maximos ever in an ECS match. Today we've got some teams playing for the top, some teams playing for survival, some teams are just playing. Also Rico, apparently he's in the country. We'll have to find out where he is exactly. But I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the European Cricket Series Switzerland and it starts right now. Good morning to you, good morning, wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome to another huge day in European cricket. I want to say a big hello to all of our viewers watching on Swiss Sport TV in this wonderful nation as well. And Switzerland has been bringing it action-wise so far. What a start we had to yesterday, day 8, the most Maximos we've ever seen in a 10-over cricket match here on ECN. And I expect some more big hits today. We're going to start things off with match number 41. So this will see the Zurich Crickets taking on Alton. And let's see what happens at the coin toss. Rob Kemming has the two captains.
Welcome back, Alton. Your call.
Sure. Heads.
Heads is called. It is heads.
You're going to work first. So Shahid Waridu has won the toss for Alton and is elected to bowl first. I don't mind that. They like to chase. They certainly have the batters to chase things down. Now, Alton, they are basically chasing top spot. If they could win all their remaining games, I think they do get that top spot and they go automatically through to the final. The other 4 teams we'll see on Finals Friday will have to fight for that other spot. So the difference between first and not first is huge. They could probably afford to lose another game along the way, but they wouldn't want to because the Nomads, they currently occupy that top spot and it could be net run rate then that would decide who gets that automatic qualification spot. For the Crickets, they've got heaps to play for as well because I think they need to be pretty much perfect to make it through to the 5. But the Crickets, they have shown that they can beat some of the top teams. We saw them with some excellent wins over the top 2 teams earlier in this series. So I think, a lot to play for both teams. Now, here's the good news with the weather, that we don't have any rain forecast today. I know we had a few problems over the last couple of days with rain constantly interfering. We're expecting a maximum temperature of 20 currently. It's about 14 to get this one going. So I think it'll be a much more pleasant day for the players. It's going to be pleasant for us as well because Rico Full, well, he's not here just yet because he got in late. Hopefully he'll be here soon. But right now, Andrew Leonard is going to take you to the first ball. Lenny, good to have you back. Of course, the news from the toss in match 41 is that Alton, they've won the toss and they're going to field.
All right, thanks as always to the main man, Mr. Maximo. That is Vinny Sandhu. And the good news is, well, I don't want to say it's a fine summer's day because it's not yet anyway. But it is certainly a lot more pleasant than it was yesterday. Got a great photo of one of our Spring Productions crew fully covered in, I think they brought blankets from the hotel after a stint of camera work yesterday. It's not too pleasant up at the top of the stand, but it's even more difficult when they're out there with the cameras. So our thanks to the team. This is going to be game day number 9. Here we go, match 41. And as we can see, Vinny's summed it up perfectly, hasn't he? Alton, well, they're looking and thinking of top spot, but for the Crickets, it's not quite must-win territory yet, but they're going to have to win some of their remaining games to get into the contention of the top 5. Khaled Niazi, keep your eyes on him. Good little cricketer, good value on the fantasy dashboard too. But for Alton, well, they've kind of got power all the way throughout, and the fantasy numbers add up to that. Their top 8 and indeed their number 11, all more than 100 fantasy points. That's probably one of the most holistic team efforts that we've seen. And with it being game day number 9, let's take a look at game day 8. There was plenty of good action yesterday. We managed to get everything in.
They have problems with graphics. We're checking, but maybe in the wake up, I don't know.
Okay, we might not have those graphics just yet, but I'm going to guide you through those games from yesterday. There was 5 matches as always yesterday, and we got off with a bang. The Zurich Nomads scored 203 for none. This is what we got coming up. We'll have a quick look at that before we review yesterday's games. These are the top batters for both sides. Firdoz Rahimi, one to keep your eye on, as is Norkan and Mahdi. Look at that strike rate, really good, up over 200. Karuna Murthy, Thrunavukar Saru as well, strike rate over 200. They're the kind of places you want to be. And the top bowler is Khalid Niazi, that little leg spinner. Look at those economy rates. Stanikside, the only one under 10. That sums up how things have been. Maman shown us in patches as well, the left arm seamer too. But just to go back to yesterday's games, yeah, we got off to a start, an entertaining and a remarkable start as the Zurich Nomads powered 203 for none. In fact, the Nomads had just their most remarkable day, winning by 25 runs against Geneva in that very high scoring clash, where Idris Ul Haq nearly wowed us with the fastest century in the history of 10 over cricket. It would have come off just 24 deliveries. He was on 98 after 23. And then the Nomads, after Geneva had beaten the Zurich Lions by 5 wickets, their difficult week continues. They were comfortable against Cossonay, winning by 7 wickets with 13 balls to spare. And in the final game of the day, they hammered the Zurich Lions by 10 wickets with 4 overs to spare. So really, the Nomads are the team to watch, mainly thanks to those 2 left-handers. And with their group games having completed now, and that was the net run rates for the day yesterday. Over 14 again, the 4th day over 14 of 8. And the average continues to trend upwards, 13.3. It further emphasises our point that 120 isn't proving to be enough here at a very high scoring venue. The mat has played particularly well. There has been no problems with it whatsoever. Okay, you're welcome along now to day number 9 of the European Cricket Series, Switzerland. Isn't it great that we've got a slightly warmer day? I'm still not going to say summer, not quite summer, but it's definitely better. 12 degrees right now. Here we go. Here's the match summaries from yesterday. Thanks to the team for pulling these together. We'll just run through these as quickly as we can. Idris Haq, that 98 off 24, maybe the innings of the day, despite Fahim Nazir making 110 off 35. But Fahim Nazir and Hassan Ahmed, certainly the 2 stars of the show. Then a more low-scoring match between the Zurich Lions and Geneva. And after a wobble, Geneva got over the line, although Nicholas Salonen impressed us incredibly with his bowling and his catching yesterday. That one-handed catch, I'm sure, is going to be going viral on social media. Then it was Hassan Ahmed in the next game. 85 not out off 27 this time. That was Hassan Ahmed versus Cossonay. Cossonay did pick up 3 early wickets through Ashwin Vinod, but it was never going to be enough. 120, not against the power-packed Zurich Nomads. And then what about Cossonay pulling one out of the fire to just keep their qualification hopes alive? And this was really the final nail in the Lions' coffin, although it was sealed later in the day. Again then, wasn't it? After a hammering in the final match. And that might have been the most one-sided game of the week. And Fahim Nazir and Hassan Ahmed rounded out a day where they collectively scored more than 300 runs. They've moved top of the table. It means that St. Gallen can no longer top the table. And the Nomads are probably looking pretty good for number 1 spot. But snapping at their heels, Alton, if they win out, if they win 3 from 3, they'll go past them. It'd be very interesting if they win 2 from 3, because they'd both get level on 14 points each. Then it would come down to net run rate, which would be pretty close. So here we go. Massive appeal from the first ball, maybe just angling down. All set for Match number 41, Ali Usman. Bowling left arm over. Excuse me, left arm round. To Sahil Tarakil and Noorkan Ahmadi. I've enjoyed watching the crickets go about things. They've done really well. Remember, they were one of the less fancied sides coming into this competition. But the way they've turned it around, most impressive. Picking up a couple of wins. That'll be a wide down the leg side. In fact, it's going to be 5 wides. Keeper gets a hand on it, but no more than that. It was the effort ball, wasn't it? Darted in, down the leg side. And if the crickets were to win today, that would make them 3 and 4, get them to 6 points. It would just add another layer of intrigue to the qualification picture. It really would. Almost a cat amongst the pigeons. He's going to change his angle now after giving away those 5 free ones. Ali Usman. Tarakil can only inside edge it. Onto his front pad. Whereas if Alton were to win, that would certainly move them into the picture of the top spot. Should be good to qualify, you'd think, with 10 points already, Alton, and 3 matches remaining. But you just never know, do you? How these games are going to play out. And great to have you all along with us today for game day number 9. They come thick and fast, don't they, in the European Cricket League? They really do. And I promise you I'm still standing. Vinny Sandhu said I might not get today too, but I've somehow managed to keep going and just about keep the energy levels up, although they're long tiring get-ups in the morning. But you're very welcome along to today's coverage. Would love to hear from you all. This is driven really pleasingly, but straight to the man at mid-off, who fields nicely. So please get in touch. And let us know where you're watching from. Good morning to Rob Thompson and Mohammed Madmun Hussain, Tika Dahal, Farouz Wasif. Squeezed out for what will be the first runs off the bat after a slightly sleepy start to a Tuesday morning. Morning to Kroom, one of our admins, Riaz Shak, Aaron Bristy, Mohammed Mahudin Mullah. Great to hear from you all. Let us know where you're watching from as well, won't you? Are you enjoying the action? Any questions about the format, the structure, where the league standings are at? We'll show you those, the points table, the latest update at the end of the second over. It's getting very, very interesting. It really is. Really, only 2 things are for certain right now. As this one's edged and taken, Noorkan Ahmadi. Well, he's gone from his very first delivery. Just got stuck on the crease, didn't he? Didn't go anywhere. Maybe surprised a bit by the extra little bit of bounce, and well, really pace rather than bounce, sorry. And the bottom hand comes off the bat, and a lovely length. Goes to show the bowlers you can get good reward. And Noorkan Ahmadi gets a hug from Malur Staniksai as he walks off. He's taken a long time to drag himself off the pitch, and someone who's impressed me every time he's batted. Today he's gone for a golden duck, and maybe just missing his feathers. There he goes golden. He does go golden. It was his first delivery, Noorkan Ahmadi. And it will bring the new man to the crease, who is literally sprinting out there. Look at him go. Firdaus Rahimi, a leading run scorer for the Crickets. I think he forgot his gloves at first. He's apologising. How many gloves has he got out there? Looks like he's got more than 2. Oh, he's got the inners as well, of course. Something you don't see used as much anymore. Batting inners. I did use them for a while, but I know this will sound like a strange comment. It makes your hands feel very large, and I don't know, for me, other batters will probably say different. For me, it felt like I had less control with my 2 hands working together, and then when I went back without the inners, it certainly felt a lot better. one of the keys to batting, this applies almost across every single level. He's only just going to get, he's barely backed up this ball. He will get the single though, as it goes in between the keeper and short fine leg by signalled. Yeah, but one of the keys to batting, and everyone's different, everyone applies a different approach, but getting the two hands working together. So what you will generally see is all batters' hands will be together, although they may well hold the bat on different points of that grip, some very low down towards the blade, some very high up. But you want to get the two hands working as one. One of the first coaches I had, Australian overseas pro, used to talk about always wanting to keep his hands low and tight to his body. But there's so many different techniques. You saw Brian Charles Lara with the massive extravagant backlift or backswing. But there, take a look. That's a good setup, that. Now he's a little bit lower down the bat. Got a little bit of room at the top of the handle. That's fine. The two hands working together in style to hit a Maximo down the ground, the first of the day. And then you can get the swing through of the bat with the two hands together, just like that. And access the ball and power it as much as was possible. It's a really good example of just what I'm talking about. You don't want is a big gap between your two hands, because then they will work against each other. But a nice setup he has, Tarakil. And he gets good reward, and now he's going to get 4 more. Just clipped around the corner. That's a good stroke. I like that shot, just lifting the leg to ensure he gets that out of the way, and might have just got a bit quicker on him than he expected, but that's a bit more like it for the Crickets after a very cautious start. A little 1-2 below. 6 and 4. Remember, Ulton, they decided to field first. I'm excited to see the table now in a moment. I'm going to try and guide you through that at the end of the second over. Lovely to hear from everybody. Ivan B coming into the chat. Rob Thompson saying Dave's probably asleep. Kroom saying Derek turned gold. He did. That's a slower ball. Chipped and held. Oh, a lovely catch to start the morning. Rahan Staniksai. Well, he moved well, didn't he? The big man went to his left, and I hope he hasn't injured himself. He's just half skipping. No, he's okay. Just didn't quite get it out of the middle, and it became a catching opportunity. Just half a pull-up from Rahan Staniksai, and that is going to make it 2 wickets in the first 11 deliveries. And Ulton, one of the form sides in the tournament, you've really been relying upon a complete team performance rather than any one individual, are into the game early. And they're into the middle order as Khalid Niazi is going to have to walk out. It's 19 for 2. So Niazi comes into the crease. He's impressed us, isn't he, with bat and ball. Gets off the mark immediately, worked into the leg side. Seen a few pieces of fancy headwear. Looks like a mini sort of bandana or something he's got underneath his helmet with the white tail element sticking out the back. Okay, let's have a look at the standings. Here we go. So much to talk about here. One thing is certain, St. Gallen cannot finish top. But Ulton, even with 2 wins out of 3, if they get 3 out of 3, they're pretty much bankers. In fact, they are bankers. No one else can catch them. Vetigan can't even get there. Nor could the Paktoons Almi if they win out. So if Ulton win 3 from 3, they'll finish top, advance straight to the grand final. But if they win 2 from 3, I think these net run rate numbers might end up incredibly close together. Because you have to remember that the defeat that Ulton would take, they would have to win 2 and lose 1 to finish level on points. That's bowled him. Oh, brilliant glove work too, off the stumps. And he just points at them and says, on your way, son, the cricket's in early trouble. There's a smile from the Aussie, but he'll be disappointed. As the left arm quick, Ali Usman, well, he's bowling brilliantly. Look at that catch off the stumps as well. He says, I'll catch it behind. And then I'll point back at the stumps. Niazi doesn't really know what's happened to him. Look at this. Sharp reactions. Well, if it was an edge, it would have been one of the keeping catches of the tournament. Instead, he just says, on your way, son, you're bowled. The off stump rocked back, and the cricket's in all sorts of trouble. Abid Baraksai is going to have to come to the crease. And he's in earlier than he would like. But yeah, going back to that points table, if Alton win out, they finish top. It's that simple. But if it's 2 from 3, which you think is quite likely, we're going to have to get the calculators out. They're about 0.27 behind Zurich Nomads at the moment on net run rate. But remember, if they win 2 from 3, one of those games will be a loss, which will drag that net run rate back down towards 0 for that game, and it will affect it quite drastically. So their 2 wins would have to be relatively big wins to get past the Nomads net run rate after. They didn't just have a good day yesterday, they had an outstanding day. The 3 victories all being big ones. It's down the leg side, will be given as a wide. And there's really nobody else who can get into top spot contention with the exception of Geneva. Geneva could also get to 7 and 3, could get to 14 points too. And maybe, I think that's really it. In terms of the top 5, it's definitely very much all to play for as Usman shapes this one across. The Crickets, with a win, which isn't looking overly likely right now, they would bolt themselves into that contention as I find some company. Wish a very good morning to Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sandhu. Good morning, Vinny. Great to see you, mate.
Good morning, Lenny. Welcome back, and thanks for coming in early. Here's Usman.
just about.
Wide down the leg side. Yeah, so this is Ali Usman. So it's his first game of this series, though we did see him back in 2020. And he was pretty impressive. He had 10 wickets in 8 matches, including a best of 3 for 8 against Kosane. And so, yeah, he's had some early success here, Ali. But, yeah, Lenny, ideally, you were going to have a kind of easy breakfast back at the hotel because Rico was meant to be doing this game, but Rico had a bit of a hold up yesterday. It can happen. It wasn't quite sleeping on the airport floor bad, but he was held up, so we got him very late last night. But we're hopeful we'll see Rico during the morning session anyway. Usman, he's almost had a little edge. Might have just popped. It could have been the cutter from Ali Usman, but this is a brilliant over so far.
Brilliant spell. Pardon my ignorance. How do you get from Romania to Switzerland? Is it a train? Is it a bus? It'd planes, trains, or automobiles? I
don't think there's a direct flight.
Okay.
There may be, but also sometimes direct flights aren't on the particular days that we need them. So Rico had travel yesterday on a Monday. So it was his connecting flight, I think. His first flight was delayed. This is in the air, and I think it's a fingertipper. Them out at point. That's Yasutharan Thirunavukarasu. They're going to come back for 2, so probably a half chance at best. He goes the baseball style slide into second. I don't think it was intentional, but it is the end of the over, and it's 24 for 3.
There was just a little bit of dew about, so not going to be easy to hold on to that catch. Maybe just saved a couple of runs. It could have flicked away for 4, and look at this, for getting it in style. Way down he goes.
Early morning issues.
Dewy, isn't it? Dewy.
A bit short on the power play, 24 for 3. Looking at the teams here. Yeah, Ali Usman looks like a very good inclusion for Alton, who are already in the box seat, like you said, to finish top, but their destiny's in their own hands. I agree with if they get 2 out of 3, it's going to be super tight.
Calculator time.
Yeah.
Yeah, calculator's
got
to come out.
We've got the supercomputer. We save a lot of its memory just for those net run rate calculations because less is being used on the expected scores these days. I love it that the Nomads were just cracking 20 and over, and they got I think they might have just had expected score 101 yesterday.
I don't think it's got too much right this week, the supercomputer and the Bat-V ball.
Supercomputer's living in the past. That's the thing. It needs the reboot because actually, if we look at the run rates,
needs the new data inputted.
Things have been so much quicker this season than back in 2020. And it's a bit of a trend across the board in European cricket. Let's just hold up now because here's Shaktiswa Sivakaran is going to deliver a full toss first up, belted down the ground and hit for 4. Nicely struck by Rahimi. The Crickets need to get moving, and they do. First ball of the over.
Yeah, full toss. Finger spinners have not had much joy. When I say finger spinners, I mean right arm off spinners. They've generally not seen many of them, and when they've bowled, they've been pumped out of the ground.
Yeah, that's the issue, because even if it bounces, unless you're turning the ball a lot, then batters are pretty comfortable hitting through the line. Okay, Rahimi probably wants to double down. It's a little bit short, goes after it anyway. Back to the wall, and Maximo. Not perfectly judged, I suppose. A slight miss hit. The fielder was interested, but he couldn't quite climb the ladder. 6 more to the Crickets.
Yeah, my point remains. Off spin, right arm off spin. As we look at the net run rates
Another
throughout the day.
14 day yesterday.
Yeah,
Okay.
fourth of 8.
Yeah, and 13.3 up from 9.9. So we're talking like 34 runs per innings higher on average.
What happened on day 3? Was I here? 11.9. That doesn't seem right.
Yeah, so even that's above a normal average. Even that was better than any particular day in 2020. So I think the supercomputer, like I say, they're still feeding in the 2020 scores. Just hit pretty well, but straight to fielder Ali Usman, who's been a good inclusion this morning. So yeah, you need more. Basically, now we're talking kind of 135. And I think also when we get to the finals, normally that, I suppose, par goes up a little bit. There are often a couple of teams that'll drag that average down a little bit, that by finals Friday, they're not in the equation. No ball. Great keeping. Maridu's on fire with these meaningless takes at the moment.
2 outstanding takes. And look at him, he says, yep, hit the edge of the mat, just took it, no problem. Free hit incoming for Barakzai.
He goes after it. Does he have the distance? I don't think so. You can let this drop if you want. Doesn't. Takes it because he's really good. Really ecstatic, Zaya. But anyway, how are you? And like I say, thanks again for coming in this morning. What did you get up to last night? Anything?
Very little yesterday. Got quickly across. There's a lovely shopping centre, isn't there, as part of that huge stadium. I forgot the name of the stadium. Where's my head gone this morning? I was going to say Flagoncraft, but that's not right.
Sounds delicious. But anyway, this is going to be one bounce into the gap, and that's for Rahimi. Swinging at Sivakaran, concedes 17 in the over. Just the over the Crickets were looking for. And now it is 41 for 3 after 4.
The Kaiban Park. There we are.
Kaiban Park.
Flagoncraft? What, I don't even know what that is, but I do have a great story for you this morning, Vinny. I know you like my stories that usually go on.
I do love your stories.
Usually drift over
Please.
7 different balls and we interrupt all of the action. But this is good. You're going to enjoy this because it relates to Ireland's most capped sportsman in history. Any idea who that might be?
Most capped sportsman in history?
Man or woman. The person who's played more times for their country in Ireland, that is.
Is it like a dual sport person?
No. Cricket only. There's the tip. 389 appearances for Ireland.
I know George Dockrell brought up a...
I'll give you a big hint there.
Okay, now I've got you. That's a huge hint. Is it the Kobe of cricket, Kevin O'Brien?
It is.
Yeah,
now,
okay.
As you know, Kevin O'Brien is the assistant coach of Italy at the moment.
Yep.
He does that alongside a few franchise gigs. He's been out in a couple of the T10 teams.
Busy guy, Kevin.
Busy guy, yeah, but really good guy as well. And he loves developing the game. He loves associate cricket and he loves cricket all over Europe. He's travelled quite extensively throughout Europe with his cricket academy.
This is up, it's in the air, and it's disappearing. Abracadabra. Barakzai, slow start, but he's a guy that can pick up the pace. Maximo and 6 more to the Crickets.
Big hit, this one.
I know you like this guy, Abid Barakzai.
He's just great to watch, isn't he? But anyway, Kev knows I'm here. I was chatting to him last night, and I was telling him about these 2 left-handed openers. Just on the phone, we were having a chat. I said, genuinely, these 2 are guns, and I was trying to compare them to the Austrian team or maybe the German team that we saw at the T20 World Cup qualifying. I was saying I was really surprised that Switzerland didn't get through their sub-regional qualifier last year, but it was quite well explained to me yesterday.
Straight down the ground, but there's a fielder there, and he's going to take it. So once again, that sight screen guard doing the job, and that is Dion the Rock Johnson that takes it shin high. And Barakzai goes 6 and out. It's 47 for 4.
Really good catch this with a ball that's a little bit slippery because of the dew. You can actually almost see the dew on the outfield. And gets good reward, doesn't he, Rahan Stanik's side? But the catch That's all about that for me. That strange fielding position keeps working.
The thing is, your whole life you're taught that's a safe shot.
Of course you are.
So your instincts take over, and most coaches will say, look, once you're
Hit
out there,
straight.
just watch the ball and
hit straight.
act on instinct.
Yeah.
You know, and the instinct is to hit straight over the umpire's hat and you're fine. So that fielding position has been a bit of a game changer. This will bring Nick Henderson to the crease, but yeah, good catch by Johnson. All right, so what did Kevin think?
So anyway, I was telling Kev about these two.
About the Switzerland not getting through.
Exactly.
What was the
and then I
explanation?
thought that was pretty well explained to me yesterday by the sort of grand old statesman, one of the coaching team actually that was in Switzerland, that sub-regional, the father of our own Jay Singh yesterday, Mr. Singh, who was saying that it was actually Switzerland's first return to international cricket in so long, having been suspended, of course, by the ICC. So they really just took a while to adjust, to get used to the pace and the flow. So he thinks they've got a really good chance next year in the sub-regional. But Kev, after I was telling him about these two left-handers, he says, I know Fahim. He's played a lot of club cricket in Italy.
True.
And
We've seen him.
He sent out a tweet, quote tweeting the European Cricket Network this morning. So get on and have a look at this on @European Cricket, or you can see it on Kevin O'Brien's handle for what he says. And he says, I've seen Fahim play quite a bit over the last 18 months. When I saw him playing in the Italian EC, I'd hoped he'd be an Italian national player.
Yeah.
Proper player. High praise indeed from one of Ireland's greatest of all time.
Wow. Well, I mean, we know that, but it's nice to see a few other people noticing. And yeah, we've seen Fahim play in the European Cricket Series for Gina Brescia as well, who are one of the top clubs in Italy. It's a short pull, no real timing there. Johnson, almost pulls that one out of nowhere. And then just has a look at a couple of the grasshoppers down there. What a brilliant effort that was.
Really athletic. Yeah, I think he's hopefully going to be okay. Oh, he's actually got there somehow.
The wrist actually hit him above the hand. So that's why it's the impact.
He's pained, isn't he?
Yeah, but they call him the Rock for a reason. Even though he's a skinny rock, he'll be fine. So I think that takes us to the end of the fifth over. The score is 48 for 4. Just quickly, let's have a look at something we're all very excited for, the ECC, which is the Euros of cricket. It's just like the Euros of football, but with cricket. And 31 nations are going to take part in this year's tournament. The biggest and best ever, I think. 109 matches over 4 weeks. That group format is crazy because each team, they're only guaranteed 4 matches. So you'll play the other opponents. You'll play 2 on the first day of action, 2 on the second. Bottom teams out, the top 4 will play on finals day, which means we have 7 finals days. And I wear these gold shoes. They're my most
of course you do.
On finals day, but they're my most worn shoes because I'm wearing them every 3 days. You wear them 7 times in the tournament. 1.5 here. They're going to take it on. I saw this coming a mile away, and this almost runs out Henderson. Bowler out of position. The throw, if that hits, he's gone.
I wonder will the Federazione Cricket Italiana, I pronounced that not brilliantly, but the Fed Cricket Italiana, will they send Kevin O'Brien down maybe as part of the coaching team for that Euros of cricket? That'd be great, wouldn't
Well,
it?
here's another thing. Hassan Ahmed, he did qualify for Italy.
I think he played a List A game for them.
He played, so he has, but he's residing here, so he basically gets to choose. This is up, it's in the air, and adios pelota, Maximo Rahimi. They kept the strike, turned down possible 2, and now he's going to smack it, and that brings up the 50 as well for the Zurich Crickets.
Yeah, 50 comes up, and the Crickets, I like the way they've gone about it all series. I really do. They've got themselves in difficult positions, but they haven't given up. And this is maybe something that Kosane could take a lesson or two from. They kind of struggled to hit those maximums, haven't they? Even when they lose wickets, the Crickets, they just keep going.
Yeah, I've got a bit more information about the Crickets. I'll come to that in a moment. But just going back, I mean, Hassan, probably not given a lot of opportunities at the T20 national level for Italy. And they've got, obviously they've got a few county players in there as well in the air. And this will just be one. So Italy, I think this is 4. He's actually said he's just flicked the rope. So Ali Usman, welcome back to the European Cricket Series. Done some very good things so far. But this time, he must have just flicked the rope while he was holding the ball. He was trying to touch the ground, but not actually touch the rope to regain his balance.
I think it shows again the dew. And the reason we have dew here, Vinny, not going to see it. It's going to be behind the dugout. But the reaction of the Cricket's bench, you all jumped into the sky.
Blind spot.
Dew is because it was so cold last night, Vinny.
How cold was it?
Incredibly unseasonal. I think it got down to 4 or 5 degrees in August.
True, but
what's going on?
I don't mind as long as we have a beautiful day today.
Well,
we're expecting 20 degrees.
And that does actually look like probably the best day of the entire 10 days or so that I've been here.
We'll get the good weather just when you go, probably. 'Cause I know you're here for it today, tomorrow,
and then it will
Thursday.
be back to Ireland where it rain. And the first I've been there in 2 years.
It'll be
pretty much.
nice of you to do your first Ireland-India match, and I'm sure you'll enjoy meeting the players in the rain breaks.
Thanks, Vinny.
Couple to come in the
Nice
sixth
to know
over.
you've got my back.
Here's the rock. Oh, thanks. Well, yeah, I'm not sold on this hitting the edge of the pitch. You know, he's got a bit of natural bite back. Maybe it did.
I think the reverse angle's the one we need.
Yeah.
It might have just been a kick up of that AstroTurf.
Yeah, may have.
This will be interesting, this one, Vinny.
It was probably a wide anyway, so it definitely came back a bit.
Oh, I like that. Free hit.
Yeah, and probably will be caught for a free hit. Maybe not. But let's just say it's probably a bit of natural justice there. That it would have been wide anyway, so just a single off the next ball. Sometimes, I mean, Italy tend to bring in a few players that we don't really see in the European Cricket Series because they've got a lot of players qualified that are living outside Italy that they'll bring in. Whereas Switzerland, pretty much their national team is the team that we see here when ECN visits. So Hassan, I think he's made up his mind. He wants to play for Switzerland, made his T20 international debut recently for the Cup. He was voted top batter in the tournament. Fahim Nazir was the MVP for the tournament. And going from strength to strength, and I'm sure we'll see him this weekend. We'll see both those guys this weekend in the international. 6 overs down here in the first match of the day. The cricket's 63 for 4.
So when Hassan Ahmed plays, let's say, you said it was for Brescia, was it?
Yeah, Jenna Brescia.
Yeah, in the European Cricket Series, Italy, and then he plays here as well. Is that double dipping?
Not really. I mean, these guys, because they're amateur players, I mean, it's up to federations, so they do need to get an NOC to play elsewhere. But I don't think it's a bad thing because, again, European cricket is all about connecting like-minded cricket lovers.
Yeah.
So the fact that you can go and play, and it's not for money here. It's not for money. Okay, there may be some little expenses reimbursed, but there's not a lot of money
It's
at all.
personal pride.
Yeah. So we'll see.
Love of the game as well.
Yeah, going, and that's one thing that's been great about ECN bringing communities together. For example, when we go to Khartoum and people will play against each other that would never play against each other otherwise, and they form bonds, and then we'll even see players popping up for different clubs around Europe. So there is a bit of a process, obviously, to get approval. But yeah, I actually don't think it's a bad thing if we can have players travelling around and representing multiple clubs. I mean, you see it in franchise cricket, don't you? You don't say, well, sorry, I'm a Mumbai Indians New York player. I'll never play for anyone else. I bleed the blue. And, and that's the way it is.
Cricket globally is probably a discussion for an evening time rather than live on air, but it really is entering a strange phase, isn't it? With the talk of some of these players now. I understand someone like a Trent Bolt who, in essence, has gone freelance, right?
Yep.
So he's gone from having a constant regular retainer with New Zealand cricket, being accepted that he has to play. Whenever New Zealand play, he has to play. Yep. With the occasional exception, and New Zealand of all the boards have been by far the most pragmatic in terms of if they see one of their players getting a massive offer at the IPL and it means they miss 3 T20s of a bilateral, they just let them go. Yep. And it makes sense. In fact, actually, I think New Zealand see it as a good way to develop their kind of next generation. And we saw that at the IPL this year. They went to Pakistan to play 3 ODIs, 3 T20Is. Mark Chapman probably wouldn't have been in the squad. Sure. Instead, he was the player of the series. So there's benefits to it if you approach it with a modern perspective and a pragmatic outlook. And Trent Bolt should, in my opinion, probably still be in the ODI World Cup squad coming up. He's still one of the best bowlers in the world. For sure. But right now he's gone freelance.
Up in the air and out of here. Maximo Rahimi up into the 30s. Going about 10 and over at the moment. Tick above it now after that shot.
It's a good shot, Vinny.
It's a really good shot.
Really good shot.
Takes it up, hits it out in front of the body. A lot of pace in this pitch, to be fair. Stunning Zite. He's a good bowler. He's got a good slower ball, good off cutter, and even a leg cutting slower ball that'll bowl. Maybe we'll see it here. It's an interesting one, isn't it? And this is for me, I mean, cricket and football, I like to make comparisons because they're the two most watched sports in the world, but they're very, very different. So typically when a footballer plays for a club, he plays for that club. Occasionally might go out on loan here or there, but that's because football, typically there's one, at least in the Northern Hemisphere, there's one season. It's now a really long season. Whereas cricket clubs now, if you want to call franchises clubs, are now 2 week, or 3-week, 4-week pop-up events around the world.
Yeah, and
you have the same players essentially. Just wow, what's he done here? I want to know. Okay, this is going to be an interesting one because we got two issues here. Is the ball dead or not, and is he out? Well, let's answer the second question first. Yeah, I think he's just okay. So if he gets the toe down, the other replays are relevant. So I think he is fine.
That's fine.
My other question now, just out of interest, is Waridu treating the ball as dead? For me, that's probably a dead ball.
I'd agree, mate, because he's just about to throw it off to Gully there at the last second. No attempt of a run.
Having said that, not great by the batter.
No, not smart.
Just pay attention.
You just have a look behind you.
Sometimes you just got to keep your foot down. All right, Rahimi, last ball of the over. We'll get another one because that wide down the leg side. So you essentially have the same, I don't know, I'll pick a number, 60 players, 80 players, 100 players, let's say, that you'll see everywhere. And it is an interesting one because I don't care who you are. If you are, yes, you can be loyal to the team you're playing for. But, I mean, if you really chat to these guys, how much can you love a team when you're playing home for 2 or 3 weeks? Having said that, now we see the new trend with some of the same team names and team owners getting multiple franchises around the world. So it's just, I'm not saying it's good or bad, I'm just saying it's interesting. Well, that's 4. It's a great effort, though. It's 4 on multiple accounts. Rahimi moves to 39 at the end of the 7th over, the score 76 for 4.
Yeah, he's playing really well. I suppose, like you said, the big difference with soccer is twofold. One, soccer season now runs for the best part of 10 months in the club game, and then you have 2 months of internationals. That's what we've got to look forward to come up. The Jamboree moves on to Germany for best part of a month before Italy, then the break for the Euros of cricket, Croatia, Malta and Spain. Quick
tangent. Which one of those places that we've already been would you like to have been to that you haven't?
Well, the one coming up that I would love to have joined you in would have been Croatia, because I've been there once and it is stunning. And believe it or not, I've done a ludicrous amount of travel, been to all 6 continents. I don't know, we're counting Antarctica. I haven't been there, but the mainland continents.
Pretty sure the Antarctica Super Kings have actually just signed.
Joffre Archer. It's a multi-year deal. But no, but I've never been to Scandinavia in any capacity, shape or form.
Really?
Now, the problem is I love the heat. So I'd love to see it in principle.
We were in Sweden in the height of summer, so it was the midnight sun. It was.
Is it not the height of summer right now in Switzerland?
We'll see the best of it once.
You promised me 30 degrees.
Okay, so Sweden and Croatia. I'll remember that. Here's Jamal Stanikzar with his leg spin, and he's going to get a wicket. It's a chop on from Henderson. He wasn't in perfect position to play that pull shot. It was a thick under edge and down onto the furniture. Just couldn't click there, Nick. And he's the 5th wicket to fall at 76 for 5.
Well, these are the kind of deliveries that I used to get a lot of stick for getting a wicket with. It's a drag down. It's not a good delivery, but what he's got is he's got a little bit of overspin on it.
Yep.
It's probably bounced a little bit on him, and the feet just didn't go anywhere.
Yeah.
So it was the surprise element. Look at the feet, rooted to the ground at the last second.
It's that back foot, isn't it?
Yeah.
Ideally, you want to get that back foot out and cross, and it essentially puts the ball a bit more under your eyes than having to go fetch it from outside off stump. But anyway, Jamal will take it. Bowl some good balls, I'm sure that'll disappear in this series. 76 for 5. Yeah, okay, so Croatia and Sweden. The Croatia ground that I went to, now it's not the ground we played at last year in Zagreb, but we played in Split. This was probably one of the most random days of ECS cricket. It was the very next day of cricket after the ECC final, which is basically the biggest game of the year. And the very next day of cricket, we were in Croatia, and we'd never been to Croatia before for an ECS. How can I describe this to you? It was at the Hotel Resnik, which is great, but it was pretty cold, and the cricket ground is part of that kind of hotel complex. And how can I put this? Well, so because we stayed at this hotel because it was right next to the cricket ground.
Yeah.
But it's not the hotel we normally stay at. So it didn't have Wi-Fi, it didn't have windows.
Didn't have Wi-Fi?
Well, yeah. So it was a bit difficult to kind of keep up to date with it. But we sort of credit to everyone there and everyone at Cricket Croatia. They were brilliant as well. There was one side of the ground was about 35 metres. And over that fence, you couldn't get the balls.
Oh. Why couldn't you get the balls over that fence?
It was just impossible. It went over basically like a cliff. And then left-handers were coming out, and we were genuinely worried on morning 1 that we're never going to make it. Just missing leg, just. But the other thing is there was a footpath on the ground, which was quite interesting, and it kind of went. It's going nowhere. Rahimi trying to move things along. It kind of went up around where the circle is on the offside and then up behind the keeper. But people behind the keeper, the footpath was on the ground, but it had a big ridge. People kept fielding behind it. In the 2 metres between them. I don't know why. And the amount of balls that went behind the keeper then almost took people's heads off. Almost. Wow, he likes it. It's not the most convincing appeal I've ever seen for a caught and bowled. It will be the end of the over. It'll go down as a dot. Well bowled by Jamal Stanek-Zai.
One run from the over, Vinny.
Yeah.
Incredible bowling from the leg spinner.
I like the inquiry here. I think you could see, even though the batter was in the way.
One hand, one bounce.
Yeah, maybe.
Nearly.
So 77 for 5 after 8. Anyway, all these other things, I can't tell you all of them in 5 minutes, but we realised that the airport runway, we were quite nervous at one point when a plane was very, very low. We realised it was about 400 yards from the international airport runway. So I actually genuinely thought we might see a top edge hit a 747 at one stage. But it was a great series. Also, we had like a code, like an amber alert wind warning, which if that's amber, I would hate to see red. We had tables blowing over, and it was just all part of the fun of the European Cricket Series.
This isn't the sort of Croatia that I was thinking.
But anyway, so the short answer is yes. We'll get you on that one next year.
Just inside the guideline.
Rahan's back.
Rahan Stanek-Zai.
Let me just talk to you a little bit about the crickets. Patrick Henderson. I think Henderson's dad was having a chat to me, and he was saying, they're one club that has a big focus on youth. They've got kind of 170 to 190 youngsters coming up all the way from under nines. And their focuses as a club is not just on, for example, winning senior competitions, but it's about player development. In the air, this will be 6. Nicely struck. Jabakil gets one away. Maximo as the crickets chirp their way into the 80s.
Yeah, nice stroke, and gets a big pat on the back and a tap on the back of the head too from his batting partner, because as of up to that point, Firdaus Rahimi has not had a lot of support. He's got 39 off 18. The rest, well, they've battled, haven't they? They've collectively only put on 44 from all the remaining deliveries.
Shorter, but down leg side, this will be a wide. So isn't that great? It's a great story. And the name Zurich Crickets, I always loved it.
Yeah, great name.
Did you know where that comes from?
No, tell me.
So it seems like it makes sense because crickets. And a lot of people mistake them as Zurich Cricket. But no, they are the Zurich Crickets Cricket Club. And I'll tell you basically where that name comes from in a second. After this ball from Stanek-Zai, gets slashed away. Bit of a chase for the man at backward point. He's not going to get there. 4 runs. As Jabakil swings away again, gets another boundary for the Crickets. So yeah, there's a Zurich football team quite famous called the Zurich Grasshoppers.
Yes.
And so it's basically a play on the Zurich Crickets. I don't know how well we can zoom into one of the batter jerseys here, but you can actually see, there it is, around his waist. It's a little cricket. It's like a little chirping cricket.
Lovely.
So I just think that's a nice, unique little thing.
I tell you what it also gives them, Vinny, as well, added bonus.
Well, he's bowled, so won't be any chirping here from Jabakil, but he does get a couple of boundaries away. Nice change of pace there from Rahan Stanek-Zai, 88 for 6.
Yeah, cleans him up, does him with the change of pace. He knew a big shot was coming with just 8 balls left. So clever and very brave bowling from Stanek-Zai. Look at how slow this is through the air. It's actually almost like a left-arm orthodox delivery. Just rolls his fingers over it, skids on, and the leg stumps rock back. But yeah, the added bonus about the name, you know what it gives them in their initials? Zurich CCC, a la the county cricket clubs. And CCC
looking for a 19th county.
Yeah,
no further.
The CCC always had kind of a little bit of a ring to it, didn't it?
Worcestershire
County Cricket Club or Hampshire, whichever one you want to go with. But CCC, that's thanks to the Zurich Crickets Cricket Club.
Yeah, looks cool, doesn't it? All right, this is an inducker, which is played away, and there's some thought of a run. It's not really there. It'll be the end of the over. Mirwais Barakzai is the new batter, but it'll be Rahimi to face up in the last over. It's 88 for 6.
Well bowled to Stanek-Zai, 2 for 12. Ali Usman definitely the pick of the 2 left armers, but both left arm seamers doing a real job for Alton. One last hope really here for the Crickets. It's that Rahimi goes monstrous in this last over. I think he has to try and face all 6 balls. It's 2s, 4s or 6s here for Rahimi. He's scored the best part of half of the total for the Crickets. He's probably thinking of a personal milestone of 50 and driving the Crickets up over 100. They'll need a massive last over for really anything to work with. The problem is going to be the leg spinner, Jamal Stanek-Zai. He only conceded 1 run in his sole over so far. Can Rahimi get after him?
It's a great meme, which I'm going to show you in a second. But first, it's 10th overtime. So everyone, remember your emergency procedures, such as running risky seconds. Here it comes, and he's going to get away with it. And now they wants a third, but I don't think Barakzai's got the 4-1-1 on this because Rahimi wants to retain the strike.
Rahimi had the square root of 0 interest in that third run. It was a really risky second as well. The way in which they had to scamper back. If this throws over the top, which it's not, it's down in front of the keeper.
York's the keeper, and he goes fetching it because he knows he doesn't want to hit the side of the pitch. All right, so he gets the strike back, and he hits it. He hits it high, and he hits it long enough. Maximo Rahimi with a lone hand here in the first innings of the day moves to 47.
Yeah, been a one-man show, hasn't it, for Rahimi? And he'd really deserve this 50 if he's going to get there.
So Crooms put a lot of effort into making a little meme for us here, which I want you to read.
Lovely, yeah.
He said, just have to turn that into me. Simpsons related.
Well, my work is done here. What do you mean you didn't get Rico here? Didn't I?
Very clever. Oh, that's a great shot. Gets to the pitch, and he absolutely T-bones that over long off. That, for me, is the shot of the morning. Maximo Rahimi brings up his 50 in style, and he also brings up the 100 for the Zurich Crickets.
What a beautiful use of his feet. Down the track, right to the pitch of the ball, and the Crickets, they really are cheering in a big way down pitch side, getting well into the action. 53 off 21 deliveries, 4 4s and 5 6s, Vinny. So really good striking. And he's getting after Staniksai.
Tries it again. Does he have the distance? I don't think so. Staniksai gets it to his right. So 2 Staniksais combined. Rahimi goes 6 and out. Great innings, though. I've got to say that Firidors, without him, they've been a lot more trouble, even though they're still a bit unders at the moment. And they'll need a very, very complete fielding and bowling performance to take any points out of this game. But Rahimi can hold his head high. And he goes for 53. It's 102 for 7.
3 lovely things here, Vinny. The first one is, you might see it on this camera angle, keep rolling it. The bowler and the batter almost congratulate each other. Then long on sprinted 20 yards to run over and congratulate him. And he's run the whole way off. Outstanding cricket.
Community thing. All right, can't run one to the keeper when the keeper's standing there. So Barakzai's been pretty thirsty to face. He still can't. Remember, he tried to get that 3 earlier.
Devastated, isn't he? He's going to finish with none off 1.
All right, in the air. Staniksai comes in. I tell you what, he would have run 2, or one of them would have, but this is going to be a duck, and it will finish things off. I want to say quick load everyone in the chat. Sorry we didn't get to a few of those questions over there. But all you Rico fans, don't worry, he's not too far away. When he appears, you'll be the first to know. Staniksai, this is Malia Staniksai, combines with Jamal Staniksai for the final wicket. 102 for 8, the final. Looks a bit light on Alton. Again, they're hunting for that top spot, 103, to complete another piece of the puzzle.
And remarkably, Firdos Rahimi has scored more than 50% of the Zurich Crickets total. Without him, the Crickets would be nowhere. Let's take a look at the best of the first innings action. It's match number 41, would you believe? Somehow, we've only got 15 to go, but we're going to bring you every ball of all of it as we round towards the playoffs. They're coming sharply into view. Brilliant impact from Ali Usman today. In fact, he was on fire, 2 for 10. His 2 overs, including that delivery to dismiss Nurkan Ahmadi from his very first ball. It was a lovely golf swing down the ground. Sahil Tarakil got a good piece of it. And this was a very nice catch, held across to his left by the big man, Rehan Staniksai. And then the keeper was in inspired form. Shahid taking that one off the stumps as he clean bowled him. Just the one lapse in the field, a drop catch, a backward point. And few slippy moments as the Jew got involved out there, but then it was all about Firdos Rahimi. He hit 9 boundaries in total, including 5 big 6s, and he actually warmed up to the task. He got better and better throughout the innings, but the quality of the fielding was impressive. That catch from Dion Johnson, the pick of them, and even though Abi Barakzai got 1 over the rope, he was soon gone. Nicholas Henderson chopped on to Jamal Staniksai with a scream of frustration. And a clever change of pace accounted for Jabber Keel. And then it was really all over she wrote, as a missed run out kept Rahimi alive and allowed him to get to 50, much to the delight of his teammates. And a great innings from him. He was gone for 53. This is the last moment as Shahab Zaze holdout from the last delivery of the 10 overs, and the Crickets, they're going to have to be satisfied with that total. 102 for 8. We haven't seen many totals like that defended thus far, Vinny. Can the Crickets pull it out of the fire?
Yeah, so 102 wins you a fair few games on the European Cricket Series, but here in Switzerland just seems a bit light on. Credit to Firdaus Rahimi though, 53 off 22. Really liked his innings, played some cracking shots in there, 5 Maximos, 4 fours. Apart from that, we had just a little bit part contribution. Tarakil with 11 up front, Jabakil with 11 at the back, and not really able to push on to something average or higher. 3 for 15, Stanek Zai for me. Thought he bowled really well. You can make an argument though, Ali Usman with his 2 early wickets and economy rate of 5 might have been the pick of the bowlers. Raihan Stanek Zai with 2 for 18 with his left armers, and Malia with 1 for 26, the other successful bowler. As we get ready for the second innings, we'll be back in around about 10 minutes, take you into it. The Alton side chasing that top spot in automatic qualification. They'll feel this one is within their grasp. 103, the target in match 41. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo with Andrew Leonard. Rico Full is in the country. We'll let you know when he arrives, but we sure will be back in a few minutes with more European Cricket Series. Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back to Switzerland. It is day 9 in this European Cricket Series. Vinny Sander here with you, Mr. Maximo, for the European Cricket Network. Andrew Leonard back with you shortly as we get ready for this chase. It will be Alton chasing 103 for victory. If I had Moman to bowl the first ball, it's a pretty good one. Up and York's the batter. Interestingly, we've got Shahid Waridu, the captain, out there opening the batting for Alton. He's out there with Yasso Thirunavukarasu. 103. Should be a walk in the park for Alton, but the Crickets, they've pulled off a couple of big scalps in this series so far. They'll have to take some early wickets and keep the dangerous top order quiet. This one's just okay. Yeah, well, let's just say he gave it a good think. For me, I thought it snuck inside. I feel like this is a harsh one on the bowler. No, it's not a wide.
Very marginal, Vinny.
Welcome back, Lenny.
Very
And
marginal.
you were a bowler. You wouldn't have been happy with
No. The one that always used to actually really kill me, whether you thought I was brilliant or terrible, I always turned it a long way.
that. Okay. That's good.
Definitely both ways. Big ragging leg break. Good one-handed pick up here. Oh. Might be close.
Great one had to pick up in the first place.
Yeah.
To sling it back, kind of sidearm to Nick Henderson. He doesn't really glove it that cleanly, though I do think he probably has the ball when he breaks the stumps. But the first question is he out? Maybe we can see whether he has the ball or not here. Yeah, I'm not convinced, but let's look if he's in anyway.
He's in. He's good.
Yeah, he's okay, I don't think it's a clean take for me. I think the ball's already popped out of his hands when he hits the gloves. Anyway, so you turn it a long way.
So the one that really killed me was particularly when the leg side wides came in. That's fair enough.
Oh, wow, that's fair enough as well, as Yasso gets his eye in ECN style, whacks his first ball out of the park. Maximo, the first one of the innings.
I'd love to know, we should have had a counter on this, shouldn't we? The number of times the first ball went for 6 in a batter's innings. It'd be in the 40s or 50s.
Can I aside something just quickly, because it's a quick one.
Can.
The Belgian coach in 2021, think of modern coaching, he said, There's 13 of you here. I want every single one of you at some point in this tournament to have hit a 6 off your first ball face. It's the exact opposite to the way I was coached.
I didn't know Brendan McCullum was coaching in these.
You have not hit a 6. And in the end, I think 8 or 9 of them had done it during the tournament. Anyway, okay, so you basically were turning it square. So what weren't you happy with as a bowler?
The one that really killed me, right, is as they're going to scamper a quick single. So if you're bowling leg breaks and they turn a long way and you've got my Google actually turned more. I'm making myself sound like Shane Warne here. I'm not saying I landed that accurately, but it always turned a long way. And he used to get really good batters out and he used to get it for lots of runs. That was that was me. 10 overs, 4 for 70 wouldn't have been unlikely. And this was back in the days when if you went for 7 and over, my God, shambolic. You're dropped forever.
The good old days. It's pretty well bowled, but also a good shot to get that much on it. And I think it has, I didn't get a great look at it. I assumed it hit the rope. It was actually a good effort, but then he was basically stranded. A bit like, though, when you make a phone call in prison and you got the glass in between, he knows he can't step across, and I think it just...
Ooh, I think that might be okay, Vinny.
Well,
I think there's grass in between the ball and the rope there.
It's very
brilliant
hard to
effort
tell.
from Firdaus Rahimi. Outstanding, in fact.
My thing is the poker face gave it away. I think that he kind of acted like he hit the rope. But let's see what the final decision is. I think it has been given 4. Yeah, it's a tough one. I think, to be honest, the fielder... I think maybe it's un-4. All right.
I think there was...
I kind of agree with you.
Slightly longer grass.
All I will say is the fielder directly above has a better view than even we do. And he kind of...
He didn't signal 4.
Yeah, so they get 2 for that. So
I think that's fair. I think that's the right call.
Can I guess what your complaints can be with wides?
Please.
Because we tend to judge wides where it goes past the crease, whereas umpires can get fooled by where the keeper takes it. So if you're turning it a long way, this one is off the inside half of the bat. That should race away to the boundary. I won't say race, but it does get to the boundary. Yasso with another 4, turning into a good first over here for Alton. So was that your complaint, or is it something slightly different?
Yeah, look, the one for me was where, so your margin for error, we see it's 104 games since the Golden Ball. I've promised it. I'm running out of days. 3 left to make sure that happens in the group stages for you, Vin. But yeah, so your margin for error is very narrow as a leg spinner, right? So if you're going to attempt to pitch your leg break just outside the off stump to bring your googly into play. But so let's say you pitch it on a 5th stump.
Yeah.
Hey, that's a good delivery, right?
I think so.
But I would be turning it that much that it might go past the attempted cut shot of the batter in and around the guideline for the wide. Now, the batter is 100% had a chance to play a shot.
Yep.
Okay? Now, I know that's not exactly how the wide law works. But in my opinion, if the batter's got a good chance to hit the ball, and there's no reason he can't play a conventional cricket stroke to hit it, it shouldn't be given as a wide. And you'd occasionally get umpires who, oh no, that's turned too far, it has to be a wide.
Yeah.
Like, why are you punishing a young leg spinner for turning the ball? You want to encourage young leg spinners to turn the ball.
True. Well, come back to that in a second. This one's a fall down pull shot first up from Waridu, and he won't get it away. Nice fielding there. That's Shahabuddin Zazai. Yeah, okay, I suppose I totally agree with the spirit of what you're saying there. What we've realised, and look, maybe this works in 10 over cricket and it doesn't work as well in 20 over cricket, though I do think
it's predominantly 50 over cricket I would have been playing.
We're on the right track here on ECN with our wides. I think it's something they keep messing up at higher levels. And again, I come from a baseball background where there's a fixed strike zone. You need to put it in there. So the way we play is that we judge it at the crease. So you've got that tram line at that intersection of where the tram line or the vertical line intersects with the popping crease. If the ball's not completely inside the tram line on the offside, then we call that a wide. All right. Oh, wow, this is hit hard over extra cover. Maximo. Yes, so he's off to the races here in the power play, up in the 20s already. And the other thing is that anything over the head is a wide. There's no real wiggle room there. Anything down the leg side's a wide. So we kind of have fixed points.
Yeah.
And the reason it works, I suppose, in this form of the game is because there's only 60 deliveries per side.
Yep.
So an extra ball is worth actually so much more.
Yeah, you have to be able to maximise the 60 deliveries you have.
So a wide or a not wide is basically a 3-run swing because every ball is average 2 runs anyway that you're costing them, plus obviously the 1 for the wide. Oh, this is a little bit short, and it's Adios Pelota. And through to Bukarasu, looks in a hurry. Maximal, 6 more to Alton.
Well, that's a big hit, Vinny, isn't it? That's gone all the way. Just one little hop onto that far bank, which we reckon conservatively, probably to that angle, that corner of the ground, about 85, 90 metres. Really good hit. And, well, the crickets are being blitzed away here. Alton, they don't necessarily have any single standout player, but as a collective 11, they're very much in the mix for one of the best sides of the tournament.
Absolutely. Yeah, and I love watching them go about their work. They've been to the ECL twice, the Champions League of European Cricket. I'm talking around my main point here, which is taking judgment calls out of the umpire, who have so much to do already. So the fact that everyone knows anything misses leg stump, unless it's between the batter and the stumps, that's a wide. You don't have to worry about profile wides, where everyone's got a slightly different idea of what a profile wide is, and it just seems to be just kind of a little bit unpredictable when they're called. It's going to go over the leg side, probably run away for 4 as well. It's a friendly skip off the dew. And Tarakil having a hard time keeping Alton quiet right now. So I suppose having certainty around those calls is important. It is batter friendly, but again, we don't necessarily want to encourage defensive bowling because if you're watching 6 wide Yorkers, skillful, yes, but is it attractive? Not really.
Yeah.
What are you scared of? Getting smashed? Yeah, you probably will get smashed. But anyway, just get back there and keep serving them up.
keep serving them up a la a bowling machine. I've got one more for you, Vinny, but we'll talk about it after this point.
We might even get a break after this over. Almost. To his short cover. The regular cover will clean up into the second over, and the score is 31 without loss.
Yeah, the points table is going to pop up here, Vinny, and it is fascinating. It really is.
What's it like to have commentate cricket where you can have long, drawn-out conversations on the nuances of the game? That must be nice.
You might lose your mind, Vinny.
I think we could end up in some strange places if we ever do a 50-year game, 50-over game. They both seem about the same to me.
Crickets need a win here, Vin.
They do.
I think if they go 2-5, they would then have to win out. I don't think 8 points is going to be enough because Geneva already on that marker. They're already in the playoff positions. Mamand continues. Good diving stop. Will still be a single, though. As Maridu does exactly what he needs to, which is get Yasatharan onto strike. Oh, wait, hold on a second. What's going on here?
Yeah, I don't like this. To me, number one, I don't know what the batter's doing. I don't think he can give this out. But also, what's he doing 2 or 3 metres outside his crease? So this isn't if he's out or not. But what's he doing? because this is all contextual. It did seem like the ball's dead. The keeper even. So technically, if the keeper's keeping it alive, yeah. I mean, he's out of his crease there. Why?
Well, it's
a strange one.
The umpire is surely the one calling it dead there. Look,
here's what's weird, right? Waridu who hits the ball. He hits it, he runs. And then for some reason he turns for 2. And so if you want to be really technical here, like he's out of his crease. I think he wants to have a chat there.
He's asking the umpire, can he go down and have a chat?
And he's saying, no, you can't. Not yet. I think this will be a dead ball because it just feels like that's the right thing to do. But it's not very smart. I will say that. Oh, he's been given out. And to be honest, this doesn't quite feel like cricket to me. I think they might withdraw the appeal. Only because, okay, technically, this is the real spirit of the game one. Oh, the spirit is, he's been given out. I don't know, Lenny. What do you think about that one?
Vinny, times like this for me, I'm best just saying nothing because I sit so far on one side of the fence, I'll only upset people. If I give my opinion, it's not for me, Vinny.
I will say this, though. It's dumb from the batters. You know,
yeah, but you see...
But this is what I'll say. The situation is created. The fielding team, I don't think that's quite right. Now, I agree with you 100%. But my other point is it's completely avoidable because you can't just turn for a run and walk straight out of your crease again. I mean, that's not smart.
Agreed.
So I don't like it. To me, it's not cricket. But technically, I think if you look at the letter of the law, the keeper was always saying, hey, are you guys wandering out of your crease? I'm here. Like, don't. The ball's alive.
Yeah, the thing, I'll be honest, I was preparing to continue our discussion about the points table or whatever. I wasn't watching the extra cover fielders, so we won't get that on a replay. So I won't be able to tell you clearly enough as to what exactly his intention was. Did he feign underarming it to the bowler?
I think what happened was one fielder fumbled, another fielder got there, but it was clearly only ever going to just be a single. And he grabs the ball and he throws it in. And meanwhile, for some reason, the batter's 3 meters out of his crease, and the other. It's just a strange time to have a chat. It's the first ball of the over.
Yeah.
What did you leave unsaid at the end of the second? Anyway, no good deed goes unpunished. Here's the Bermuda Triangle, and it's going to be caught. And Jamakil is going to take the catch. Well, the cricket, they're playing for their tournament life as well. Don't forget that. Waridu now has time to have an extended discussion with Thrunavukarasu as both of them depart in quick succession. It's 33 for 2.
Well, they can chew over it in the dugout, can't they, Vinny? Yeah, not maybe necessarily the greatest shot, but maybe a little bit results-based thinking. That very good catch, though. Nicely held by Naraz Jabarkeel.
We talk about the spirit of cricket.
Delighted.
Now we know the spirit of crickets. This is a real classic one where I think the letter of the law versus what feels right. Because I think letter of the law, someone's keeping the ball alive there.
Again, I can't tell you whether they are or they aren't because it was out of my field of vision. I've no idea. I don't know what he did there at extra cover. Look, for me, like all these discussions, particularly when they descend into farces on Twitter, they just make me sad, Vinny.
But do we need...
I love the game. I love the same game I was introduced to as a 7-year-old.
Yeah.
You shared joy with your opposition. And look, we've seen such an exceptional spirit of cricket across this tournament in terms of the interaction, the engagement, the shared experiences, the camaraderie, the fraternity between the players. And you've got a guy there who's smashing it everywhere. He's batting brilliantly. He's clearly not running the second run.
True. And Rob says he doesn't think it's even technical. It's clearly out. But that's what I'm saying. Technically out, meaning under the rules it's out.
Yeah, but you see, this is where these discussions on Twitter just descend into a farce.
But this is
you're wrong. No, you're wrong.
Yeah, I'm saying...
It's like...
I agree. Oh.
Good footwork.
Is it going to be off pitch? Yeah, it'll be
no
a no ball. Free hit to come. Murali Nunasake from the new batter. What? You got to go to the origin of what the issue was there. Shahid Waridu says something to the umpires. They want to have a chat. But the umpires actually said no. He said, well, hold on a second. The ball's still getting fielded. So the umpire actually said to him something like, whoa, hold on. Meanwhile, the other batter has started for the chat. Anyway, this is up. It's in the air. It's going to be 6. Will it hurt Alton? Probably not with the batting lineup they've got. Murali Nunasake goes Maximo. He's off the mark.
Yeah, good strike into the deep. Nicely hit all the way for 6.
So it's I don't understand this. I'm chatty. I'm a chatty guy, right? I love a chat. But be more aware. I just think it's dumb cricket from the batters.
Yep.
You know, it's like the Bairstow thing. It's exactly the same. It's a completely avoidable situation. It's actually a fundamental. Okay, these players not professionals, so maybe you don't expect as much as somebody playing Test cricket for England. Oh, now there's trouble, and he's going to actually race him back, and it's going to be gone. Under runs at the last moment. We have another run out, and so it's going to be Krunamurthy, another big wicket going. And well, strange times here in St Gallen as the Crickets have 3. It's 40 for 3.
Well, I think this is an outstanding piece of game awareness from Zia ul Haq Hotak, because if he's tried to throw it a direct hit, he's got a very low percentage chance. And then for Khalid Niazi to understand that he's going to start to try to run it in and be able to help his teammate out, I think this is definitely gone. We'll probably be able to confirm it from this angle. Just need to see that the stumps are cleanly broken. Yeah, that's fine. The ball's in his hand and it's beneath the forearm that's knocking him off. So,
yeah.
Look, that's brilliant work from 2 young cricketers there, Zia ul Haq Hotak and then Khalid Niazi. They deserve the 50-50 credit on that run out.
Definitely. And the thing is, by Krunamurthy not actually turning and running around straight away, he allows the batter, allows the fielder to run further. So if he turns straight away, then maybe he makes it a little bit more difficult for the fielding side. As it is, they do clean it up, and it's 40 for 3.
It also, Vinny, there's a great fielding drill that we used to do, particularly with our elite underage teams back in Ireland. Fielding was something Irish cricket always prided itself on. We knew that we didn't quite have the same bowling or batting skills coming through our systems, with our conditions, with our challenges from a climate perspective, from everything that we face in Irish cricket. But we knew that we could field as well.
Yeah.
And that was something Adrian Birrell brought to our cricket back when he started with Ireland in 2005. And then we tried to implement it through the Irish and Leinster youth elite systems, men and women. And one thing we always did was a drill called 11-man cricket. So we'd stick a coach or a hitter in the middle, and he'd just have the ball and he'd throw it anywhere. And the aim of the game was to have every single person of the 11 in the outfield had a role to do on that ball.
Yes.
So if it was flicked out into the leg side to mid-wicket, you might think, well, hold on, I'm at short third man. I've got nothing to do here. But actually, you're backing up the potential throw.
Definitely.
And the key to the game was, as soon as the ball, not after as the ball was hit, but after it was hit, you'd shout bowler or keeper. And then the fielder would have to do that. And everyone in the 11-man team would have to respond to that. And it's a really good drill to show that you can impact the game.
It's going to be another one just over the field. This has been anything but standard so far. So in the first 3 and a bit innings.
If you think, Vinny, that you're in the outfield and the ball's into the leg side, your role is over. That's completely not how the modern fielding game or how good fielding should work. So that one there that's gone to mid-wicket. Look, long on is backing him up.
Yep.
The man actually at short fine leg should be sprinting round.
Anyone on the other side of the field should have a backup role.
Exactly.
Yeah, so...
And if you can drill that into kids from when they're young and then they bring that throughout their game, they're worth their weight in gold as they go through the systems and they can save critical runs.
Oh, this is a looping edge and it's caught. Well, another one goes down and it's Nanasakram. It's a big wicket. Cricket's fighting for their life. And that one, he gets down and dirty. And he takes it inches above the turf. What a great bit of bowling as well by Niazi. It's been, I know that you like the look of 41 for 4.
Yeah, beautifully flighted. Look at how slow this is through the air. And then it's not just the drift, but it's the dip. So that's what you get. You get revolutions on the ball. You'll drift it in and it will also fall late. And that is what has deceived the right-hander who looks for a very big stroke. Another good catch held. The Crickets, well, they look full of life, don't they? They are scrapping and fighting hard to defend this low total. They might be behind the 8 ball in terms of run rate conceded, but they have got 4 wickets.
They do. And this is Malia Stanexo. He's coming out a little bit lower. And I was kind of calling for him in the middle order, although he can do some damage at the top. But I kind of like him at this stage of the game. Play some outrageous shots. He loves a helicopter shot.
Yep.
And Malia is coming in at a bit of a pressure situation. Yeah. So everyone should be aware. Fundamentals. I mean, we used to do whole training sessions on how to back up correctly and run between the wickets.
Yep.
That was an hour and a half. And I know some of these players, they haven't had that kind of formal coaching background where they've had those fundamentals drilled in. But for me, the staying in your crease one is such an obvious one. I'm anticipating that the fielding side are going to try something sneaky. They shouldn't. But I'm 100% waiting till there's no doubt the ball's dead. So, I agree with you that didn't. I don't like that run out. I don't like it. If I was If I was fielding, I don't think I would have taken it. I think I would have, if I was keeping, I would have probably had a cheeky word. Oh, another one. This could be another wicket. He's dropped it. Well, that was spinning. It was right off the toe of the bat. It really should have been 2 and 2. Malya Zai is a big play out for Alton. And he's going to be dropped first ball.
Another lovely leg break. Really beautiful. Slow and flighted and loopy. Well, he already is. It's probably the easiest of the catching opportunities they've had.
Yeah, Nara's Jabakil couldn't hold on there in the cover region. Yeah, so I would, me personally, again, everyone's different what their standards are. I would have said, hey, come on, I could run you out there if I wanted. That's probably what I would have done. This is cut, and it's cut away from the field. This is going to be 4. So Stanek Zai survives the scare and gets a boundary.
Give me a great example as a young leg spinner here is if you're slow through the air, which Niazi is, your margin for error is tiny.
Yeah.
If you land and flight it perfectly, it's spot on the money. But actually, good batters won't get you on the front foot when you're slow through the air. They'll get you on the back.
That's a good
because
point.
they'll know which way it's turning, and he's gone back and across, and it really then just sits up to be hit. So that's why you see leg spinners, as they go up the grades, they have to bowl much quicker and flatter through the air. Niazi, he'll learn.
That is the quicker one, and it's beautifully cut by Stanek Zai, who's going to get another 4. So sliding doors if Stanek Zai was caught first ball. Again, gets him on the back foot. Look how far that back foot goes back and across there.
Yeah,
and it's
lovely.
a very technically correct shot as well, using the pace, getting 4 more.
And also, that's not the leg break he's bowled there. That's his variation, which is really just like a little darting medium pacer.
Yeah.
That isn't something you necessarily want as a wrist spinner. You don't want your varieties to be, let's just say, his slow leg breaks 40 miles an hour, his quicker medium pacer 60 miles an hour. It's too big a difference.
Yeah.
You want your variations to be a bit more subtle.
Yeah, a bit more subtle.
And also be able to vary the pace of that leg break. Faster leg breaks, slower leg breaks. His variation is the quick seamer. It's a bit too easy to pick. Stanek Zai gets it away for 4.
That's it. Better, but still, I suppose you try to draw the batter forward, and he still hasn't quite been able to do that. Nevertheless, very good over from Niazi, who goes for 9 in it. It's 49 for 4 after 4. So wrapping up the discussion on fundamentals, I would hope that the team I'm playing against and with shares my same views on the spirit of cricket, but I'm not taking any chances. So the Bairstow thing, this thing here, they're very, very avoidable. And it's just like that was way too early to go out. Do you agree? It's way too early to be wandering out of your crease.
Well, whether it was or it wasn't, he still could have run back as soon as he saw the guy about to throw the ball.
And why
he
didn't
could have just trotted back and put his bat in. Look, the only difference was I didn't want to get into the Bairstow discussion on this because we've just seen such incredibly stringent views online, and I don't think it's good for cricket. That's my my view on it is that all this animosity and there's almost kind of some vitriol and hatred around it all. I just don't like it. It makes me sad. But the big difference for me on the Bairstow one, which is a fundamental difference, it was the last ball of the over, and your man thought it was the end of the over. So he's off for a silly wander. Yes, I'm not saying it was clever. I'm not saying Johnny Bairstow's the nicest guy either. Some say he deserved it. That shouldn't really matter. But look, we are where we are with the game.
Let's not get sidetracked into it.
We are where we are with the game. You should know as a batter that there's the potential for teams to do this to you. Would I do it myself? No, but that's me. Everyone's up to their own.
I think that
whatever makes you sleep at night, Vin.
Yeah, I mean, I sleep in my crease because I don't trust anyone during the night come in running me out. And that's just, like I say, it's just me. Everyone's got different views of what's fine and what's not.
They do. I'll just go back to 2 things, Vin. My last sitting on the poet's corner or speaker's corner points. One, how do you want to be remembered as a player? So when you're 60 and you've given up the game and you want to have a beer with the same guy you played very competitively against 30 years ago, how do you want to be remembered?
That's a nice way to think about it. Yeah.
And secondly, why did we get into the game in the first place? It's a past. I know there's money on the line at the top levels now. I get that it's a living, but it's something we loved. We play cricket because we adore it, we enjoy it. And the joy of the game, this beautiful sport we're blessed with, I think something we could embrace certainly a lot more, even at the very top levels. That's
a very, very nice thought to leave us with. Unfortunately, Stanek Zai is going to be leaving us as well. Rahimi gets some sweet revenge for the Crickets, who feel like they're in this contest. 50's up for Alton, but they've lost 5. And that's the end of Malya Stanek Zai.
They're clearly all great mates as well. That's what makes this slightly controversial.
Well, that's why.
All the more remarkable,
so
really.
This is what I think, when I don't know if anyone's having a beer with each other in this game, but what I will say is that if they were to sit over a drink tonight, they'll say, How dumb are you? Get in your crease, and they'll probably have a laugh about it. So
Yeah,
I mean, with the stakes here, maybe not quite as high, not millions at stake or anything like that. So I suppose, yeah, it's one of those each to their own situations. I agree with the tone of everything you're saying, though. I suppose my concern, I don't like seeing these situations either, but the thing that frustrates me is that these situations are so avoidable. They are so avoidable by just not having brain fades.
Yeah.
You know, that to me is a double brain fade.
I agree with you,
So I don't. So yeah, the debate of where they shouldn't. It shouldn't even come to that, because for sure, if I'm at the stumps and then a guy fields the ball and throws it in, and the guy's 3 meters out of his crease saying, "Yeah, but I just want to have a chat," I'm like, well,
Yep.
you know, it's a bit disrespectful to want to chat while the ball's still in play. Anyway, enough of that. Let's get on to this, because we've got a contest here. Great keeping once again.
Back to the action video. I know this will be a no ball free hit incoming. Have you ever seen a bowler more comprehensively castled, or sorry, a batter more comprehensively castled than that one? Yeah. A massive hoik across the line. I think all 3 stumps, if they were in normal turf, they all would have gone out of the ground.
Call that a strike. We get that sometimes.
Rahimi, sensational.
What an over. Last ball of it coming up.
Free hit.
Well, this is up and it's out of here. Here's Dion the Rock Johnson getting off the mark with 6. Maximo as Alton ahead on the run rate, but those 5 wickets will be a bit of a concern. 57 for 5.
Well, beautifully played. Nicely struck down the ground. And yeah, these things, they always create controversy and they always get us talking. They give us something to talk about. But more importantly, what have we got coming up on the ECN? Plenty of action. And as you said, Rome sneaks into the mix here.
Have you been to Rome?
I have been to Rome. It is, well, I tell you what, a place. I've never felt more like you're literally walking around history anywhere in the world.
Amazing. And I'm a little bit worried about Rome because, of course, I want to be looking good for the ECC, but it is known that I have a carbonara addiction. And when we get to Rome, which is the last 2 weeks before the ECC.
Could that be 2 weeks on the trot? How many carbonaras could you do in 2 weeks?
I'm doing minimum 2 a night. And I think...
What, you could do more than 1 a day?
Oh, yeah. I think at the last hotel I was up to 3 by the end. They were just putting in a really big bucket for me.
The Sandu bucket.
We had a great time.
The Sandu
in Rome.
slop.
We always do. Rome's great, and you're right about the history.
Where's the ground that you use there, Vin?
We go to the Roma cricket ground, which is kind of slightly out. It's at an area called Spinacetto, so it's a little bit outside the city. It's a beautiful cricket ground there. That'll be turned for a wide, the one that Andrew Leonard hates.
That one's okay because that's pitched near the guideline. But the one I was talking about was I've genuinely pitched them on a 4th stump and been called wide. And I'm going, where do you want me to pitch the ball?
You should be proud of that then.
Pembroke Cricket Club had always turned miles. It was a spinner's dream.
Welcome to Leg Spinners Grievances with Andrew
This
Leonard.
is the one here. So this is literally the one I'm talking about.
To me, I think that this isn't a wide when it goes past the crease.
So look at this, right? That's pitched about a 4th stump line. He's turned it miles. The batter's been able to play a shot at it. That's not a wide for me.
I think even under the rules here, that wasn't a wide. I think when past the crease, it was inside.
And now the kid, the next ball, he bowls it flat and straight because he's just been punished for turning it square.
Yeah.
That is what really grinds my gears.
Do you need a moment to settle down? Andrew Leonard,
it's been an emotional morning. I think
he's a powder keg waiting to go off. He's always so calm.
It's just as well I'm off for game 2, Vinny. I know Rico's coming. I think you've accidentally scheduled this brilliantly. I need the game off.
The cold shower has been prepared for Andrew Leonard.
I might have to go back to the hotel. It's only a 5-minute walk. I'm telling you now. It's a Tuesday morning. I'm ticking here.
I love it. Oh, you mean you got to be real?
When
I'm real. You got to be. You can't spend 12 hours a day here at the ground and not be real.
The hilarious thing is when I'm ticking, I'm sitting cross-legged. My pulse rate's probably not above 55. I'm actually still very calm, but I am kind of secretly seething too. Poor leggy.
Well, this could be a chance. Fielders come around right in the gap. Oh, threads the needle. Varathayan gets a boundary. This was kind of catchable distance, but found the gap in the outfield.
Vinny, I'm now getting flashbacks to being a 14-year-old leg spinner in Pembroke Cricket Club. I've just bowled a beautiful flighted leg break. It's turned, it's bounced, it's deceived the batter. Either one of the fielders could have caught it, and they both leave it, and it's gone for 4. Now, what would usually happen, remember we're playing 50-over cricket in Pembroke, not 10 over.
Yeah.
So I would have these figures. I'd have 1 for 17 with a drop catch after 2, and they'd give me the old hook.
Get the hook.
The captain would go,
of course.
Thanks, Lenny. Thanks for the moment.
Can't really afford
that. And then total mental breakdown.
Oh, this is tattooed. It was one that Niazi pushes through, and it's adios, Maximo. What a big hit that is. Alton, feel like with these two there, without too much fuss, they're going to knock the target over. Crickets need wickets.
So now at the end of my spell, I'm thinking about why did the umpire give that wide? Why did the extra cover drop the catch?
Is this going to end with you? Are we going to see you on the field in a minute giving Niazi a hug?
Well, I think he needs one. It's okay,
ball.
brother. I've been there. I have been there too.
Backing him in here. A little bit short, and unfortunately, the result doesn't go his way. Maximo as Alton walking stick 77 after 6 in the box seat. Again, just a fraction short. Wasn't really able to draw batters forward as often as he would have liked in that spell. And Andrew Leonard, unfortunately for Niazi, he's going to have to take a breather.
Well, Khaled Niazi, I feel every ounce of your pain. I'm not sure I've ever empathised with an individual moment more in my entire life. He should, Vinny, remember, he should have had 2 for 1 after 4 deliveries.
Yeah.
The simplest to drop catches at extra cover. Next 2 balls go for 4, so he's got 1 for 9 off his first over instead of having 2 for 1 with 1 delivery left or 2 deliveries left. And then, yeah, okay, that last ball wasn't a great one. We all bowl bad ones as a leggy. He ends up with 1 for 29 instead of maybe 3 for 7.
Well, I'm going to come back to that in a second. But first, here is Rahimi.
The frustration video, I can feel it.
I don't want to get a bit too big thinking for a Tuesday morning, but there's a lot of people that believe in the multiverse theory, that there's multiple universes with every infinite outcome. There will be a universe somewhere where that catch is taken and maybe does end up with a 3 for. Anyway, this is hit straight and is hit long. Maximo. If you're going to steal this one, the cricket's going to have to get around the rock, who's looking solid here. Not a lot of turn on this. It's pretty much just pushed through and it's dismissed straight out of the ground.
Well, in our edition of the multiverse, Vinny, I think maybe karma's going to play out in the correct way and Alton are going to get over the line. For me. Just for me, Vin.
Like it. I think Rock is liking this. This is a full toss, and this is out of the ground as well. This might not be close after all. Maximo as Alton. They're 89 now. Maybe it's a blessing because Alton can probably afford to have a couple of other guys out of their crease.
Right.
I mean, a few other guys
give him more players at bats. Yeah.
So maybe the cricket's just doing him a favour, saying, "Look, clearly you're not that interested in batting, so we'll help you out." All right. Now,
Ahmed Raza, I got to give a shout out as they run a quick single. Ahmed Raza, the former UAE captain, now their assistant coach. You get the associate cricket circuit's a pretty tight knit one, as you'll know from going around the European Cricket Network. You get to know people. You form incredibly close bonds over short periods of time, and then you might not see these people for another elongated period. Definitely. And then when you see them again, it's like you're catching up with the best mate. That's one of the things I love about going around.
Me too.
The associate circuit. And they're going to dash a quick single here, Vinny. Direct hit would have been gone. Even the flick onto the stumps might have been out. I'm not sure they needed that single, Alton, but they took it on. But anyway, Ahmed Raza is a guy I've just so much time for, so much respect for, alongside the likes of William Porterfield back when Ireland were an associate, Peter Barham when he captained the Netherlands, and Kyle Coates when he captained Scotland. One of the real ambassadors of the associate game in terms of beautifully describing to a more mainstream media the challenges that the associate teams face and the difficulties that some of the really talented cricketers just outside the Test world go through to kind of chase their dreams. End of the 7th, it's 92 for 5. And Ahmed said something to me down in Zimbabwe. I actually can't remember what it was in relation to. It wasn't the Bairstow incident, so it doesn't matter what it was in relation to, but I just have to give him the shout out. That's what we got coming up, Vinny.
Yep.
Next game,
mid-morning
game.
Yeah, I don't think that game will be at 8:45 in the morning. Otherwise, it would have started an hour and a half ago.
Good point. Yeah, 10:45.
So we might have to fix that one, but I've got it starting in 30 minutes. But yeah,
should
go in
be a
Geneva
good one as
against
well.
Salmi.
Should be a really close.
That's two teams in the middle of the table right there.
But again, it doesn't matter what he was saying in relation to. I actually can't remember, but he just said something to me that's really stuck with me, and I've used it a little bit since. He said, "You have to look after Mother Cricket, otherwise she'll bite you back."
Yeah.
And she bites back really hard, and I know that from a playing perspective. That's what Ahmed was saying. So he's felt that as he matured and as he got older and got wiser, he felt that, karma and very much being good to the game that we love was very important.
I believe that. I believe there's a bit of science behind that as well.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, here is a catching opportunity. Won't get there in the end. He's a little bit worried about running the wrong way down a one-way street there, wasn't he, Fahad Momand? And yeah, the crickets have turned to frustration.
Well, this is a classic one where if just one fielder's out there, either one of them, they probably both get a play in it.
Yeah.
But in the end, it's just being in each other's eye line.
Hearing footsteps coming the other way is a little bit disconcerting.
It does. It puts you off. It's very difficult. Just 10 to win now, Vinny.
This is up in the air, and this time he's got plenty of open space. Does Momand. Pulls it back. Yeah, I agree with that. I think it doesn't just play to cricket. I think it plays to life a little bit. I think if you treat people well, not that you're doing it to get something back, but if you treat people well generally, then when you're in your time of need, there's probably going to be more people stepping forward saying, you know what, Lenny, we're so sorry that you lost your commentary job for that controversial thing you said.
Oh, Vinny, that's never
Come
going to
round,
happen.
you can sleep on my couch.
Touch wood, I hope that's not going to happen. Managed to get through 5 years without having a live mic capturing something I've said.
Hang in there.
They're all live mics. Never.
Everyone's getting cancelled these days.
No F-bombs, none of that. Just behave.
Well, I'll tell you what, I left you from game 2. It might have been all over for Andrew Leonard. Anyway, having said that, no Rico sightings so far.
Oh, I could be back in.
But, yeah, we'll
be back
see.
in for game 2.
We'll
have enough time in between. I'll decompress, Vinny. We've got half an hour between the two games, all right? But Mother Cricket, I thought that was a lovely saying. There's the correct time.
Yeah, correct time. News from the toss, Geneva bowling first means they're going to chase. They almost chased down and probably should have chased down 200 plus yesterday.
What are we going to see from Arif Sanger today?
Sanger, yeah.
That's the question.
Sanger has been prepared. Well, that's a great shot. That's absolutely nailed down the ground. This is going to tie the scores. Maximo! This is the issue with Alton. They can say, you can sneakily run out as many of our players as you like. We've still got the cattle down the order to chase down pretty much anything, and they're going to do this fairly easily. Any score wins it now.
And look, my final thought on the matter, you talk about looking after Mother Cricket, right? The player who's run out, who was it? It was Karunamurthy or was it Yasotharan?
That was run out?
Yeah.
The controversial? It was Yasso.
Yasso, yeah. So he just walked off.
Yeah.
He's taken it. He's like, okay, they want to do that, so be it. There was no tantrums, there was no histrionics.
Yeah.
And his teammates have looked after him.
If he was an emoji, if he was an emoji, he would have been the face palm emoji. And like I say, I think that, okay, that's a bit of a flashpoint for sure. But these guys, I mean, they've probably got their own unwritten code of what's fine and what's not. And that's not. They're saying, and to me, I'm not saying he was trying to be disrespectful, but it is a little bit disrespectful to touch your bat and walk straight in the middle of the pitch. That's not even... And the umpire was even trying to say to him, don't do it. Anyway, that'll be probably what this game will be remembered for. But anyway...
I think in the end it's going to be a very small postscript because Alton romping to victory.
They are keeping their top of the table hopes alive. This could be it. And as soon as it hits the turf, it will be it. It is going to be, well, I think 1 run in the end. And that will break the tie. Alton are going to do it.
Well, they completed the 1 run, so whether it's kissed the rope or not, it's not going to matter. And I think someone needs to get the message out to the players. The game is over.
Yeah, well,
he's going back to have a bowl. Game over, boys.
I don't know. They'll probably go back and check that if it's 4 or not, if they completed the run or not. But yeah, either way, it'll be, that's it. They wanted to come off the ball before, and they're thinking that was it. But that definitely is it.
They had completed the run, though, so...
Yeah. Well,
I think that's
if they
for
completed
me, it's a single.
yeah. But knowing that if you're really smart, you always never touch your bat in if it looks like it's going towards.
I think they had. I was having a watch of them.
I believe you. I'm going to say 1.
Single.
And Alton, although I would have given a couple of bonus ones after what happened to them earlier. That's what's coming up next. Is 25 minutes away. Rico Fool could be here. Maybe he won't be here. A few mysteries still happening. Idris O'Harkin, great form yesterday for Geneva. Watch out for him. He'll be behind the stumps first innings because Paktun Zalmi will be batting first. But yeah, Alton certainly swung it pretty well. Shahid Waridu sent to the top of the order. They dropped Malia Stanningsai into the middle order. But the boundaries were flowing, and it was going to be an interesting way to get a wicket as they were just debating the finer points about life. And just it wasn't the place or the time. And then, created a situation which created the wicket, but didn't really hurt them too much. Although there was this little period here where the cricket seemed to find something with those 3 quick wickets.
Yeah, they did pick up 3 quick wickets. In fact, they reduced the Alton side all the way to 50 for 5. That was a marvellous piece of game awareness and brilliant fielding. And kind of the assist going between Zia Haq and Khalid Niazi. And this drop catch was the big moment. In fact, that was the taken one. I think the next one was a drop catch.
That was nice to take it.
That was a dismissal, Abid Baraksai. There we are. As soon as that went down from Jabberkeel, I think he might have been the one who threw that run out. So, Mother Cricket, acting in mysterious ways.
Fault. He was just throwing the ball in. He's probably oblivious to the
Mother
whole thing.
Cricket.
What was I meant to do? Post it back? Anyway, Alton, they're certainly one of our favourite teams to watch. 2 to 5 days business days notice. Anyway, we saw Alton not really tested in by this
below par cricket's target that they set. Got to say though, I like the crickets. Think about what they're doing. Talk about the spirit of cricket, all the junior academy they got going, the fact that they're teaching hundreds of kids cricket here in Switzerland, I think is fantastic. That one was touched from the beyond, set the buzzer off, but I think the game was already over when he did it. And in the end, fairly comfortable one for Alton. They get home with 13 balls to spare. That final partnership of 53 unbroken, getting them across the line thanks to Dion Johnson and Pradeep Varadhayan. Early on though, Tharina Vukarasu was 27 before he wandered and never came home. Just the 5 extras in the 8 or so overs. Not a bad effort, discipline-wise from the Crickets, but they just didn't have enough runs on the board.
That 53-run partnership between those two, Vinny, came off 18 balls. Incredible hitting from Varadhayan and Dion the Rock Johnson. They turned it around just like that, and before the Crickets could ever get back into it, despite good bowling efforts, particularly from my young leg spinner. Keep your eyes on him. Khaled Niazi, 1 for 29. Wickets 2 from Mamand and Rahimi, and a couple of run-outs to go with it. Look at that glut of wickets from 32 for none to 50 for 5, but Alton had all the depth to pull them out of the hole.
Yeah, well, say what you like. We had the 5 for 18 collapse. It was sparked at that stage. I'm going to give you a little bit of time to go down and give Khalid Niazi a hug before he leaves the players area.
Love your leg spinners, love your wicket keepers.
I can tell you I will be back, though, in 20 minutes, and we'll see who's with me, because match 42 will start in about 25. Until then, hope you're having a wonderful morning. Love the discussion, love the interaction. Keep it coming on our YouTube chat, ECN European Cricket Network. Big hello to all of our viewers, of course, on Swiss Sport TV as well, and everyone watching on Fanco. For now, it's Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. We'll see you after this break for more European Cricket Series.
Here we are with St. Gallen Cricket Club at Mount Saintis, the highest mountain in East Switzerland with a height of 2,500 meters, looking over 4 different countries. What an unusual place to play cricket.
Hello and welcome back to Switzerland. Time for the second match of the day. It is match number 42, and this should be a very, very interesting contest between Geneva and Paktoon Zalmi. Well, these are two teams that are playing in their first ever European Cricket Series, and they certainly have had some bright spots so far. Also haven't had everything go their way. Both teams fighting for Final 5 qualification. A little bit earlier, Rob Kemming, the tournament referee, he had the two captains. Let's see what happened at the coin toss.
Welcome back. Your call.
Thank you.
Heads is called. It is tails.
We're going to ball first.
Show the sign.
Balling first. Thank you.
Well, so Robert Kemming, he runs a tight ship, offering the instructions at the toss, and eventually we got the information that Geneva, they will be chasing in this one. They're going to bowl first after winning the toss, because they've really enjoyed watching their progress in the tournament so far. They've got Ansem Mahmood, the captain there. He's a very good player, but I've been really impressed with Idris Ul-Haq, to be honest. I think he's been brilliant behind the stumps. He's also been able to bang a few with the bat. And I know that Paktoon Zalmi fans, you'll be pretty happy to see Arif Sanger listed at the top of the order. He's a guy, he's the only man to hit the ball over the roof on the full and all the way to the other side. So, yeah, we've had a fair few roofers here over the first week and a bit of action. Looking at the supercomputer, well, once again, I think it's been staying up a little bit too late, considering we've got a run rate of 13.4 as an average. And these two teams averaging the 140s, but not given any credit. 110 to 107, Geneva, 3-run favourites, according to the Bat versus Ball wall. So I want to give a warm welcome to everyone who is watching on Fancode, of course, in the subcontinent, but a special hello to everyone that is watching on our YouTube channel, European Cricket Network, and also we are live on Swiss Sport TV. So that's a really great thing. I know that Andrew Leonard, when he went home early last night, he was putting his feet up under the covers, watching it on Swiss Sport TV. So it's just wonderful. However you're taking the action, that you can be a part of it here. Now, Lenny has stepped aside for this game, so we're waiting for... It's a bit like, you know, when they elect a new pope, you wait for the smoke to come out, which signals the arrival of somebody special. There's somebody special that I haven't had to work with in a little bit. I think it might have even been day 3 in Romania when we last crossed paths. But he has been busy, as we've been busy here on the European Cricket Network. I know the viewers have been asking a lot of questions about this gentleman. So just stay tuned is all I'll say. This is going to be an exciting one. Two teams that are in finals contention. Geneva 4-3 off 7 games. Paktoon Zalmi, they're 3.5 wins out of 6 because they did have a washout back in match 10. So neck and neck on the ladder. Remember, it's a final 5 format here in Switzerland, so that's something a bit different. Top team straight through to the final. Teams 2, 3, 4, and 5 basically play off with each other. So Sanger is opening the batting. Now, we've loved Sanger for a variety of reasons. He's a little bit cheeky. He hits the ball a long way, and he loves to wear this little visor, which has his hair popping out the top of it. And he would be one of the best batters I've ever seen just wearing a visor. So, yeah, that's his go-to, and he's ready to face up. Here we go. First ball of match 42. It's Katak coming in, a player who made his T20 international debut in the Valletta Cup final recently, which Sweden did win. Paktoon Zalmi, like all the Zalmi teams that we see, they love to be attacking. They love to smash the ball around. This is Iza Hussain, who's a skipper, who's facing up now for Zalmi. He's had a pretty good series as well. I've liked his wicket keeping when he's been asked to do that job. He won't have the gloves, though, in this game, as Ashad Butt is in the lineup. He works it away, but can't beat the fielder. They don't get a run here. Corey Ruckers is in the chat. Hello, Corey. He's calling it a golden ball. And then saying, yeah, early call. That is a very early call, Corey. Nice to see you. Hopefully you're well. Corey will be joining me for the Rome series, which is coming up under 7 weeks, of course, until the ECC. This is a nice outswinger, which straightens down the line, but gets worked away expertly from Iza Hussain. This is a brilliant shot. Just have a look at the way he maneuvers himself, opens his body up, and that's crashing in the middle stump if he misses it, or probably getting him on the pads for a plum LBW. Katak. There's a few little variations, but mostly he's in there as a genuine swing bowler. You can see that one did actually swing a bit, but well handled by the Zalmi skipper. Similar kind of ball, but this time goes to deep mid wicket. They put an extra fielder out there on the leg side after that boundary. I just want to say a quick hello to everyone in the chat. Then hello to Corey, of course. How are you and what are you up to, if you can share it? Hello to Julian Dawson as well in the chat. Hello to Rob Thompson, watching from New Zealand. And anyone I missed. Di Maria. Loved the insane hitting from Alton in the second half of the first game of the day. Good length this time from Katak. Swings and keeps Sanger quiet. He's not a guy who can keep quiet for very long. Yeah, Sanger, like I said, doesn't like to be kept quiet for long. This is a shot that should probably come with a neck brace as he swings all around it, and that's the end of the first over. The score is 6 without loss. And so we talked about the fact these teams are averaging the 140s. And about 13 overs the average across the board. Yeah, so talking about the ECC, we're under 7 weeks now, 48 days until the start of the ECC. It's the Euros of cricket. And yeah, there we go. 14 and over yesterday. So last couple of days, 140's been par. Seems about right. I'd say 130s. 130s. 130 to 139, somewhere in there. Anyway, Bilal Muhammad's bowl over number 2. Cracked. Through point and literally gets through point. Should just pull up though, because I think he got a little piece of it. Beautiful conditions today compared to the last couple of days. Currently 16 degrees, heading for a maximum of 20, but plenty of sunshine. So Hussain gets 2. Short. Around the corner. It was almost off the gloves more than anything, but Hussain will get to the other end. Anyway, this should be good. Sanger, 1 off 3. He does not like to go a long time without boundaries. And he knows he's only got 10 balls left in this power play to deal with. And he won't be facing every single one. So I think he's thinking attack, attack, attack. That's exactly what he does. He gets away from the fielder. That's going to be 4. That wasn't a great ball, really, from Bilal Muhammad. It was short. It was wide. Like a front foot cut shot, really. Sanger, typically, yeah, he likes to hit straight if it's pitched up to him. I've seen him lose his shape a couple of times. I love it when he just goes straight and maybe even a little bit inside out. This one cramps him for him a little bit. They should get through for a single. So Corey feeling a golden ball. We haven't had a golden ball so far in the series. We did have one in Czechia. But now we're over 100 matches since that. So Corey's just saying he's been organising Spain for the ECC and wanting a golden ball. You and me both, Corey. Oh, look at this. He actually it would have been okay because he touches the pitch. So it wouldn't have been a back foot, no ball. But it's so wide that it forced him to pull out of his action. Obviously, it's not a very wide pitch. Improvised solution here. I've got to say, it's actually dug in really well now. First day, there were a few concerns with the pitch moving around, but yeah, it's not too wide. That's why people are having problems there. Okay, in the air, and this should be gone. It's Rafiq Mohammadi, and he takes the catch. So Hussein is the man that goes, trying to beat the mid-off, trying to muscle it up and down the ground. It's got a bit big on him, so Bilal does break through. And a decent start this for Geneva. It's 14-1. Geneva, they're known as one of the better bowling and fielding teams in this competition. Having said that, they got smashed for 203 yesterday by Fahim Nazir and Hassan Ahmed. And they almost chased it down. That was a crazy game. It was match number 36, where there were 46 Maximos in the game. It's a new record. It actually smashed the record by 5. 203 to 178. And Geneva chasing scored 178. But really, they should have chased that target of 204 down. They were well ahead with 3 or 4 overs to go. But then 2 overs of 2 and then 2. Now, here's an issue. He's gotten 2 left batting gloves. And, yeah, now he's going to have to swap it. And he got 0 help there, didn't he, Bashir Ahmed? And so now he will be able to start his innings. Hello to Mohamed Ador. Nice to see you once again. Corey, tell us something interesting about your Spanish preparation. Give us a scoop here in the chat. If you do that, then maybe I'll give you a golden ball.
They're growing in confidence like Cameron's here.
And it's got to be cricket related. It can't be about Mohammed Kamran's hairstyle. I'm looking forward to seeing that as well. Big swing and a miss. There's Bashir with a left-handed and a right-handed glove now. Won't get off the mark. And it's the end of the second over. The score is 14-1 after 2. Yes, so let's have a look at the table. So we're getting into the final fling, if you like, with just 3 more days, including today, of group action. So the top 5 get through. You can see it's pretty congested. And you've got everyone between 1 and 8, I think, with a chance to make the 5. Geneva and Paktoum Zalmi, they're just 1 point apart. Paktoum Zalmi can actually overtake Geneva. Just feels like one of those games that 2 pretty even teams could have a big determination on the final qualifiers. Of course, we make that cut on Thursday night. Afif Qatar gets a second over, and he gets launched high, and he gets launched long. Maximo! Well, Arif Sanga has hit some of the biggest sixes we've ever seen on the European Cricket Network. And look at that. He actually smacks himself in the back with his follow-through. A bit of the old Sir Garfield Sobers about that one. The other thing Sanga will do when he gets on a 6-inning run, he doesn't even bother to look where the ball goes. He'll hit it and then just turn around and wink at the wicket-keeper. Backs away. Probably wasn't the odds. Good comeback from Katak. So I think you're looking to go 140 plus if you're batting first here. Even then, you might not be safe. We saw Alton chase down 153. That was all the way back in game 1. Oh, that's cracked. And the stumps do the fielding. There was a fairly straight fielder. I'm not sure he would have been able to do too much about it. Look at this. Bang. Well, that's about as straight as you can get. An umpire just takes cover. There's a few grenades going off as well from the military facility. Andrew Ryan was telling me about one of their players, Alex Crichton, who is actually currently doing his training. And Alex is still, his French is not particularly fluent, although he speaks it a bit. Well, it's a great pickup. We're going to have a run out here. Non-striker's gone on the hit, and now he's missed it well. He had way more time than he realised there. And Qatar could have just taken the step, did not have to flick this ball at the stumps. So look at Bashir. He runs on the hit, and then he turns around. His goose is cooked. But Qatar throws it at the stumps. Didn't need to. I suppose he doesn't know exactly how far Bashir's out. So you can understand why he did that, but we could say he didn't need to. Slower ball. Beautiful shot from Sanger all the way along the carpet. And doesn't bother to look at it. Look at the way it hits it and then basically turns around and says, yep, I know that one's going for 4. Yeah, so anyway, Alex was doing his grenade training, and I think it's like décharge or charge or something like that. 2 words that sound similar. One meant to discharge the grenade and one meant to not. And so this is a great shot as well from Sanger. It's going to be 1 bounce 4. Nice fielding there by Arshad Butt, who'll do the keeping in the second half of this game. Cuatro carreras. Sanger getting into his work here. In the last over the power play. That'll be the end of the 3 overs, in fact. It's 28 for 1. Yeah, so they were meant to simulate pulling their pin on the grenade just to show how to do it. He actually did pull the pin on his grenade. And then apparently they went switch from French to English pretty quickly because he heard the fizzing of the grenade. And in English, the instructor said, "Throw it!" And he threw it. And if he'd held on to it, it probably would have taken out the whole platoon. So I don't know if that's funny or not. But apparently that's a true story. Andrew Ryan told me. So we're happy to have Alex still taking part in the series. Rob Thompson with a legitimate question. And in the chat, we'll come back to you in a minute, Rob. I love it that his comment is right under Army Training Life's comment. I would hope that they had some sort of fake grenades for training purposes. But anyway, it's Karamatullah Tarakel, who's going to get swung away to deep mid-wicket. Maximo! Bashir swung and missed the first ball he faced. That was at the end of the second. But first ball of the 4th, hits it pretty well. Pretty simple stuff, really. It plays on length. We know that this pitch hasn't been doing too many favours for bowlers. Riding in on the wooden boards. It's quite similar to the Barcelona pitch we've seen at the Montjuic Stadium. Maybe not quite as much bounce now that they have the artificial surface underneath, which creates a bit more spring there in Barcelona. Bashir charges and Tarakel gets it through a bit more. So yeah, Corey Ruckers is working hard with Spain, trying to sort out a few issues. Good to hear from you, Corey, as always. Oh, this one almost carries and it's run out. That's incredible fielding. What a bit of work that is. Bilal Muhammad picks it up clean as the whistle on the half volley. And before the batter has time to even turn around, he guns down the stumps. Well, that is elite fielding from Bilal. And it's going to get the dangerous Bashir Ahmed for just the 6. It's 34 for 2. We'll get a load of this one. Hit really hard, picks it up clean, comes up firing, and does not miss. And Bilal's just been done by a fantastic piece of work. That's play of the day stuff, really. Takes off thinking, oh, he's not going to field that, is he? Well, not only is he going to field it, he's going to run you out. So Bashir is going to have to go. It's 34 for 2 in the 4th over. Excellent work. Fielding is so important. We talked about Geneva being one of the better fielding sides and bowling sides in the competition. Okay, they've had their odd off game. But that was very, very good work. Now, a lot of questions today about where's Rico? Is Rico here? We promised Rico would be here at the beginning. Rico hasn't been here. But I am going to say it is my pleasure now to welcome for the first time ever in Switzerland, Rico Full. Rico, welcome.
Thank you very much. Hello, everybody, and it's great to be here. Yeah, first time ever on ECN duty here in Switzerland. Been here many years ago when I was doing some umpiring, and I know how fantastic it is. It's a beautiful place, but it's the first time here, and I tell you what, that is a boogie, oogie, woogie, grizzly fireball, juggler footday style. Well, we've seen 2 great bits of cricket, haven't we? First, that run out was absolutely exceptional from Bilal Muhammad. Now, how about that seed? That was top draw.
Well, these players, they're rolling out the red carpet for you, Rico, action-wise, and that is just a very good ball first up to Asad Saeed. Look where it bounces just in front of the front pad. So it wasn't quite a Yorker, but almost. And, yeah, Karamatullah Tarakel ramping it up. So you've just seen an incredible direct hit. You've just seen the stumps get castled. We've seen some big hits. There's the Golden Derrick. Well, I know let's say at times the pace of the game wasn't quite as quick in Romania. I missed that.
I'm back, everybody, and so is Golden Derek. And the only thing that's missing now is a Maximo, a balle, and I'm back in style. A fantastic bit of cricket for a runner, great bit of bowling. We've seen the Golden Derek, as unfortunately is going to be a first bowler for Asad Saeed. What next, everybody? What next? Now, it's great to be back. Namaste, salam alaikum, sasya kal. Eyeball one, everybody. It's great to be back here. And I've got to say, Vinny, what a setup.
What a setup. Yeah, well, I've been to Switzerland, like you've been to Switzerland before, but I've never been to this ground before. We haven't done ECS here since 2020, where we discovered some commentary jewels, such as our very own Andrew Ryan.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, 2 to come here. Here's Tarakel.
It's well bowled. Very well bowled indeed.
Yeah, so we're up in the grandstand, as you can see. We now have good weather, which hopefully you've brought the sunshine with you, because I know it was pretty warm in Romania where you were. How was the series over the weekend? We saw a fair bit of it here.
Fantastic. It was, you know what, the best way to describe it, a festival of cricket. That's what it was.
Beautiful.
The Continental Cup, Women's T20 Internationals, and it was superb. This one's down the leg side. But no, it really was the girls. I mean, credit to all the girls, of course, the host Romania, and we had teams from Greece, the Isle of Man as well were fantastic, and Malta. I mean, what a fabulous series. And the highlights for some of those players. Remember, the likes of the Team Malta, Team Romania and Greece had players playing for the first time.
Yeah.
It was incredible.
Yeah.
It really was.
Developmentally, that would be so great for them. Well, this hits him pretty much dead in front. He's gone, so Hamdard's going to have to go. And Tarakel gets 2 in the over. Hamdard looks very, very disappointed. I think it's probably more about missing a straight one, but Tarakel with the double strike, 35 for 4.
Yeah, no doubt here, Vinny, for me. As soon as I see this, I think this is going on to hit. One thing I've noticed about this pitch is the ball doesn't tend to bounce so high. Once that's hitting in front, that's going on to hit for me.
Oh, that's about as plumb as it gets. And, yeah, just not able to get any bat on it. Getting kind of caught on the crease, not really getting a stride in. So Tarakel, what an over. 2 for 7 off his first. 35 for 4 after 4.
Yeah.
I've got to say that some of our social media accounts, it attracted a lot of attention from all around the world, of course. Like you say, such a big range of abilities there. Had that Continental Cup. Of course, got the Men's Continental Cup coming in a couple of weeks as well. But yeah, a lot of people very interested in that tournament, and certainly think that all those teams, when we see them again next year, hopefully if we cover the Continental Cup again, you'll see that their cricket will come a long way for the experience.
Yeah, I mean, that was clearly evident just in the 3 days of cricket, Vinny. I mean, from the start of day one of that Continental Cup to the finals day 3, the improvement in some of those players. Remember, we're talking about players that have, some of those players, some of the girls in Malta have only been playing for about a month.
Yeah.
And, they started, for example, maybe a little bit afraid of the grizzly ball. They dropped a few catches, but by the end of 3 days, they were catching them, they were fielding, they were diving around. It was amazing to see. And the highlights they just continued. Highlight after highlight was great.
Yeah, Jamil Jabakil's the new bowler. And this guy, I like the way he operates. He's got a very good in-swinger. That's just a clean swing and a miss, baseball style from Arif Sangha. This guy Sangha, though, like I say, Rico, he's the only guy who's hit one over the roof. We had probably 50 balls on the roof, but he's hit one that's gone clean over.
To clear this stand, that is a hit and a half.
Oh, he's almost taken out the fielder there. To call that a drop chance is probably quite cruel on the fielder. And you know who that is? Bilal Muhammad. That just showed how good he is with that run out. But this was absolutely laced.
Yeah, I mean, if he catches that, that would probably be one of the best catches that we've seen, because that was travelling. That was hit like a rocket. Hey, the one thing that, doesn't this take you back to the first time we were to Barcelona this bit, doesn't it?
Definitely. And, well, I mean, it also takes us back to one of the first series we ever did back in 2020, and that was before you or I were regulars on the tour.
So that's nice he played. They'll take a single. So come on in, give me a very quick update of what I've missed, because obviously I'm here for the duration.
Yeah.
I haven't been able to follow too much of it because of the other cricket that's been happening while I've been away. So come on, a quick summary of what we're seeing.
Well, I
here.
suppose we've got 7 teams here that did play back in 2020. We have 4 teams that are new to the competition. So all of the teams, pretty early in the piece, every team had a win. So it just showed you that there's no real easy beats. Nice looking cover drive. Fielder comes around, should handle it. We've seen the field They're constantly mowing it, so it was super slow actually on the first day, but it's gotten now what I'd call it's an average outfield pace-wise. But you just look at it; it's like carpet. It's beautiful to dive on. The fielders, I think, have it a lot easier than some of the other fields that we've seen around Europe. Of course, you've come from a pretty nice one, of course, in Moravlesia. Up and over the leg side. This is going to be 6. Maximo, not a bad shot at all from Moa's butt. Gets his first boundary, just angling a little bit too far. But basically, as far as the cricket's gone, the bowlers have had a hard time. We've had an average run rate of 13.4 and over here. We've seen some very big scores. We saw one of the top ever chases on day one. We really should have seen 200 chase down yesterday because as a bowler, you're just not getting that spring off the pitch. It's pretty batter friendly. I don't think I've seen the Yorkers executed that well either over the last 2 weeks. Just hit straight, but straight at the straight fielder. Handsome Mahmood. We've seen that Southern Cross field being used a fair bit as well lately. As we get to the end of the 5th over, and the score is 45 for 4. I want to say a big warm welcome to you wherever you're watching from around the world, whether you're watching on Fancode in the subcontinent or whether you're watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, or of course we're live on Swiss Sport TV. And I want to say a big hello to our very own Rico Full. Come on, let's bring him up. Rico has arrived in Switzerland. Welcome.
Hello, everybody. It's great to be here. And, well, what a fantastic setting. I've said this already. I mean, walking up to the ground and getting here, seeing the stadium, seeing the setup, and all the behind the scenes here where everyone's set up, it's quite magnificent.
I've got a question.
Tell me.
You're a bit more casual than we normally see you on the camera.
I am.
Explain yourself.
I am. Well, one of the issues with doing a lot of travelling, there's going to be times, and you know all about this.
I do.
There's going to be times when your luggage doesn't quite make it. And with my connecting flight being, I missed the connecting flight because my first flight from Romania to Dusseldorf was delayed. And as a result of that, I had to get on another flight, but my luggage never came. And I'm going to give you a clue. It's a Euro, and what do birds have? Don't say. But that company were diabolical. So just remember that they were bad, and I'm going to have no qualms about telling everybody how bad they were. But I'm not going to say their name.
We can give you your old man rant early today if you want. By the way, great shot there, first ball of the over by Moaz, who just lifted it up over the leg side, brings up the 50 for Paktoon Zalmi.
Yeah, this was slightly slower delivery. I mean, you were talking about the runs being scored here. My question to that is, obviously I've just got here, but what about spin? Has spin been used well or not?
Yeah, I mean, well, yes, and it has been. You could argue it's been more effective when it's been done well, but same sort of issue. The spinners, if they're not getting it right, there's been so many sixes. Hit straight, doesn't quite carry to Answer Mahmood, and it'll just be a single. Yeah, so I think variety is really important, even change of pace for quicker bowlers as well. I think that's been super important. In very batter-friendly conditions, the good bowlers really do stand out. That's what I would say. And there's been certain bowlers that have had fair bit of success, like Aiden Andrews from Cossonay. One of the big tragedies from yesterday, Andrew Ryan played both games, did not get a bowl. Ryan only has 1 over in the series. And, just saying that, the big man.
Well, it's a big man. He's a wicket-taking machine, really, so that is
took
a
4
surprise.
for the T20 on the weekend.
Yeah.
Anyway, still early in the series for them because they've only played half of their 10 games. Cossonay only joined on Saturday. But, what can I tell you so far? Basically, it's a race for the top spot. It's kind of race for the top spot. Alton are trying to get past the Nomads. Mm-hmm. The top team goes automatically into the final this time because it's the final 5. And then the other teams are basically just trying to get spots 2, 3, 4, and 5 so they can play on Friday. And these 2 teams are in the mix.
That's well bowled. It's, once again, a bit of variation. I think on this pitch, if you're a bowler, the only time you're going to get success, Vinny, is variation. You've got to try something different all the time. Every ball's got to be a little bit different. Otherwise, a batter's paradise, isn't it? They're going to get out there. And one thing I've noticed with all the batters so far, whoever's come in, no matter what the situation, is attack from the word go.
Yeah, for sure. Got a few comments coming in. If you'd like to say hello to Rico, now's a great time. ECN European Cricket Network on YouTube. So Kel E was asking, it's more of a chat-related question, what does the spanner and the spanner and crown mean? Well, spanner means that they're one of our YouTube moderators who do a great job just making sure that the chat's kept appropriate. So that's what that means. The crown is basically people that want to contribute a small amount monthly to support ECN. And the crown will change colour depending on how long you remember. So mine's turned orange now.
Hello to Rob Thompson, who's saying very casual. Yeah, I started a story, so luggage didn't arrive. It was a nightmare of customer service issues from the company that, well, I've given you a clue who they are, Euro and what birds have.
Just quickly, Rico. See, this one, I don't think you can call a no ball, but it's been called. So anything hits the edge of the pitch. There's a few that hit the edge of the pitch and come back because of how narrow this pitch is.
Yeah.
This time, I wonder if they're going to, they're going to hold this up because it was definitely only a wide.
Yeah, it didn't actually catch any of the edging there, which that's why you would call it, because the ball could do anything.
Yeah, so they're just going to make that.
Gets retracted.
Yeah, so it was called a no ball, and yeah, obviously umpire just maybe didn't have the great angle of that. Remember, he doesn't have quite the same angle we do. So it's not a free hit, but it will be the last ball of the over. This guy hits the ball so hard. I really love watching him. He'll just get one here. He's been a little bit off so far, but he's still there with 4 overs remaining. That's 6 down, and it's 57 for 4. So, yeah, everyone's saying hello to Rico in the chat. Rob says, very casual, Rico. Well, I know that you might not have your fancy stuff yet, but it just gives us something to look forward to. And Lenny's done a great job. Don't know if you've heard a lot of Lenny. We're really thankful to have him. It's been a bit of an initiation for him as well, coming from a lot of cricket all around the world, but I still think he hasn't quite seen anything like the European Cricket Series.
Yeah, Lenny's been fantastic, and like I say, when I have tuned into yourself and Lenny, it's been very enjoyable. And everybody has their unique style, adding just a little bit more of your own personal touch on it, and I like it. It's been good. Looking forward to working with him this afternoon.
Yes, well, you'll get to work with him sooner than you think, as Abdulrahimzi will get the new over, and he's hit high. And Rico, this could be your first roofer. Going, gone.
Balle, Kinna. Well, I tell you what, they talk about, well, put your hands up in the air. Well, yeah, put them up in the air because you're trying to keep the roof up, because this is a biggie. What a hit.
So I got to get you up to date with the terminology here. That's a roofer.
Okay.
Anything hits the roof is a roofer. We also have bankers. So in each side of the ground, you got the grassy banks.
You've got to be careful how you say that, though, right?
Yeah. Well, this is going to be whipped away, and it's going to be 1 bounce 4. So once this guy gets going, you can see he's really hard to stop. Bilal Muhammad's had a good game so far, but Sanger has gotten the better of him. 6 and now 4.
Yeah, nice shot. Good stroke play. And the bowler is... was this a bit of the chopper? Was it a bit of...
Yeah, we got the military base here. Have a look at little flourish here.
Yeah, there was.
Junior chopper.
Yeah. He's a bit disappointed there that he hasn't gone all the way for a 6, isn't it? But he's holding it up together, isn't he? It's Sangha, because he's been there right from the beginning. Wickets have fallen. And he goes, slices is up. Will it carry? No. Oh, well, I think the fielder in 2 minds here. I think you go for this. This is a big wicket. You get Sangha out here, then you got him in a spot of bother. He holds back.
I think it's the simple fact is that Rafiq down there, he didn't think this was going to carry to him at all. But if you're not even sure, you should be going for it. Backing off. I mean, it would have been a really tough catch, I think, but we'll never know. Yeah, so you got junior bankers and senior bankers. Junior bankers bounce up, and then senior bankers on the full.
Well, this one will go all the way. Manos arriba, arbitro. Porque eso es 6 carreras. He doesn't quite get this right out the middle, but he's so powerful. Look at those forearms. When he hits it, Vin, it stays hit.
And you can kind of see some of the problems bowlers are having here. They're not really rushing guys for pace. If they bang it in, it sits up pretty nicely. I mean, that's off the front foot pretty much. And he still hammers it. Flat bats it over long off for 6.
And he goes down the ground again. A riff. Balle, que guay. Que genial. Que grande. Ese golpe es muy dulce. Más dulce de tarta de chocolate. 6 más.
Yeah, and you can probably see why we've got the grandstand here, but we rope up. We don't allow spectators straight down the ground. And that is for their own safety. And I think now you're getting an idea of why that is.
Yeah, very much so. And I tell you what, Shuby's keeping busy, isn't he? Shuby's, as well as doing his role for the ECN, he's a bit of a ball retriever as well.
Yeah, and the thing is, we talk about improvement across all aspects, particularly fielding. Shub is certainly the exception to that rule because his fielding has been horrendous in this series. And he actually tripped over the rope of the cube going for a catch yesterday.
Oh, dear.
So I think he needs a bit of remedial work. Shub, of course, one of our blue crew here, managing the player area.
This could be another, and this could bring up his 50, and it will do it in style. Shaba, Kinna, Sona, Shaka, Lagya, बहुत बधाइयां बैटर Arif Sangano अपनी half century पूरी कर ली, and he is going big. And it is raining sixes at the moment here in St. Gallen's.
Yeah, this is tight.
It's a close one, isn't it? I think
Yes.
you could call it, and they do.
Yeah, I think the benefit of the doubt goes to batters on that. It's seen belt high. Yes, he's crouched slightly. I think it's one of those ones that we see called in the European Cricket Series. So that will be a free hit. And it means he's going to have a free hit. And, of course, he's just brought up his 50.
Brought up his 50 with a 7 up. License to go big. Not that he needs it. He tries. Hits it well. Hits it firm. Hits it long. That's 6 more. Oh, what an over this has turned out to be. 6-4.66. A 7 up and another 6. Count them up, Vinny. Count them up.
This over has gone for 35 in the end. It's gone supersonic. And the score is 92 for 4 up 7. There's a little graphic that just shows you all the places we've been in the European Cricket Series this year. And, of course, you've been to quite a lot of them. It's just a nice way of mapping out our season. You can see all the places we've been and the places we've still got to look forward to.
Yeah, and we've been to a lot, but there's a lot more coming, isn't there? And they're coming through quick and fast at the moment. Plenty of cricket. And what I like about it is plenty of variations from us in the form of cricket. Women's internationals, T20s, T10, loving it.
Yeah, so as far as the ECS goes, which is what you see there, Rico is here for the rest of Switzerland, and he's also going to be doing all of Germany over the next 4 weeks. Dresden, then Krefeld. Jabberkill comes back, and straight to the fielder and caught. That's a brilliant catch. I'm going to say what they have had hit at them, they've dealt with pretty well. Numan Ahmedzai takes a catch out there on the deep mid-wicket boundary, and so it isn't Sanger, but it is Moaz Butt that is going to have to go for 16. It's 92 for 5.
Yeah, it's a nice catch. He does hit this pretty well. It's hit quite flat, so he wasn't able to quite get under it. As a result of that, gives the fielder the opportunity, who deals with it really well, gets into a good position, and takes a nice catch there. Ansem Mahmood, well done, well held.
Yeah, nicely done. This will bring Subanuala Shirzad to the crease. So, okay, Corey was in the chat. He also says, hello, Rico.
Hello, Corey.
And he had a random question. He said, it is pretty random. Corey's got too much free time this morning. Would you rather a salmon milkshake or a mayo smoothie? I'm going to say mayo smoothie. That actually doesn't sound that bad. Mayonnaise with like fruit.
Yeah, I'll go with that.
Salmon milkshake sounds awful.
Yeah, I think just going up to take the first swig.
If somebody wants to time Corey out of the chat for 5 minutes, then I could appreciate the break. Anyway, here's Shazad facing up for the first time.
I think he's going down the leg side. The bowler's excited, wants it, Jabra Curl, but the umpire says not out, leg by. And this is the thing here now. I think batters, I'm not sure how much depth they've got. You'll know more than me, Vinny, but they've got to try and get the key batter Arif on strike all the time here.
Teams typically have had good depth, and we saw that with Alton the last game, who are a team we have seen. You've met them before, of course, at the ECL. They've qualified twice, and they lost 5 wickets for 50, but still found a way to smash the target of 103 in pretty quick time in the first game of the day. Hit really hard. That's going to be 4. Well, lucky that barrier's there. Otherwise, fielder had a longer chase ahead. Again, what I like about this guy, it's not just a one-trick pony. He can also hit through the line, and that one raced away to the fence.
He looks a good cricketer, doesn't he? I mean, he understands the game. The knowledge is there. For example, that no ball, he knew that it was a no ball, and he's asking the question before even we clock it. He's got all the shots as well.
Only 19 years of age as well.
Is he really?
Believe it or not. This one ties him up a little bit.
If he's only 19, this guy's game places, Vinny, I can tell you that now. Does he bowl?
Yeah, can bowl as well. Also a very good fielder. Kevin O'Brien of Ireland, of course. He actually had some comments last night about Fahim Nazir, about how good he was. He whacked 100 yesterday. As a guy we've seen playing for Switzerland in the national team. Also, we've seen him playing for Gina Brescia in the Italian series before.
So hold on, you had 100 yesterday. I've totally missed that. So who was this?
You're probably on the plane. Fahim Nazir, who is a player. He was player of the series in the Valletta Cup T20. We've also seen him playing for Gina Brescia before. Stylish left-hander. Also very good right-arm bowler. And Kevin O'Brien taking notice with a is it still called a tweet? I don't know anymore. With a post on social media. He's caught everything that's been reasonably hit at him, And so Shirzad is going to have to go for a second ball duck. Jabakil gets a second wicket. It's the end of his spell, in fact, 2 for 15 for him. And at the end of 8, it's 98 for 6.
Yeah, good catch. Once again, he's not able to get under it, is he? You can see that bat needs to come right the way over the shoulder. Got to just use his feet a little bit. Credit to the opposition. They're taking the catches that come their way on Geneva. And, yeah, it's going to be another Derek, so it's going to be a... I don't know where the pond or the lake or is around here, but I'm knowing that it's Switzerland, there's got to be plenty.
There's a lake, really close, actually. In fact, there's multiple. And this is a nice day to go visit a lake, perhaps. Maybe I'll go a little bit later on. 98 for 6 after 8. Still, for me, it's slightly unders. Remember, Geneva, they made 178 yesterday, but 2 of their overs at the end just went for 2. They should have chased 204 for victory, and that would have smashed that highest chases into submission, that record of 174. Anyway, time for the 9th. It all happens in the 9th. In fact, nothing happens in the 9th with Tarakel coming back. He bowled really well earlier, took 2 wickets.
Yeah, well, this is a big over, isn't it? Because you got the main batter on strike, Arif Sangais, on 63 of 27, and he'll want to go. He'll want to turn this into a magical over again. Don't forget he hit Bilal Mohammed for 35 in over number 7. That's what he wants to be doing here. Want to be looking to see if they can get a big over in here. Maybe look at trying to set a 140-plus score. And he starts well because this one will be 1 bounce for Cuatro Carreras. Nobody out there, surprising enough. That is a big surprise that they had nobody back in the square leg position, so mid-wicket back and long on.
I can kind of understand it because you'd almost want to encourage him to hit across the line, but the problem is the line of the ball is too straight here. So they're basically protecting the V a bit more than the square boundary than on the leg sides. I mean, I understand the theory, but I think it's just an execution error there from Karamatullah Tarakel.
Brings the 100 up.
So Hari Haran saying is giving Rico a grand welcome to showcase his vocabulary. Sure is. Here he is again on 67.
Well, this one is high, but I think it's going to beat that fielder. It does. It's an extraordinary effort from the man that's out there. That is absolutely brilliant from Jamil Jabrakil, but he couldn't keep it in play. It's going to be 4 and 6. But how about this for an acrobatic effort?
And I think he takes off from inside, does he? No, it would have been 6.
That 1 foot just let him down, but great effort.
I love the effort. These guys, the fielding's been good. This field's allowed them to kind of showcase their fielding skills a bit more than some of the other fields we've seen around the continent. Sang at a 73. There's still 10 balls left in this innings, you know.
Hits this hard as well. This is going to take some stopping, and the same fielder, well, he's down and out again. He's ducking and diving all over the place, Jamil Jabakil, but he cannot stop this. Bataki Mario shot, Jabardast batting, Joka Lagya, Cuatro mas.
Yeah, so he's creeping up, walking 677. He's not walking, he's running at the moment, isn't he? Hediatullah Shinwari at the other end. There's just a bit of a swagger about Sanger. Look at the way he's just twirling his bat around like Viv Richards. And he must be so tough to bowl to. I still think Yorkers, you got to nail Yorker. Not necessarily on the stumps Yorker, but just kind of Yorker length.
Well, he's going to take the single. I don't know whether I'd take this or not, Vinny. What's your thought? There were still 2 balls to go.
Yeah.
I didn't take it. I stay on strike.
I think once you start turning down singles, then what do you do in the next ball if it's a single? Yeah, maybe that's one you might not have taken. But you also got to back Shinwari. Like I say, these guys, they bat deep. Hediatullah Shinwari will get an opportunity here. 2 to come in the 9th.
Well, this is not a bad shot. Well, that's probably why you think I do take it, because he knows all about the capabilities of Shinwari. And now Shinwari goes a little bit of the old chopper style, 6 runs.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. Trust is a two-way street. Sanger says, okay, you got pads, you got a bat, you got 2 eyes, you hit it out of the park. It's exactly what he does. Zalmi rebounding here. Right now, they're pretty much right on the par run rate for the series of 13.4.
Not too bad. It's just having a little chat in the middle there, and that's probably, well, Arif is probably saying, just keep doing what you're doing.
This
Here's
is one where they might
anymore.
refuse a single, so he's just saying go absolutely crazy. Last ball, the 9th over.
And he doesn't sneak it in. The umpire's calling this a wide. I think this is probably a tight call. You know, I thought, mate, does it clip a bit of this line?
Yeah, we'll check it out. That's wide.
It's a good call. It is a good call.
Got the tram lines right, but you can see how narrow this pitch is. That the tram lines are pretty much edge of the pitch.
Yeah.
That's just the way it is.
You know, that's the thing. That's the first thing. That's well done. He gets the dot ball in the end. But you're right. I think Shinwari was told there by Arif, just go for the big shot because I want to face all 6 of the last over. But the big thing for me is, I mean, you know that more of us here, Cricket Ground, how wide that pitch is. To come from that to this, it's like little and large.
It's like you're playing on the stick of an ice lolly, isn't it, really?
It certainly is.
If you average out the two, you probably have a fairly regular-sized cricket pitch, width-wise. But anyway, 120 for 6 after 9. Gives them something to bowl at, but I think the lowest score we've seen defended here is 109. So that's an exception as well. These kind of 100, 120 scores, most of the time they've been gunned down. 2 wickets apiece for Jabakil and Tarakel, Bilal Muhammad as well, chipping in with the ball.
Yeah, still looking for 140 here. You know, he wants to finish in a magical style. And, well, if he does, he'll get pretty close to that ton, won't he? He'll finish a 98 if he can. Well, let's see. He did hit 35 for 1 over, so anything is possible.
Abdul Rahimzi, the bowler.
And he's going to get 4 to start off with because there's nobody back there. He's going to be swinging hard. Let's play cricket. Oh, yeah. Let's play cricket indeed. And let's play it in style. Let's play it with a frenzy of T10 action. Let's have a look at some of the Hall of Fame. Well, that's the century coming up that I missed yesterday. So, of course, started this season with that incredible one from Mahbub Ali. But,
there we go.
Fahim Nazir.
And it was against Geneva, so they know all too well what that's like. That was in a score of 203. Not a single wicket taken. First game of the day yesterday. 3 hits does it. He's got 5 balls. Yeah, I don't think you want a single anymore. I'm on century watch. Let's go.
Oh, misses out on this one. He just goes for too much power. It was one that really just needs to clip away. He's only got the backward square by the umpire. He gets anything on this, it's gone, but he goes for power, misses out. Dot ball. Bit of gold dust.
Good slow ball there, actually. Funny thing about this innings from Sanger is he wasn't even hitting them that well in the first couple of overs. It's for a few wild swings and misses, but once he's clicked really well. That was Ali Abbas that went past, the captain of St. Gallen, and he's looking after us here at the ground. Right now, let's go back to the middle. Sanger on 82, 4 balls remaining.
This one is going to be a wide. Now, you said you're on Century Watch. I've had the pleasure of wherever I've been lately, there being a Century.
Yeah, Rebecca Blake.
Rebecca Blake.
What a story.
What a story indeed. And, of course, not just any Century, 135, which is the 4th highest international T20 score by a woman. It was quite amazing.
We were very aware of that. I'll tell you why in a second.
This one, he doesn't run. Yeah, I get it, I suppose. Even though Shinwari has hit a maximo himself, I think Sangha believes that he's the one who's likely to get the more power in this over.
If you could see the score, I'd say that's fine, but I would take a single now because I think he hasn't really done too much with Abdul Rahimzi so far in the over, and Shamari deserves a shot. But 3 sixes to bring up the 100 for Sanger.
It's this firmly, and this time they will. No, he sends him back. I think this is bad. That's bad cricket for me. He barbecues Shinwari here, doesn't he? Shinwari is going to be fuming about this because you're turning away somebody who, in his own right, is capable of hitting boundaries.
And the thing is, if Sanger, he obviously has batted really well, but he hasn't really done that much with this particular bowler. So, I think to say that I'm so much better than you, he thinks about it. And, unfortunately for Shinwari, he gets the short end of the stick for sure.
Yeah,
but I think it puts a lot of pressure on him to smash these out of the ground, put it that way. So, yeah, Shinwari gets a rude shock. It's almost like the old kiss of death that he gives him, doesn't it?
He gets over there. There's no way he's getting back. So he's going to go. So new batter has to come out. And, I said I think knows that the likelihood of him facing a ball is probably pretty slim.
I don't know if I want to bat right now. It's not great for your average. I think you're on a bit of a hiding to nothing. 2 to come then.
Oh, what a hit this is. Wow, he picked his up proper. Sweet out of the middle. Sweet Caroline. This is big. Oh, yeah.
The thing is, if you're going to do that and basically throw a batting partner over the cliff, it puts some pressure on yourself, and he just backs it up by smacking the next ball out of here. So, like I said, I never doubted Sanger for a second. He's 88. And so the last ball is coming up now. 131. Pretty much a pass score now on the board for Paktoon Zalmi.
I'm pretty sure that Shinwari still is not feeling any better about his situation, but still, that's a good hit.
Going back to the Rebecca Blake century, we were actually watching that live, and we were kind of commentating 2 games at once because, we recognise it. She was in big company up there, scores. Yeah. I think she's sandwiched between Meg Lanning and Alyssa Healy, 2 very good players. Anyway, Last ball coming up. Sanger. Can he get into the 90s? Not yet.
Well, it's another one on the board. Takes it to 132.
I think because we have had some games together, but it's been quite a while. I think it's been almost 2 months since we've been, or maybe 8 weeks since we've been together. 7 or 8 weeks. Maybe
Yeah, just a little parting in Romania, wasn't it?
Yep. Maybe we'll get a golden ball in this game. It's that kind of score. We'll run here. They get one, and
that was me this morning with a bar of soap. I couldn't pick it up, and he couldn't pick up the ball.
I think he was worried that his sunglasses were going to break, so he's more concerned about protecting them than actually fielding the ball. But it will be 2, so we'll end up on an even 90 off 37. And Paktum Zalmi, they're going to get bang on what the average run rate is so far in this series, 134 for 7 off the 10 overs.
Yeah, he just couldn't pick it up. He picked up his shades all right, but it was a grizzly that was giving him a few issues. Arif Sanga, good knock from him, 90 of 37. What an excellent strike rate that is. Let's have a look at the highlights. And it was that man there who led the way right from the start. And the thing, what impressed me about this innings was, though he did lose some partners early on, he just kept on going, didn't he? He didn't put him off what his role was. As I was saying, was the first to go. He went for 8 of 6 deliveries. And Bashir Ahmed wasn't able to hang around too much longer either. But there was, at this point, some good bowling as well. But that really was what Charlie would like to say. A bit of brain fart there, Vinny.
Yeah, it was a bit of a blooper, but I don't think it hurts too much. This is an incredible bit of fielding. Probably one of the best bits of fielding we've seen in the whole series, as Bilal Muhammad just picked it up clean as a whistle before the batter could even recognise in trouble. He'd been run out. And then this was a good one, the very next ball to get Asad Saeed. So yeah, Geneva certainly started strongly. They couldn't deal with Sanger, but they're not the only ones. This was a plum LBW, Hamdard going without scoring. But I suppose it's only really kind of a one-man band innings, and the fact that he doesn't get that kind of extended support from the other end means it turns out to be a bang-on par total. So I think of the two teams, I think that Geneva will actually be the happier of the two teams chasing 135. But that just shows you everything you need to know about this series, to say you're chasing 135 and you feel like you're ahead in the game.
Yeah, I mean, there's not too many places we go to where we're saying that. So obviously, that teams back themselves to score runs here. Well, I tell you what, who didn't back himself there was Shinwari.
I think Sanger gave a mixture of a go away and a thumbs up. It was an interesting gesture. But in the end, he backed it up with a 6 off the next ball and then a 2 off the last. So he'll end up with 90. But only Moaz Butt reaches double figures. And that 90 off 37 balls, another innings that we'll remember. 8 6s, 8 4s in there. Funny thing is, first 2 overs actually didn't look like he was really on, but once he clicked big time. 8 extras, not the worst actually. You can see we've had a lot of kind of no balls off the pitch because of this pitch. As we look at the bowling figures, I'm going to say Jamil Jabakil continued to impress me. 2 for 15 off his 2 overs, 2 for 29 to Tarakel, a wicket for Bilal Muhammad. Bilal Muhammad, his fielding was incredible as well with that run out. And he got hands to a catch. See Geneva chase this score. Idris Hark at the top of the order. Watch out for him. He was in incredible form yesterday. And he had a bit of help from his friends as well. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Rico Fool is with me. And we'll be back after the break for more European Cricket Series.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back. Rico Full here, the European Cricket Network, soon to be joined by Vinny Sandhu as well. Match number 42 in play, halfway through, and Zalmi, 134 on the board. But Vinny Sandhu, hearing him talking, saying that he feels that Geneva will feel pretty comfortable with that, and then it will chase it down. Well, it'll be a good chase, but Zalmi, that inning was all thanks to one man. Arif Sangar made 90 of those runs. What a great knock it was from him. Hit the ball all over the place. A powerful young man. Only 19 years of age. He definitely is game places. So what's the reply going to be here from Geneva? Well, they need to make the most of the power play. That is for sure. When you're chasing a score like this, they'll be looking for around about 45 in that power play. Here's the first ball. Bashir Ahmed gets set to bowl it. And, looks like he was just practicing his run up there as a batter still taking guard. It's going to be Idris Haq who's going to face the first ball. And at the other end is Numan Ahmadzai. Very warm welcome to everybody on the chat. A lot of people tuning in. Lovely to have you here with us. And of course, a huge hello to everybody that's watching in the sub-Indian continent. Watching via fan code. It's good to have you here with us. Enjoying the action here in Switzerland. In St. Gallen's, a beautiful country. So scenic, so picturesque. The views around here are stunning. Here we go. First ball from Bashir. And it's a wild one. And after all the practicing and all the warming up, it's going to be a wide to start. So Geneva run on the board without a legal delivery being bowled so far. Bashir be disappointed with that start. Let's say a big hello to maybe some of the women tuning in. Women that were involved in that Continental Cup in Romania. Hello to you all. And once again, I want to thank you all the teams there, Romania, Greece, Malta, and also the Isle of Man for a fantastic tournament, Women's T20 International Tournament it was indeed. And you were all fantastic, and looking forward to following you on your travels again, and also we'll maybe meeting up again somewhere. But good luck with all your preparations, and good luck for the rest of the season. And preparations, of course, will start in Romania for the Men's Continental Cup as well. We should certainly be keeping an eye on that. I think that's going to be a thrilling tournament with the likes of Romania, Malta and Hungary taking part in that one. I think we're going to see a bit of a run feast there, if I'm honest. Ahmed, once again, and this time he strays down the leg side to the left-hander. So a couple of wides to start off here. Hello to the umpires as well, Saheed and Patrick Henderson out there. Of course, all the umpires were led by the tournament referee, Sir Rob Kemin. It's great to be at a venue where Rob is as well. Very good friend of mine. I'm sure we've got a lot of catching up to do, so certainly we'll maybe have the odd glass of red wine with him tonight. Unless if I can find something to wear, of course. This one's a wide ball. I'll have to go shopping at some point. Apparently I'm told that everything shuts here pretty early in Switzerland. Not quite what we're being used to. So another wide, having a few issues. Bashir. Only one run off the bat of the 4 so far. Better in the block hole. Well bowled, well played as well. Good bit of cricket. We were saying earlier that some of the bowlers haven't quite got their lengths right, but that's better. It's right up there. Little bit full on the legs, doesn't quite get the timing right on it, scuffs it a little bit. Will get a single. And you can see as soon as that's hit by the batter, he's a little bit disappointed that he hasn't made more from it. Certainly one that he would have hoped to have sent to the boundary. Numan. So Idris back on strike. And a fine time to welcome back into a delightful, well, we have to call it the commentary stand.
Yeah,
really.
it is the commentary stand.
The commentary stand. It's Mr. Maximo.
Nice to be back. Let me tell you a little story about Idris. But first, Let's watch him facing up to this one.
And this will go all the way. Bolle, manos arriba, árbitro, porque eso es 6 carreras.
Easy swing of the bat for Idris, who's a man in form. So what I was going to tell you was this. Yesterday, Geneva were chasing 204 for victory. Idris was 98 not out off 23 balls and was just 2 runs away off the next ball from bringing up the fastest century of all time, beating Sher Ali's record from Sweden.
Yeah.
Sher Ali scored one in 25 back in the ECS Sweden. He nicked behind. He was out for 98 off 24. He hit 13 sixes and 4 fours in that knock. And they were in the box seat to chase 204. Incredible as that sounds.
Well hit, well fielded. So what did they finish up with in the end?
So they finished on 178, but I want you to listen to these over-by-over scores. Chasing 204.
Okay.
Ready? Because they are insane. 20, 37, 24, 24, 16, 19, 13. So after 7 overs, they're 153. And they need 51 of the last 3, which they were going at above that rate.
Yeah.
And then 2, 2, and 21 after he got out.
Oh, dear.
That's crazy. This one is pushed through. Test the outfield. I don't think it's quite going. They will come back for 2. This will be the end of the over, and it's 12 without loss. While we're doing this, I might as well give you the first innings overs. 18, 19, 13, 23, 30, 15, 24, 26, 22, 13. So it was a crazy game. Hey, guess what? We're waiting for this golden ball, and now Rico and I are back together. We actually think that there's such a concentration of ECN commentators now that I'm here, you're here. I've got Andrew Leonard here doing a great job for us. And Andrew Ryan, he'll be here as well. Rhino, he might even pop down later on today. It's too much ECN energy, and we think it's going to spill over and result in a golden ball.
Yeah, have you got close so far?
We have gotten really close. We've had some last ball finishes. We had one just a couple of days ago where it was, I think, 2 to win last ball, but it was a perfect Yorker executed by Manika Vasaka for Vettingen. Vettingen were the giant killers. They were the real story of Sunday, taking down Alton and St Gallen, who occupy the top 2 spots, or did at that stage. Arasanga now is going to get a bowl over number 2.
He'll start with a wide. Goes down the leg side. Just falls over a little bit here. It'll be interesting to see if it... Yeah, I was going to say interesting to see. Well, we don't have to see it because the umpire's answered my question, telling the bowler that he can't be running in front of him. That's good work. I'd like to see that. That's umpire Patrick there, just saying, hey, I don't mind what you're doing, but if you're running in front of me, I'm going to have a chat with you.
Exactly. And of course, it's a tough one for the bowlers as well, because we have seen some bowlers struggling with one step after their follow-through, because there's that kind of difference in the height between the pitch and the grass. Jason almost gone over in his ankle a couple of times. That's something they need to worry about. But, yeah, even if you run up the side of the pitch if you need to.
That's better. He decides to come from the other side, gets the ball in the right area. Hey, look, another thing that we should be celebrating, of course, and I think this come up in the last few days, 360,000 subscribers.
I know. It might have been yesterday, actually, that came up. Yeah, 360 degrees of vision. Big thank you to all of our wonderful YouTube subscribers. Of course, that's only one way you can catch the action. People also watching on FanCode and watching on Swiss Sport TV. So, you know, you can go back to the hotel at the end of the day. Well, probably not because you're finished. But if you knock off early, you can actually turn on Hotel TV and it's on.
Asking the question, I suspect here, probably just pitched. Well, that could have been close. I think he would have just made it. It was a bit slow running, probably because he was a little bit unsure what the umpire was going to do here. I think it does pitch down the leg side and it carries on down that line. But he's certainly not in a hurry. And then all of a sudden he thinks, I better get my skates on. And
I think he would have been out if that had hit. We'll never know. It's actually a pretty good start, isn't it, from Zalmi? It's a par score. It's pretty much bang on it, a par score. But it's an above par start for the fielding side. Huck just hasn't quite clicked yet, and he can at any time. He's a really exciting player to watch. Does a good job behind the stumps as well for Geneva. Remember, Geneva, it's their first time in the ECS. Same with Paktoon Zalmi. So it's great to see some clubs that we've never even seen before in ECN doing so well. They do have T10 cricket here in Switzerland, and it shows.
It could be, no, it's wide on the fielder. They're in the mid-on position. I just thought for a moment, could have been half a chance here, but Huck hits it straight enough. They're not in the the vicinity of the fielder. Interesting field set, though. And we're so used to, in this format, seeing fielders on the leg side, but they've got a sweeper out on the offside and long off back. Very straight as well, so he's backing himself not to give a length to be hit away on the leg side. And, well, he might back himself too, but there's nothing you can do about this. This is a biggie. And he smashes this away. I think a no ball is being called here as well. So that is a 7-up. He overstretches, no ball called. That is 7. And that's the boundary they needed. That's the, not just the boundary, but a free hit coming up now. This will get Geneva started.
He has had problems with no balls. You see, let's have a look on the replay. Yeah, it looks to me he's over. There's nothing behind the line. So yeah, that's costly, especially when you've had a pretty good start. It'll be a 7-up and a free hit to come to Huck.
Yeah, licensed to go the full Monty, Huck. And, well, does he squeeze this in? Another no ball, Vinny. Another no ball. So it's another free hit now.
I don't think this is up.
I think it might just have caught a bit of that.
I'm not so sure. But
let's have a look. This might show us.
I saw it as not, but it is a wide for me. But for me, it's not a no ball.
I think it does catch it, Vinny. I think you'll see here it just catches it.
I'm not seeing
just a smidgen, but
anyway,
free hit. And it's been dealt with. Oh, yeah. Lovely jubbly. That is a biggie. Goes a long, long way. That is sweet out of the middle of the bat. Sweeter than a bowl of rasmalai. 6 runs.
Yeah, and so needed no invitation. Was probably going to do that anyway, knowing Hark. It's interesting, Sanger and Idris Hark here. They are kind of the two linchpins at the top of the order. They both had less than ideal starts to their innings. I don't think Hark has hit him that well so far, but having said that, he's 25 off 8. I would say probably just a directive to the umpires as well. If you're not sure if it's off the pitch or not, you can just call it a wide, unless you're sure. I mean, that's one of those ones that I think it wasn't conclusive that it hit the edge of the pitch. It didn't really affect the ball too much. Anyway, still 2 to come in the second.
And this is going to be another one. We'll join them up as the umpire puts them up in the air like you just don't care. Manos arriba. Borgheso 6 más. And I tell you what, even the cannons are going. Oh, those cannons I can keep hearing. They are, aren't they?
Yeah, they're
going off in the background.
They're actually, it's a military training base just across the other side of those trees.
All right,
so
that's handy to know.
Hey, here's some news.
Yeah.
Sanger, he's moved up to 3rd in the run scoring at the moment. And we've had some incredible performances. The top 2, they're both Nomads openers. And Sanger's now in 3rd. Mohammed Akhtar from Vettingen and Shem Mohammed from St. Gallen making up the top 5. There's some big runs in this series.
Well played, I like that. It's not just about hitting boundaries, so he's quite happy to take the single. He wants to stay on strike as well. Score moves on to 40. 40 of 2. Remember I said that of the power play, you're looking to want to be around about 45. And looks like they're going to achieve that. So wants to stay on strike as well, Idris Huck. And I like that. He's got to be confident. And he's backing himself. An expensive over, though. That one from Arif Sangar. It goes magical, 26 from it.
So just like that, it's 40 without loss after 2. Let's have a look at the table. It's pretty congested. Look at these two teams. They're neck and neck. They're straddling the 5. So top 5, Geneva in 5th at the moment, Zalmi 6th, but they get into the 5 if Zalmi can defend this. Won't be easy. Probably the one team there that's a bit of a surprise pack is Vettingen, who actually play in a slightly lower division in the 20-over game here. But they knocked over Alton and St. Gallen, the hosts. And St. Gallen at the time were top of the table. Alton, they're a team that they won every game in the series last time in 2020, but then lost the final to the Nomads. Anyway, time for some spin. It's Krishnamurthy with his left armers coming on to bowl the 3rd over. So it's the last over of the power play, and they're slowing things down.
Yeah, interesting to see how spin is dealt with here, because sometimes when the seamers aren't getting much luck, you think spin could be the key. Not purely talking about because of the amount of spin that the bowler may get, but just deceiving the batters with a bit of flight and variation. So I think that's going to be the key here for me, just getting the flight here. A lot of the batters seem to like the pace on the ball. So let's see what Krishnamurthy can do here.
Yeah, I do think it is important to vary it. It might not work, but it's almost like staying the same definitely won't work. So at least you give yourself a chance. Nice to see plenty of sunshine. You've definitely brought the sun with you, Rico. Romania was pretty warm down there by all accounts.
It was very, very warm. We had one day it was extremely windy. We lost a few more tenths to the 10th graveyard. Great effort, great effort. He does save the boundary. Unlike in this from the fielder, because I think he's got to go for it, does Hamad. He knows that if I can get a wicket here, I can put us on top. Throws himself at it, gets his hands to it, just fingers there, but he couldn't get himself in a good position, but he does save the boundary.
Excellent effort, and here's the thing. If he lets it bounce, it's not like he can back off and comfortably stop it either. So his best chance of stopping the 4 was to actually intercept it on the full.
No run there.
Yeah, so I think that strategically that was really smart, even though he wasn't able to hold on. He made something out of nothing there, Abdullah Hamdard. This one, I think, hits him very end of the bat.
Yeah.
Play straight.
A bit of advice coming through from the non-striker.
This is a huge over, isn't it? It's a power play over. They've turned to spin as a gamble. Now you're having to deal with Hart, who's motoring 33 off 12.
Oh, well, he gets this one through. It's a bit of a rash shot, really, in fairness from Hart. It was short enough to deal with, but I think he plays all round.
I think that Hart would prefer to keep the seamers on and just stay in that groove. So he's just kind of upset his rhythm a little bit here.
Slightly over pitch, just out of the reach of the fielder, but just a single. This is turning out to be a good over. Direct hit as well. The wicketkeeper will do the tidying up.
Yeah, if they were both watching there, they probably could have got back for a second. But then they'll have to settle for one.
They're not that far away, but looking to go across the line there rather than hit through the ball on the offside. Good over so far, this from Krishnamurthy.
Yeah, it's been good, but we've seen so many good overs get ruined in the last ball or two. As it is, he's only conceded 3 in the first 5 balls, but now he's going to have to deal with the left-handed Numan Ahmedzai.
Yeah, Ahmedzai hasn't really got going yet. He just a chance that went down, a hard chance. Gets it short, and this is what he needed. This gets blasted away. Well, it's in the region of some teams doing their warm-ups. Well, that's one to have a warm-up with. Catch that, says the batter, Numan. He finally does get one right in the middle, rocks back, smashes it away. He'd be disappointed, Krishnamurthy. Not a bad over. As you said, Vinny, it only goes for 9, which you'll take that, but it's a loose delivery. 49 off 3 overs.
Kind of takes the wind out of the sails, though, doesn't it? So, yeah, only 9, which in this series is very good. But yeah, have a look at that first innings. There are a few of those underperforming overs. The supersonic and the magical over in the 9th and then the 10th kind of papering over the cracks of what was a bit of an underwhelming first innings from most of it from Zalmi. Sanger was the man that was basically bringing them to some kind of respectability. 49 now in the power play. It'll be Izzar Hussain to bowl the next over. Izzar's actually done a fair bit of wicket keeping in this series. He's a very good wicket keeper actually, but he's going to be bowling in this innings with Arshad Butt behind the stumps.
So Hussain, well, before Hussain comes up, I noticed that we've got these dugouts, team dugouts in front of us. Has anything gone into the dugout for them yet?
We've seen plenty of balls disappearing into the team goals. Also seen a couple of crossbar challenges on the grandstand.
Trying to get it in the gap, but it will get fielded. Yeah, one thing I noticed here, I mean, again, slightly different to one of us here. The outfield is that little bit slow. It's quite a thick, lush grass, isn't it? Not that it's long, it's just pretty thick. A little bit like what we saw in Hungary, perhaps.
Yeah. But I will say that it's played a lot quicker than I thought. And the fact is they are constantly mowing it. These grounds around here are so well taken care of. There's all the football grounds behind. Of course, we've got the football stadium across the road as well. But they're mowing it, if not every day, they're mowing it every 2 days. So it's actually pretty quick. It's what I would call like an average top-class cricket ground. It's that pace.
It looks stunning with the banners that go around it as well. I think the colour of the ECN blue and the red of Switzerland.
Yeah, they were tested in the window over the weekend. All right, so Hussain to bowl the left-handed Numan Ahmedzai.
Nicely played. Great bit of fielding with one-hand pickup. Liking that. Good work. I think that's a Moa's butt.
Yeah.
He gets down and gets dirty for his side.
Yeah, so this is what some fielders in European cricket do when they've got a good outfield. I mean, I think a lot of the places we see, it's pretty much impossible to do something like that. So I think people, sometimes they're quick to rush to judgment about the fielding standards in European cricket, but you've got to realise that partly it's the facilities, it's the outfielders that they have to field on. We're making it a bit tougher.
Yeah, high up in the air. This is catchable. Fielder gets underneath it and makes no mistake. Beautifully caught. And that's Abdullah Hamad, who had a chance earlier, didn't he, which was a spicy one, diving forward and got fingers to it. but couldn't hold on to it. But he gets the main man in the end. That's a big wicket. As Idris Haq will depart.
Yeah, it's just a full toss that's dropping, and he goes for 6, and he wasn't really in line with that. He went and fetched it. Probably wanted to hit over the offside or hit over cover, but he was determined to try and hit the sight screen. Gets it all wrong, knows he's in trouble. And look at Izzah Hussain, the captain. He is pumped. He is absolutely pumped because he knows that's a huge piece of the puzzle if they're going to defend this 134, as Idris just does not click here. Having said that, he scored 35 off 16, and that's not bad at all, but he goes with the score at 51.
When you look at it again, it doesn't get them. Look where it hits, right on the toe end part of the bat, so he doesn't get the full brunt, the full force into it. Goes up in the air, but a very good catch taken by Amdad, and you're absolutely right. Izzah was full of joy because that's a big wicket, and he knows it is. 51 for 1.
Yeah, I think in the end, it's the fact that he tried to hit it in a spot. Normally straight's easier, but I think with that wide of a delivery and where his body was, it was a pretty tough one to hit straight without risk. Anyway, it's going to be the captain, Answer Mahmood, to come on. He swings the first one away to leg, and he gets a boundary. So a bit of captain to captain here. We know that Geneva, they've got a lot of hitters still to come. This is taken more or less off middle and leg with the angle, turned around the corner for 4.
Yeah, he's just a little bit too short there. I don't mind the pace. He held the pace back a little bit, but it was all about the length. See if you can get a bit fuller outside off. No, you can't. It's once again into the pads. But this time, gets worked to the square leg. Got the 3 men on the boundary on the leg side to the spin. That square leg was back mid-wicket and long on. Now that all has to change because it's time for the left-hander. It's time now for Numan Ahmadzai to get going. He played one big hit, big 6 of spin the over before the last ball. 3 men go on the boundary on the leg side. And he plays a nice correct shot through the covers. And get a single. He's got a good technique as the left-hander, Ahmadzai. Looks like somebody you could play and bat long in a longer format of the game. Got a nice technique, plays his shots well, takes a single. It is the end of the over. So 4 overs complete now, 57 for 1. That rate that they need to be going at around about 13, but I think, Vinny, as you've highlighted, that shouldn't be an issue, what we've seen so far here in Switzerland.
Yeah, I don't think so. Having said that, still human beings out there, and in Geneva, they were cruising. They were so far ahead, which was incredible, of the red line in that chase yesterday morning. But they had 1 or 2 of the hitters come out and just not able to really do anything. 1 off 7. For example, from Kabir, who before that had smacked about 50 off 20 balls the day before. So sometimes you got it, sometimes you don't. It's very hard to predict. So we're going to get Myers Butt bowling over number 5.
Straight to the fielder. Yeah, it is interesting, isn't it? I mean, we see a lot of that where, you see a batter that come out and looks absolutely formidable. Not just one day, sometimes just in one match. And the next match, they're completely off the ball. They look like a different person. No such thing, though, in that Continental Cup with the likes of Lucy Barnett. What a player. Only 16 years old. And that's probably just drifting down the leg. It's a good length. Liking this delivery. We haven't seen too many. That's been bowled at this net, but just going on to miss. You can see the swing in there. It's a good length, though.
Again, running right in front of the umpire, who I think sees it right anyway, but Myers Butt isn't made of glass. It's one thing, I think it's one of my pet peeves, Rico. I feel like Rico's, that the umpire's being judged on his decision, so what if he can't make a decision?
Must have had a word with him because he does get it, does change.
But you know what I've noticed is normally in higher levels of cricket, the bowler will have the same follow through every time. These guys follow the ball. So that first one he bowled down leg side, he ran to the leg side. Yeah. This one he's outside the offside. He runs pretty much straight down the offside. It's so strange. But anyway, it's just one of those things. Maybe with being televised, these bowlers will kind of make the necessary adjustments.
And this has been picked up beautifully. Beautiful timing. Shub, he dropped another. Oh, Shubna, what is going on, Shub? Leave it alone, Shubi. Leave it alone. Well, he's letting the blue crew down once more. Beautiful shot. Lovely execution. Absolutely dispatches it. And this Shub, he just comes into your picture. And do we get him putting it down? We miss him. But
Down
he's
it
there.
goes.
Down it goes.
Shub is on incentives. I will say that some of the crew have been offering him all sorts of goodies if he can take a catch.
I love the way Shub goes running into the tournament referee's cube to see if it was on camera or not. He's holding his head now. He can't believe he's put another one down. Shub has to retire. Dora, have a word with Shub. Tell him, leave him alone. Leave him alone. Because the highlight he's looking for ain't coming. Remember, Shub, he did take an absolute humdinger of one in Kartama, or one-handed one when he was up there with the teams. But he hasn't been able to rectify that in recent times. Anyway, that was a delightful shot. I have to say, beautiful timing from Numan Ahmadzai.
13.7 required, so they're pretty much right on the red line at the moment.
Absolute beaut. And you know what I love about this stadium as well? That the echo of the sound from the teams, when they roar, you hear that roar. It goes all the way around the ground. It really adds to the atmosphere. Beautiful shot, 6 more.
Yeah, just right into the hitting zone of Ansar Mahmood. He's a player, I think he's found another gear in this 10-over format. He's a pretty correct player, but he's been able to be aggressive, been able to clear the boundaries. I've been impressed with him. So, Rico, here we go as we're 70 for 1 after 5 overs here. But these are all the events we've got before the ECC now. So, obviously, we'll be in Dresden for the ECS and then the ECIs there. You'll be there with Charlie, and then we'll be in Krefeld, where I'll be back with you for that one. But in between, we've got all these internationals. So we've got the Netherlands women's team playing Ireland and also playing Jersey in their mixture of T20 cricket and 10-over cricket. You've got the Continental Cup for men. So that's just a couple of weeks away as well, a week and a half away now, really. And then don't forget, we'll be in Rome for the last series before the start of the ECC. And they're going to miss you in Rome. I know you're taking that one off to prepare for the ECC, but I'll give a special hello for you while I'm there.
I know you will. Yeah, well, it's but that's the thing, though. There's so much cricket at the moment.
Yeah.
It's trying to
and you know what I
blend
mentioned?
it all in and get a bit of free time as well.
Here's Izzat to start the 6th.
Chance. And, well, he sticks a hand out there. I don't know how close he ends up being to this Bashir Ahmed, but he didn't look too keen. And let's have a look. Yeah, I think for me, he probably should have done better. I think that's 4 runs.
Yeah, it's 4. It's just inside the boundary. But, yeah, I mean, almost got a finger on it. I was mentioning to Lenny that when we go to Rome, it's not great for my arteries because we know that I have a serious carbonara habit. And he found it quite unbelievable. I was putting up multiples per night, but you would know that is absolutely true.
He doesn't know you that well. He's not going out. He's not going out for a meal with you, has he?
Meals. Anyway,
I don't think this is out the middle, but still, it goes the distance. It's a nice straight hit. So it's 2 boundaries on the spin, 4 and 6. And this is what you wanted to see from the man who's got walking sticks on his back, Numan Ahmadzai. Well, I tell you what, you might as well put those walking sticks away because he doesn't need them. Not when he's hitting like this. Mind you, he's not running much either. And he'll go for another. And this is bigger than the rest. He goes into the stands. And Ballantyne, well, Ballantyne follows that one. What a hit this is. This is just epic hitting.
Yeah, well, I've heard of Valentine's Day. This is almost Valentine's demise here because that's pretty close to our main camera. That's bouncing right now. That is proper camera work to be able to catch that one. But yeah, full toss. You can see there's no margin of error for these bowlers out here. And just when you think you're getting on top of the batting team, they'll have someone come out there and just plunder a succession of boundaries.
Here's Al Hussain. He's not having it go all his way. This is huge. This is on top of the stand. What a hit. Well, it's raining runs at the moment. It's shaka time here in St. Gallen's. 4-6-6. Oh, he's hitting them, and he's hitting them big, and add another 6 to that as well. And the captain is being taken to the cleaners. Captain Samnu Jangi Kutperia. The bowler, well, it's a Diana Oros who finds that one. Well, that shows how far that comes up. Then up the ECN photographer finds the ball. And this one's to the fielder. Yeah, look out for those pictures and also some of those interviews on our social media. A lot of good coverage on the social media at the moment from a lot of different destinations that we've been to. Here comes Hussain, the captain. He tries short. It's a miscue. And it's taken. Well, he's celebrating like like he's bowling the best over of his life. Well, it isn't, because he's taken some punishment. It's been 4, 6, 6, 6, a dot, and then he does get a wicket. But you just get the feeling, though, that it might be just a little bit too late. We'll have to wait and see. So Hussain does get his second, and he celebrates like he loves to. Falla catch, tera, tera, and here he goes. Hi, chagade fatte. But Newman Ahmadzai, 39 he'll go for. 39 of 19 deliveries. Was a little bit slow getting started, but when he got going, then he hit the ball well.
Yeah, he sure did. And you're right, his arm's fired up. Why not? He's just been hit for 22 in the over. But he finishes top wicket, so a small window of opportunity. They still need around about 11 and over from here. Both teams have been pretty good on the extras so far. If you're giving away one or so and over, it's probably par for the course.
92 for 2 of 6. That rate, remember I mentioned it a short while ago, was at 13. Well, it's come down to under 11 now, 10.75, and that's because of some of those big hitting. And I don't think they're going to stop. New batter that has come out to join Ansar is Joseph Moses. So still plenty of batters to come. Spin to continue. It's not a bad delivery. And Krishna Murphy coming back to bowl his second. Bowled a very good first in over number 3, where it was only 3 from it until the last ball, which was then smashed for a big 6 by the man who just departed, by Newman Ahmadzai. Did a bit short, and it's hit well and caught. Oh, what a good catch this is. He could have hit it anywhere, but he hits it straight to the fielder, who plucks it out of the air. It's another wicket, so hello. With those 2 wickets going pretty quickly, anything is possible now. Hits it well, but finds the fielder, who makes no mistakes at all. Comfortable catch taken. It's another wicket that goes. So it's going to have 2 new batters out there as Ansar Mahmood goes for 11.
Yeah, it was swallowed in the outfield, and now we're going to have Jamil Jabakil out there. He's a very good player. All 3 facets of the game. Just keeping themselves in it with some good fielding on the boundary. 43 off 22 now.
So Jabakil joins Joseph Moses out there. Both of them starting fresh. You can see Krishna Murphy just saying, calm down, guys, calm down. 4 men on the leg side, wait. And sensibly played. Just says there's big gaps everywhere. You can take the singles, try and get the field to come in, and maybe then have the assault of the big shots. Let's see if Joseph plays it the same way. Left-hander. So the field does have to change.
Yeah, this has just tightened up a little bit. I still think Geneva should get home here. But little things matter. Got to keep picking up those 2 boundaries and over minimum, I think, to keep with this rate.
Not a good delivery. And, well, there must have been something on this, because there's no signal. Well, the umpire just touches his leg to say there's a bit of pad on it.
Oh.
I don't see any pad on this at all.
That has definitely not hit the pad.
No.
That's a real break. You can see from that angle it was missed him by a lot. Oh.
This one
I wonder if the ball before, whether the bowler got in the umpire's way,
I think it's very possible, Vinny.
You see?
Very possible, because even on this one, look, yeah, you're right. It's and this is where the umpire has to start. I mean, this is umpire Saheed. I think Saheed has to take a leaf out of Patrick's book and really start. This one could be a no ball. I think it will be. So no ball. Again here with this one, you see the umpire Saheed really having to move to see where this ball actually pitches, but it doesn't pitch. Pitches right on the edge. It's going to be a no ball. So free hit. This could be big. This is an important ball here. Goes after it, comes down the track.
I'm going to come back to it. So, first warning, second warning, off.
Yeah.
Not letting the umpire do his job. You know that. And he's actually gained advantage of that. But anyway.
Goes for it, and he's going to get it. He goes all the way. They needed this hit. It brings the 100 up right at the end of the 7th over. Keeping this match very well poised indeed. Are we going to go to the wire? Are we going to get that golden ball? 101 for 3 after 7.
Yeah, so tightening up a little bit. 34 off 3. So, I mean, required rate not really moving there. Time's an issue as well. They should be okay, but you took kind of 6.5 minutes for 2 overs. Anytime it's under 7, I start to get a little bit concerned. Beautiful day. Bit of blue sky here today. A little bit chilly, I suppose, but not too bad at all. 18 degrees currently.
Bit of talk between the captain, Arif Sangar, also involved in it, and they're going to go with Bashir Ahmed, who started the innings off. He bowled a few wides as he struggled to get his line right to the left and right combination. Went for 12 in that first over. In comes Ahmed, bowling to Jabakil. It's a nice delivery, but it's been well played as well. Chases on for the fielder, gets there, but the batters need to come back for 2, and they will. Good bit of cricket. It's a pretty full delivery. Gets whipped away by Jabakil. But the fielder does well as well. Gets there, makes a stop, and gets a good throw into the keeper.
Right. This is a big over in this chase, isn't it? Bashir with the ball.
There. This time, probably just a single. Well, they're going for it. This is going to be curtain, surely. Oh, well, the keeper misses. And I'm pretty sure that if he hits the stumps here, he would have been gone.
It's pretty
That's
tight.
my call.
Throws seem to take forever to come in. It draws butt away from the stumps. So he actually gets home. Throw didn't have enough on it. Great slide, though.
Yeah, it has a lot to do, the keeper, doesn't he? Has to go to find it. And, well, it's the dive. Dive gets it.
And the thing is, probably they prefer Izzah Hussain, the captain, in that position, because he's bowling. He doesn't have the gloves in this game. Ashad, he couldn't have done a lot more there.
Changing the field. Get another body in close on the offside. Ahmed bangs it in, scuffs it. Not going to carry to the fielder. It gets missed out first time the game for 2 again. In comes the throw. They'll get the 2. It's a bit of a missed field there from the fielder that comes in. Doesn't take it straight away. As a result of that, by missing out on it, they'll take the 2. So a couple of 2s here. 3 2s on the spin.
They need to get hustling here with the time as well. I'm starting to get worried. 4 minutes left, still at an over and a half. This looks like a hold-up that might not be the fielding team's responsibility, so we'll have to see. I'm not sure if that was called a 1 short or something. I just saw it go. Yeah, it's only 1 short on that delivery, so it's only a single. So good running becomes bad running.
Yeah.
Just running.
This is pretty full, you know. There's a bit of bat on this. There was a bit of a sound.
I don't know. I feel that this pitched outside leg stump when I first saw it, because the angle is coming. You tell me. Oh, actually, it's not that.
Yeah, bat. And
Yeah,
it would.
bat
He's
anyway.
not hitting the stumps.
Yeah, it's
anyway.
probably going. It just didn't feel right with the angle he was going. So it pitches on, but it was probably going on to miss, even if he didn't hit it.
Ahmed, not a bad over so far. And this is hit beautifully down the ground. It's going to be 6 runs. It was pitched up. He goes for the stumps. He goes for the pegs. The batter, Jamil Jabrakil, waits, and he doubles his score with that hit. He moves on to 12 of 6. And that's what they need to be looking at here. Keep picking up a couple of boundaries per over, and they should see them home.
So last ball of the over. Last ball for Bashir Ahmed.
And he knocks him over. And the castle has been raided. Timber as they come down. Well bowled Jagadev from Bashir Ahmed. And he takes a wicket off the last ball of his spell. He'll finish 1 for 24. And Geneva at the end of the 8th with 12 balls to go. 112 for 4.
Big wicket, really, because it means you've got 2 batters in now. They haven't been there too long. You've got Joseph Moses, or Jomo, as I like to call him. he'll be facing up. He's 6 off 4 at the start of the 9th. So from here, I've kind of got this as a 50-50 contest, if I'm completely honest. Geneva still have some good batting to come. I'd imagine that Roshan Pereira wouldn't be too far away, but they're not going to go for him right now. Just seeing who's come into the crease. This looks like Rafiqullah Mohammadi. His line's converging. They still have batting to come, I will say that. But it's never easy to come out no matter who you are in this situation, because you pretty much need those 2 boundaries and over.
Yeah, big over this. Arif Sangar, who went magical in his first, starts down the leg side. And
oh no, he's lost his bat. This is a disaster. Oh, I think he's actually in.
He's in. He doesn't have a bat. There's no bat to
look at this.
Slide in.
I think this is a good call from the umpire first up on the LBW.
Yeah.
But then the ball goes back. I think it actually either hits or almost hits the stumps but does knock the bails off. Watch this. So it hits him outside the leg for me. But look, it goes back. And then he's saying, look, why don't we run? And then he's getting the cold shoulder, drops his bat, and oh.
Well, let's see if he does. I mean, is he in the? Does any foot go down?
Where
is he in the air?
Where the feet are. So, I think he might be.
I think he's out.
I think he's out too. Where's his last foot landed? Go back another step.
I reckon he's in the air, but
the question is, this left foot, which is on the right of screen, is that in or out? And I think that's out at the moment. And then this foot is definitely not down. So I think it's out.
He's
but
out.
The question isn't where. We know that. Is the step before already in or not?
Well, I reckon he takes off from outside the line. I think when he plants his foot here, watch out for when he's coming here. Watch when he plants that foot there, his left foot. He plants it out before the line. Then he's in midair, and that's when the bells come off. I think he's gone here. I think you see him given out. He will be given out.
And I think it's a good call because, you could tell that the throw beat that right foot, which is left on the screen. But the step before, if that step before he had some part of his foot in, then he would have been safe, even if both feet were in the air at the moment the ball hit the stumps. But I think it's a good call.
Is that a diamond? I think that might be a diamond duck,
Actually, you're right.
I don't think he faces. That is a diamond Derek.
And that's really poor Mohammadi. I mean, he's lost his bat. If he had his bat, he's clearly in there. That's just the way it goes. Anyway, we're back to the action. The action just keeps on coming. This is going to be a wide. This has all the hallmarks of chaos. Yeah. ECN finish. That's so unlucky to lose your bat and then to almost be in but not quite be in. You know what he could have done maybe is the old hand first slide. That might have saved him.
Yeah, I think he probably didn't know it was coming because it was good from the bowler because Sangara had to duck so the throw could come. This time he has given it. He gives it out. And he's been going for his Yorker a few times. And Arif has been asking and asking. And he says, what about this time? And this time it is out. And it's going to be another wicket. So it's going to be a first ball golden. I don't think there's too much doubt about this one, Vinny. I don't think it pitches outside the line off peg. Pitches on the stumps. It's going on to hit. It's going to be a golden.
Yeah, for me, I liked it straight away. It seemed to pitch on leg, not outside. I'm always wary of those things. And Sangha just says, it's my time. I think it's a good call. So, unfortunately, Jomo has to go. He's LBW. Geneva falling away in this chase. Remember, these two, they're neck and neck. They are rivals for finals qualification. So, there's a lot riding on this result. This will bring Zahidullah Abdul-Rahimzi to the crease. There's a barnstorming finish at the moment, Sangha. Not enough that he's done the 90 not out right now. Comes up with a big wicket. His first over went a bit awry, but this is working pretty well for him at the moment. Yeah, Southern Cross field here as well.
Gets back onto this. How many will they go for here? Well, definitely one, but will they chance the second? No, they won't.
Just on that run out, I want to say well done to the keeper. We didn't really mention it because of how it went down, but Arshad Butt, he picked it up. He saw the ball pretty much stopped right next to the stumps, and he realised, okay, it's worth me throwing here. I've got to hit.
Yeah.
The bowler wasn't part of the equation, and he hit. So, well done to the keeper.
Yeah, good over so far, this from Sangar. Like I said, his first over went for 26. Only 2 have come off this one. And he's pitched the ball up, hasn't he? He's gone for the full length. This is called a no ball. Well, this is an issue that he's had with his front foot. You can see the umpire pointing straight away and said, yeah, you've gone way over. And not something that was clearly visible to be honest.
Tim, I can see it. I mean, the umpire's much closer to us.
Yeah.
He's able to make a call. And Sanger he's a repeat offender with these no balls. He gets away with it sometimes, but the game that's so tight, you don't want to be doing that. Here's a free hit.
Got to make it count. And they don't. So get away with it.
The other thing is time, right? Because that
at
no
the clock.
ball hurts them because they need to bowl 2 more balls here in 36 seconds.
Yeah.
So, 19 off 8 and 14 off 8 have a very different ring if they were to get 5 extra runs here.
Shortens his run a little bit here because I think he was complaining that it was slipping a little bit. Oh, well,
That won't
that'll help.
That's an
That
11.
will help.
That's an 11, Rico, because they ain't no way they're getting this ball back in 15 seconds. I think this is going to tighten things right up. Wait, no, have to see. Okay, yeah, sometimes you get an allowance for chasing the ball, but this is going to be super tight for time.
Yeah, well, let's see. There's the clock. You see, count it down. And, 9. Oh, hang on. It stopped. Why is it stopped? What's going on here?
Well, they do get allowances for chasing the ball sometimes, so you'll get like a 15-second or something like that.
Oh, it started again.
But he's got to pretty much bowl legal delivery here.
Here we go.
Otherwise, it's trouble.
3, 2, 1. Well, the siren goes off, and now all eyes will be on the umpire here.
Even that, because the batter didn't face up straight away, I can understand if they gave him an allowance for that. So this could go either way for me, because if you're really going to, the clock is constantly being adjusted. And
all
so,
eyes on Patrick, the umpire, who goes to his stand. So the man in black. And what's the signal going to be here? We're watching. And there's nothing as yet.
It's about as close as you could get, because the thing is, there was about 3 or 4 seconds when he was ready to bowl, but the batter wasn't ready. So, my instinct is that
nothing's been signalled, so I think nothing's been applied as yet. So they've got away with it, skin of their teeth.
So we say the clock is updated in real time, but it always takes a few seconds to update the clock. So I think that will be. I don't think I know now. Well, hold on.
12 required. 6 balls. Unless there's any updates coming through that Vinny's having to check on. 12 required.
That's what we got.
Oh, the helicopter. Chuk, 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 chuk. It has to be stopped. Oh, they par it onto each other, but they'll get the 2. 10 off 5.
No penalty runs, and the reason is they applied an extra 15 seconds for ball searching, which didn't go onto the clock in time. So that is what they do. It's just rare you get that actual situation. By the way, we're right on Golden Ball Watch here. 10 off 5 required. Talk about action.
Always but. It's gone big. Gear, gear, gear. Oh, what a stop. Now we're going to all be watching his feet. In comes the throw. Could be a run out. No, it won't be.
If he stopped this has to be one of the best stops I've ever seen. But has he taken off from inside the field or not? That is incredible. This is body language tells me it's probably 6. But this is incredible. He's matrixed this. He's gone right back.
Let's look at
He's
that
running
right
out of room.
He's gone over the line. I think he's over the line there.
That to me does look like him. You can't really see the rope in that area. But look at this for a catch.
Yeah.
And throws it back in time.
But I think that right foot just here, I'm sure that's planted outside of with the rope. But of course, it's got to be conclusive.
Is it conclusive?
It's got to be conclusive. Do you see part of the rope there? No, 6 is signal.
Yeah,
They've
6.
had a look. 6 runs. The roar from Geneva, because that is a biggie. So all of a sudden, 8 becomes, 4?
That's Sanger out there. What a piece of fielding. But yeah, he's just taken off from the wrong side of the rope. Oh, so 4 off 4. They can win it with a boundary now.
Up in the air.
Oh,
Is
huge.
a chance, but can they get there? No. Oh, incredible. What a catch. What a catch. He takes the catch and hurdles the bowler in the process. So that'll be nothing. It stays at 4 required or 3. What a catch. He's come from nowhere. I thought there's no way he's going to get there. It goes so high. Just watch. He comes from nowhere, and then he has to hurdle the bowler just there. Well, that's a red card offence from the bowler. 2-footed challenge, but the catch taken by Abdullah Hamad.
That is unbelievable. I mean, the thing is, with the game on the line, it's one of those times the players having no regard for their physical safety. They're saying, look, I'm just going to go full at it. If I can reach it, I'm gonna catch it. If I get cleaned up, I get cleaned up. But the bowler, it's actually quite clever. He slides to avoid a collision. That's actually what they teach you in baseball. They say, look, slide on the ground. That way, if you get hit, you're not going to get hit kind of head on head. You're not going to get kind of body on body.
Yeah.
And the bowler, when he realises the fielder's going to get there, the bowler bails out. That was such a big catch. That would have been 2 if he dropped it.
Yeah.
And that's kept this game very much alive. 3 singles for a golden ball. The new batter, Pereira, I have no idea what he's doing down here at number 9 because this guy is a very good bat. And again, he can win it with one swing of the bat here. Wow, what a match. 4 or 6 will win it here. 3 to come.
To Pereira, who goes and wins off one hit. Well, Pereira does it, and look at them. Geneva come running onto the field of play as Roshan Pereira hits the ball for 6, and they win with 2 balls to go. And I get the feeling they're pretty happy about it.
Well, you've got to realise that could be the win that sees them play in the finals versus not. I mean, Zalmi, you've got to feel for them. But, yeah, Pereira, I don't know, he was on a milk carton. I don't know where he was because there's no way he's a number 9. He's the guy that you'd expect to be batting around 4. But he comes up and he just slams the first ball nonchalantly out of the ground.
Has he hurt himself?
I think one of the issues with Pereira,
celebration?
He's had an operation on his shoulder. And so I think maybe that's the reason we're seeing him so low. But that was a blast hit all around the country. Next game coming your way in just 10 minutes. We have to roll through the highs really quickly. Cricket against Geneva. Let's go. And let's have a look. We thought it might be a close one. A bit of a par total. It would be very close in the end, Rico.
Yeah, it certainly would be. I mean, they needed a good start, didn't they? And they got a good start. Bashir went for 12 of his first. And then Arif Sangha, who was doing all the hitting himself with the bat, he made 90, but he went magical in the second over. It was a great start. It was an electrifying start. They got 40 of the first 2, but then that was the wicket. Good catch from Hamad. And just keep an eye on him. He was sensational, Hamdard, in the field. Took some really good catches, made some good stops, but at the end, though, it wasn't enough. Geneva timed their assault to perfection. Some lovely shots from array of the batters. Numan Ahmadzai, he played some beautiful shots on his way to 39 of 19. And this was a straightforward catch. Made it look easy. It wasn't that easy, but it was an important one and needed to get that wicket. And then things slowed down a little bit. We thought for a moment spin was going to be the key as Krishna Murthy takes a catch, and that was one that was hit straight into the hands of the fielder. Then there was this opportunity, dive to stay in, but they do get their man. I mean, keep an eye on the wicketkeeper Ashad Butt because he does produce some excellent work to get a great run out.
Yeah, he does. And this was Jamakil getting castled, but I just got to say, that's a really good initiation for you, Rico. But yeah, you're right about this one. Ashad picks it up. He has to throw over the bowler. It's like the old I formation in tennis doubles, but he does hit the stumps. And this one looked good to me, pitching on, hitting and cleaning them up. Sangha would be in the action in the last over as well. Things getting close. Probably feel a bit of natural justice there as well because although there's not too much justice for Sangha, but I was going to say it was borderline with the penalty run. In the end, the batting team get home anyway. This one was amazing, though. It's just 2 players that have focused on the ball. In the end, it was Hamdard that took a brilliant catch, but Pereira came out. He had 3 chances, only needed 1. Sent it out of here and sent 2 points Geneva's way. They're a team that almost chased down 200 yesterday, but they'll be so happy to get those 2 points. And Pazalmi, you got to feel for them. They've still got some opportunities to make the 5, but that one hurts because it seems like they might just steal it at the end. Just a look at the scorecard. Ahmadzai and Hart both into the 30s, but couldn't go further. A bit more of a team batting effort for Geneva. And yeah, Pereira coming out. It has to be to do with that injury that he bats below a whole bunch of other people, but he came out and he was the man for the moment, wasn't he, as they got home with 2 balls to spare.
Yeah, it's a good guy to have to come in, and well, he was calm under pressure as well. He didn't want to take it to the wire. Hits a 6, wins the match. Let's have a look at some of the bowling figures. I was pleased to see that they did go with some spin options. I think Krishna Murthy, I don't think he bowled too bad at all. And Izzat Hussain, the captain, he celebrated 2 wickets in start, but he did go for 30 runs, though, there as well.
Yeah, well, I just want to say quickly before we go, It's been great to have Rico back, and the good news is Andrew Leonard will step in for you for the next game. He's got to catch up on a few things. We're going to have to grab some lunch. We're going to have to hurry up because we're going to be starting, I think, at this stage on time. We'll let you know if there's any delays. Rico, great to have you back.
Good to be back.
I'll be
Great
back
to be
with you
back.
for a bit longer later in the week, so we'll take a break. See you after this for more European Cricket Series.
And after a long period of playing cricket, the best place to come in Europe is the great Ryan Falls.
Well, a warm welcome back to beautiful St. Gallen. And as you've just seen on your screen there, it is a stunning corner of Central Europe. We're here in Switzerland for the European Cricket Series 2023. Return to Switzerland after that break of 3 years. The good news is the weather's set fair. We've just had an absolute thriller to go alongside it. Not quite a final ball thriller, but very close to it. As Arif Sanger's 90 not out off 37 deliveries was trumped by Geneva getting over the line. More of a team effort. No one actually made more than 39, but they did enough collectively to get another win, and a critical win. It's made that points table all the more fascinating. Can they get back-to-back victories over the Zurich Crickets here, who are their next opponents? We're all set. That's the bat versus ball wall. They quite fancy Geneva. I think so would I, with the way they've been playing. And I suspect we're going to be in for another good contest. The European Cricket Series here in Switzerland, it really has delivered on every front. Been so much good action, and we've enjoyed every single bit of it. All set for the first ball, which will have to be re-bowled. It's a leg side wide. Down the leg side. It's game 43 now, would you believe? Where does the time go? We fairly rattle through them here on the European Cricket Network. Farhad Mahmand is opening the bowling. And he is bowling to the ever so dangerous Idris Ul Haq, who's really impressed us. One of the highest strike rates in the tournament, up in and around 300. But he'll have to reload again those first two deliveries down the leg side. At the non-striker's end, we've got Nouman Ahmedzai. Going to come around the wicket now. Picked up, and oh yes, picked up for 6. Lovely way to start for Idris Ul Haq. That's why he's got this incredible strike rate. He just hits 6s for fun, doesn't he? He scored with real freedom, real consistency too. For me, he's been one of the top 5 batters in the competition thus far. Obviously those hitting the headlines have been the two left-handers, Hassan Ahmed and Fahim Nazir from the Zurich Nomads, but alongside Arif Sanger, who we've just seen in action, Mohamed Akhtar, and maybe even Sher Mohammed from St. Gallen too. I think Haq has to be in the mix for one of the batters of the tournament. He's 6th in runs at the moment, but he's only played 8 innings compared to Hassan Ahmed and Nazir and Sher Mohammed, who've all completed their 10 knocks. And it's the strike rate that is so catching with Idris Haq's contributions thus far. One of only 2 batters to be striking at more than 3 runs per delivery. Strike rate of 307.89 across 8 innings. That's quite something. So every time he comes to the crease, he's scoring at 3 runs per delivery. Incredible stuff. Is that a little tickle? Is that an inside edge? Oh, a definite noise. The crickets are convinced, but the umpire is unmoved. Definitely heard something here. Oh, I suspect that that might have been a little inside edge. Obviously can't tell definitively, but the umpire's decision at the crease was not out. And now given. Oh, well, remarkable. He's gone across to his square leg. Come back live now. You've just missed the umpire's confer for maybe 15 or 20 seconds. And he's come back to his position at the standing crease. I do think it was an inside edge, but it wasn't given initially. Then after the two umpires conferred, look at this. And watch the reaction. Big moment for the Crickets. They've got their man early. Hamadai has to go. The umpire's decision is final. So an early strike for the Zurich Crickets. Geneva have lost their first in the first over. Nicholas Henderson, the keeper, captain of the Crickets, taking the catch behind the stumps. It's going to bring Ansar Mahmood, the captain of the Geneva side. Really looking forward to seeing the points table. It keeps just ebbing and flowing. And he's not going to get off the mark. Run out chance at the non-strikers then. Good work. Crickets have been alive in the field. That's going to close out the first over. It's a wicket taking one. Very well bowled by Farhad Mahman at the end of the first. It's 9 for 1. Still counting down the days to the Euros of cricket. This goes a long way up into the air. It's Idris Ul Haq, and it's going to be 4. Valiant effort at first, but then it's kissed the rope and very honestly signalled as a boundary. New bowler, Sahil Tarakil, who's had a difficult day. And yeah, clearly kisses the rope, doesn't it? Nice to see the sunshine out. Been such a difficult few days in terms of temperatures, and even jackets have come off in the crowd. That's going to be more runs. How many, the question? For the answer, no ball, in fact, is signalled. Was that just pitched off the wicket? It's given as a 6. Now, we're going to need to check that. And immediately corrected to become a 4. Clearly bounces well inside the rope. It's going to be another no ball and another free hit. So Tarakil's troubles with the ball continue. He's had a poor start today. And that one's pitched off the wicket, so therefore it will be a no ball. So the free hit comes again. Here comes the free hit. Big swing and a miss, and the keeper, oh, he's almost watched it by. Henderson, he apologises. You're not going to get a second, the rarest of things, to hack a top ball. Nice to see the sun glistening, the sun shining here in St. Gallen. Beautiful part of the world, I have to say. Being very well looked after too by particularly the host club and everyone in Cricket Switzerland, who's combined forces with the blue crew of the European Cricket Network to host this really good event. That's going to be 4. A lot of these teams play without a fine leg in place, so if you drift down the leg side, you're going to be whipped away for 4. The temperature is just nipping upwards, 15, 16 degrees. Still pretty fresh for August, but hopefully some heat going to come in now. This is dug into the wicket, and interesting, chooses not to play a stroke. But you're very welcome along to the coverage today. Do let us know where you're watching from. You can just drop a little comment into the YouTube chat, or if you're enjoying the action on Swiss Sport TV Live, you can always watch it on both devices. Jump on YouTube and leave us a message too. Give you a shout out. Love to hear what part of the country you're watching from, if you're enjoying the action here in Switzerland, or if you are watching on from around the world, tell us where you're enjoying the action. Now, this is very close. I think it might have bounced. Initial thoughts for me was that Zia-ul-Haq, that this has bounced in front of him. Umpires are sending it upstairs to have a look. We might have to see if the team can zoom in. That's not conclusive, but it was just the way in which it went into the hand. The question is, did he get his hand underneath it, or has there been any contact made? Just going to roll that back. It's a superbly athletic effort. Going to see if we can get another look. We are looking upstairs. That's what the umpires are waiting to hear. And here comes the zoom. Problem is, he's very much in the distance there. I think inconclusive would be my thought. If anything, maybe an indication the ball's hit the turf. I think he's going to be given not out here. Not a lot the umpires can do barring give that not out. Good decision. Great effort though from Zia-ul-Haq Hotzak, who's done really well at backward point. He's been live wire in the field actually. And the final delivery of the second over, they will skirt through for a single. So let's take a look at the points table. With 2 overs bowled, Geneva 25 for 1, and let me see if I can guide you through the permutations here. There's plenty of them. The top 5 advance to the playoffs. The winners automatically advance to the grand final. Now Alton and St. Gallen, well, St. Gallen are guaranteed to go through, you'd think, but they can't finish in top spot. The Zurich Nomads, Alton and Geneva are really the 3 sides battling this out now. The last 3 standing, as even if Vettigen won out, they won't get up to that 14-point marker.
Just for your information, I don't put these brackets, it's automatic.
That's going to be a no ball and a free hit incoming. I've had a few problems with my chairs since I've arrived here. I'm glad they didn't tweet it, but one of them may have ended up breaking underneath me. Another one just having a bit of a wobble here in the background. The new one feels a bit more solid. Okay. Need to stay out and away from that commentator's buffet, I think. Yeah, lovely to hear from you all on the YouTube chat. A very good afternoon to Shakib, to Shakibul, to Gray, to Mohammed Even Sarkar, to KG. To all the moderators on there too. This one's cut away, going to be runs, and count them up. 1, 2, 3, 4 of them. Nicely played by Mahmood. Finally starts to get that run rate back towards what you'd like to think it is. But yeah, just going back to that table, I know you won't have it on the screen now, but I do feel that if Geneva could win this game, because their net run rate is already above that of the Zurich Nomads. You think if they win this game and then win their last one, then all it would take is maybe one slip up from Alton, and it could be Geneva straight into the final. So big game for Geneva, not just the win, but they will want to keep that net run rate travelling in the upward direction that it has been. But fair play to the Crickets. They've played 7, they've won 2. You suspect they'll need to win out. In fact, they will, because Wettingen in 5th already have 9 points. So a big swing there between the Paktoon Zalmi and Geneva in the previous game. It's going to be a no ball again off the wicket. The Cricket's been a bit inaccurate thus far in game number 3 of the day. You do wonder for Cossonay too. They've got 5 games left, but well, they're going to need to win at least 3 of them. Probably more likely they'll need to win 4 or 5 to get into the mix. It's getting very congested in between sort of 2nd and 7th. This goes a long way up. The free hit is bombed onto the roof. Oh boy, what a hit. Well, Idris Ul Haq has made that roll the whole way down the roof. We could hear it trickle along. I think that ball counter is nudging up towards the 50 on the roof. It's been an expensive event here at the European Cricket Series in Switzerland. This one's clubbed away. Oh, it's going to be 4. It's very close to 6, but not quite enough. We may see it on the replay. Yeah, oh God, that is close, isn't it? But brilliant camera work indicates it's just bounced, what, 2-3 inches inside the rope. Unlucky not to get a maximum, but he does get 4 more to the total. And that's going to be 6 more. He's a special player, Idris Ul Haq. The boundaries, well, they are flying around this gorgeous cricket ground. And the run rates continue to soar. Idris Haq right on the money to start with. So 3 have been bowled. End of the power play. Geneva, 48 for 1. Well, that's trending in the right direction, isn't it? That Manhattan graph. It really is moving upwards rapidly and a bit ominously for the Zurich Crickets. But what can the young leg spinner do to maybe try and drag things back? Khalid Niazi. Talked a lot about him in the morning match, about what he can do to evolve his game. But oh, that's perfect. Right on the money to start with. You talk about landing leg breaks nicely. That is as good an example as you'll see. Not the same amount of turn. We saw some sharp turn from him this morning, but it's just skidded on a bit, and he's got that little trademark celebration. There it is, the top of off stump. Oh, just kissed. Perfect. That's the natural variation you'll get with leg spin. Some of them will turn sharply. This one, it is a leg break. It has turned, but it's only turned, what, maybe a stump and a half's width. In comes the new man, Jabberkeel to the crease. This one's helped round the corner. Going to be 4. Just the wrong line. Another good tip for any young leg spinner. You don't want to get too leg side with where the ball pitches. So that's pitched outside leg. Occasionally you'll get the miracle delivery that a la Shane Warren will pitch outside leg stump and hit the top of off. But more often than not, it turns into a bit of a free hit, and if the batter covers up their stumps with their legs, and remember they can't be out with the ball pitching outside leg, so what they have to do is just have a swing around the corner and they'll get a good reward. It's just like break and play. Don't think he wants the helmet anymore, so he's going to switch that. Big cheer from the bench as the helmet gets run off. It's been a great atmosphere here, I have to say, between all 11 of the sides we've seen in action. So much love for cricket throughout all of these teams, all battling out to get to finals day on Friday. I think the big thing for me is really the passion and the skill that we've seen all the players play with. Been so impressed with some of the talent on show too, not least the young talent like Niazi. Now that's a very good shot, you know. To get that over extra cover is quite something. Down the ground, skips off the turf, 4 more. Well, Hack is a very, very dangerous player. Just throws everything right at it, doesn't he? Comfortable hitting over the off and leg side. Nice little bit of turn away from the right-hander. Niazi, an eventful over. 13 runs on the wicket from it. Well, plenty to work with for the young leg spinner. He's a talent. I like the way he goes about his business. End of the 4th over. 61 for 2 the score. And almost solidly 15 and over throughout. I think that they're probably looking at around that 150 marker, Geneva. Cricket's batting has struggled at stages of this tournament. Plenty of time for them to get back into it. They just need to get winning. Starting today against Geneva. Nice little leg cutter from Firdaus Rahimi, who's batted well. He got 50 in the morning match. Helped around the corner. 3 men out in the deep in the leg side. That goes to one of them. Yeah, the Crickets didn't quite have enough to get past Alton. It's just that's the problems with the batting that have continued for them. Only 102 they could post from their 10 overs, and really, even though they got 4 or 5 early wickets, that just hasn't proved to be a big enough score at any stage. And that is monstrous. Oh yes, Idris Ul Haq, he's got the teammates slamming that dugout in jubilation. It's another little leg cutter, but it just sat up to be hit. And oh, that's gone a long, long way. Right up towards the bank. 75, 80 metres plus. As the runs continue to flow here. This one darted in this time. That's a better length, you'd feel. This time he goes over the offside. 2 men converge. And what a moment. It's a big, big catch. Taking a backward point, running back. He says, is that one okay? I think it's Hotak again, who's been everywhere. And Rahimi's got one just to veer away from the dangerous Hack. Not out of the middle. I'll get a check that it is Zia Haq, but it is a marvellous tumbling catch. I'm pretty sure it is Zia Hotak. And what a catch. He nearly had one earlier in the game. And now he's got one for sure. And the wickets, well, they keep coming alongside the runs. They've lost their third inside the first 5 overs. Score now, 68 for 3. The very dangerous Hack. He's gone. So here we go. New man to the crease is Rafiqullah Mohammadi. Just a little angler across the left-hander. No contact made, so this isn't a drop chance before anyone gets any ideas. And it's not a stumping chance either. So end of the 5th over. The score now moves to 68 for 3. Lovely to hear from everyone in the live chat. Alan Finney wondering, are there any field restrictions? Good question, Alan. Get to that in 1 second. That's what we've got coming up tomorrow. The 10th day of 11 group stage games before we advance to the finals day. Cossonay, well, they've got 3 games. I think they're going to need to win at least 2, if not 3 of them. Also, the Power CC, we haven't mentioned them much of late. Well, where are they with regards to getting into the mix for qualification? They've fallen behind. They're in trouble too. And with 3 games tomorrow, well, they might need to win all 3 of them too. Back live with you now. And that's going to go all the way for 6. We'll try bringing the replay of that. Apologies, the graphics not just coming down in time. It was a bit of a drag down from Niazi, helped around the corner, and 6 to the total. But yeah, Alan, to answer your question about the fielding restrictions, there's 2 different types of fielding restrictions. One, the period from overs 1 to 3, where only 2 fielders are allowed outside the 30-yard circle. And then for the rest of the innings, from overs 4 to 10, as that is, well, it's a monster. It may not come back, that one. Gone almost all the way up to the corner flag. Beautiful crack of the bat from Jamil Jabbarkeel. Back-to-back 6s. Don't like that quicker one from the leg spinner. I think he should stick with his leg breaks. The thing that's brought him success is the ball turning away from the bat. So that gets us rolling again for Geneva. They might be back hunting down 150 with those 2 shots. That's better. He's not going to hit that for 6, is he? Okay, he's guided it away for a couple, but in this 10-over format, that's okay. So yeah, those fielding restrictions, Alan, sorry, getting to answer your question properly. First 3 overs, 2 fielders allowed outside the circle. And then for the remaining 7 overs of the 10-over contest, you can have 5 in the deep. That means that you have to have 4 in the ring. So 5 in the deep, 4 in the ring, plus the bowler and the keeper. That makes up the 11 players in total. 4 outfielders in the ring. So at the moment, they're all right in the edge of the 30-yard circle. 3 on the off, 1 on the leg side. This goes up into the sky. It's come off a leading edge. Fine leg comes around and takes the catch. Gets the NFL spike in, and then a little bit of a Ronaldo jump into the air and celebration. Mirwaz Barakzai delighted to get the big hitting Jabbarkeel. Runs and wickets coming. Plenty. Niazi's deserve that. I know it's a full toss, but you get your luck as a leg spinner. It will have drifted and dipped a bit on him quite late. There's the Ronaldo celebration. Jabbarkeel, well, a big impact, but he's gone for a very bright and breezy. I think it's 20 he's made off just 8 deliveries. Get that check, sorry. Graphics just lagging behind here. And in comes the new man to the crease. It's the bespectacled Bilal Mohammed. Always love a bespectacled cricketer. Don't mind the sunglasses on either too. Well, you don't see many bowlers bowling with them. Ashley Giles used to do it a lot. Chris Gale was rather fond of it when he bowled those little off breaks that he bowled too. Yeah, 20 off 8 for Jamil Jabbarkeel. Some really good stuff thus far. Okay, what's happened here? Just half a thought of a second there, but rightly deciding against it. Round the wicket now to the left-hander. Ball's really nice and full. I think that was the one out of the front of the hand, just skidding on. So 2 for 28 for Niazi. He'll be happy to continue to be taking wickets. And that gets us to the end of the 6th over. 83 for 4. And Geneva very much on the hunt of a 130, 140 plus total. A lot will depend upon Mohammadi and Mohammed, and then also Roshan Pereira, who's more than capable. Initially we thought he might be a number 4, number 5, but he's been held back all the way to number 7. He'll be a next. Big swing and a fortunate edge to save his wicket. I think that would have been either plumb LBW or clean bowled if it wasn't for that edge. Yeah, that would have probably been bowled, wouldn't it? He's going to stay over the wicket to the left-hander. Interesting tactic, but there are 5 fielders on the leg side, so maybe he's going to try and spear them into the pads of Rafiqullah Mohammadi. That's what he tries to do, but he's been speared out of the ground and onto the roof. Oh, it's a biggie. That's gone a long way back on the roof, actually. Just going to check with one of our event staff there if we have an official count on how many balls are on the roof. Over 50, we reckon. 60 to 70 is the talk I'm hearing from the Blue crew. Well, if that's true, don't even want to think about how much money is on the roof. Plenty of it. Cricket balls never cheap, are they? So there are going to be runs here, wide signalled. Full, nicely speared into the block, always difficult for the batter to hit away. Projected score in and around 140 right now. What do you think they can get to? Let us know in the live chat. Andrew Leonard here with you, flying solo for this first innings, but the good news is this is slog swept away for 6 more. Geneva just keep going at it. Now, just 1 run short. But the good news is Rico Full will join me for the second innings. Looking forward to hearing from him. First time I'll be joining him as this is hit out to the deep mid-wicket fielder. Takes a simple catch, makes it look oh so easy. Farhad Mamand, well judged. And Mohammadi, well, he lived by the sword. He dies by it now. He's gone. Caught at mid-wicket. And a little flashpoint here. Oh, we haven't seen this. Well, a real flashpoint there. We just missed that. Firdaus Rahimi, I think he's given it a celebration that the batter was none too happy with. Might see if we can just stick with this replay here. Okay, so the catch is taken. I don't know, can we get back? Something's happened. I think he said on your way. He's given him a bit of a send-off. And, well, this is the first time we've seen that all week, isn't it? And he's dragged away. I think he's a bit of a rambunctious character for Firdaus Rahimi, the kind of player who can get under the skin of the opposition. And that time he did. He's trying to claim innocence. He's trying to say that the other man protests too much. But the first real flashpoint of the entire tournament, it's come in game number 43. We've seen controversial dismissals without even a hint of temper from either side, but there, just something from Rahimi got under the skin of Rafiqullah Mohammadi, and he's now finished his bowling spell. He's going to end with 2 for 23. 7 bowled. It's 99 for 5. That's the key graphic, one of my favourite ones actually the team puts together. The stats gun powered by HCL Software, one of the great supporters of the European Cricket Network. So much cricket going on. I'll leave it to Vinny Sandhu to give you the exact numbers next time we hear from him, but I think it's 1,500 plus games each year. Remarkable. Still can't get to that 100 marker. Momand returns for his second. Good question from Kelly. The answer for the moment is no. The question is, do they retrieve the balls from the roof? We haven't found a way up onto it. This might be another one up towards it. Not quite on, but 6 more. The 100 comes up in the 8th over. So yeah, Kelly, sadly we have not worked a way out to get up onto the roof. And that is a biggie. Well, special strike. Went a long way into the air, and Bilal Mohammed, I think the most impressive thing about this Geneva team, they just keep hitting. Even when they lose wickets, Idris Ul Haq, who's got that ludicrous strike rate throughout the tournament of over 300. Well, that's going to be 6 more. Bang, bang, and bang on the roof. Sensational counter-attacking here from Bilal Mohammed. He goes 6, 6, 6, just like that. And that was the biggest of the lot. Another one onto the roof, but at least it bounced down this time. And the numbers are having to be updated on the scoreboard. All of a sudden, maybe 150's back on the cards. The current run rate above 15 and over again. Oh, that's not going to help, is it? Because it's going to be a no ball. 2 free runs additionally, which are given as buys. So 3 to the total and a free hit to come without a ball charged. Pressure on the youngster, Farhad Momand. And what a cameo from Bilal Mohammed. Six, 6, 6, and you can chalk up one more on that. 4 consecutive maximums have gone over the rope, and this over is proving very costly. Add the 3 free runs into that, and although the first ball was a dot, that means 27 from the over. And Geneva on the surge again. We've been treated to run fests here in St. Gallen. And this is now the most expensive over of the innings. Still a ball to go, 27 off it. Geneva may be going out of the reach of the Crickets, whose batting has struggled at points. This time he goes over the offside. Well fielded, right on the rope. Good diving effort. They will get back for the second, despite Neraz Jabberkeel's best efforts. Good tumbling stop, wasn't it? He's been everywhere, the long-haired Jabberkeel, alongside the youngster Zia Haq-Hotzak. End of the 8th over, 1-2-8 for 5. 12 balls left in the innings. And as you can see, this runworm starting to travel upwards again. What do you think is on the cards? Let me know. 160, 170. Lovely to hear from you all. Hopefully the guys, I'm sure, shouted this out in the first innings, but I'm just kind of catching up on some of the comments. KG, lovely to hear from you, one of the admins. Past the age of 70, many more to come. Yeah, agree with that shout. Change of bowling. It's the youngster who has been smashed out of the ground from his very first delivery. And the call is for new balls, please, because that's another one on the roof. And to that part of the roof, it's an even bigger hit. Over long off, it's a much shorter hit to get on the roof, but that one over long on. My oh my, Zahidullah Abdul Rahimzi, this Geneva side, well, they're definitely going to be in the top 5, you'd think, with the way they're playing. Looking also good to pick up a 6th win here. But if they could win their last 2, they are very much going to be in the picture, the discussion of the top spot. This one goes into the sky, no timing. And the youngster strikes back. Well done, Ziol Hakotak. You kept it out of the hitting arc. The question is, did it pitch on the wicket? We're going to get a look here. I think the umpires want to check it because the batter's saying, has this not pitched on the artificial? So here's the crucial replay. Oh, I think this could be a no ball. Just there, you can see just a flick of the artificial turf. I think this might be given as a no ball. Just there, you see that it's actually disturbed a little bit of artificial turf. But the end decision is out. It's not going to be given as a no ball. And he's going to have to trudge off. Very marginal, that decision. I thought there was maybe just a flick of that differently coloured green artificial turf that helps keep the wicket in place. But the umpires and the third umpire, the match referee, all working together, deciding there was no conclusive evidence. Remember, that's what they need to overturn the on-field decision, which was initially that it was out. So Zia-ul-Haq Hotak does have the wicket, and it will bring Joseph Moses to the crease, and we've seen that from a strange angle. And it's a bump ball, so it won't be 2 wickets in 2 balls, but it will be a single instead. And critically, that'll get Bilal Muhammad back onto strike with plenty of time for him to catch up. Here's the more normal angle. Yeah, you see, thudded into the pitch and then bounces up. Run out, not able to be affected either. I think they want to check this to see if it is a bump ball or not. Umpires want to check everything these days, that's okay. Use the technology if it's there. That's the approach we take here in the ECN. Very clever. The initial thought was it was a bump ball, but I just wonder, is this maybe out? My initial thought was it was out, but nobody really appealed. And they're saying in that indication, I'm not sure we're going to be able to bring it to you, but there's enough evidence from that other angle. This is it here. So go really slow here and we'll see it's pitched and then it's just chipped up into the air. I think that's a good decision. My initial instinct was out, but I didn't want to call it because nobody appealed and nobody celebrated. So we're on a hat-trick. It's 2-2. And the youngster, Zia-ul-Haq Hotak, has had 2 very, very marginal decisions. Well, the second one isn't marginal. It is out. But 2 very interesting decisions go his way. The first one, it looked ever so close to pitching on the side of the wicket. I think it's hat-trick attempt of the week, about 35. We've had plenty of them, but none of them completed. Can it be this man, Zia-ul-Haq Hotak? He's bowling to Afif Katak. And he's smashed for 6. Well, Vinny Sandhu told me on day 1 when I arrived, I've seen more hat-trick balls hit for 6 than you've had hot dinners. I don't think that's quite true, but it's not far off. It's another one that goes the distance. Talk about pressure of a hat-trick ball. What pressure? No pressure at all for Geneva. They just keep going. Even though they've lost 7 wickets, they're using all of their assets that they have. All of their resources, aren't they? Tossed up very teasingly and smashed out of the ground. 6 more. Well, Katak, first 2 deliveries, both have gone for 6. He's got 12 off 2. Thank you very much indeed. Funny old game, and poor old Zia-ul-Haq Hotak has had it all in this over. Listen to this over thus far. 6, wicket, wicket, 6, 6. So could he complete 3 for 18, or will it be 2 for 24? Well, it'll be neither. Instead, it'll be clipped away for a couple. So 2 for 20 from 6 balls of manic action. Checks with the third umpires, all sorts going on. Geneva, they've got 6 more balls to work with, and Bilal Mohammed will be on strike. The score now 148 for 7. The bowling figures there, interesting, wasn't it, that they went to Ziol Hak-Hotzak? I think the reason for that, Sahil Tarakil's struggles, I know his over only went for 15, which you might think is all right, but he just didn't have any success in landing it where he wanted at any point really in that spell of 1 over or the 2 overs he bowled this morning. Here comes Zaze to bowl the final over. Be a wide down the leg side to start with, so we'll have to reload that. 6 balls left. What are they going to get to? Can they dream up towards 170 maybe? Seen so many high scores this week. And that's into the slot, edged away. Fortune, yes, but good reward for the intent, the positivity of Bilal Mohammed. You're never going to have a first slip in, really, at many stages of a 10 over a side clash, but certainly not in the final over. He can hold his hands to his head. He is unlucky. But Bilal Mohammed's playing a gem of a knock. 32 off 10 deliveries. Really quite something. Five balls left now. What can they get to? Well, we'll have to wait to find out. Into the block hole, pumped down the ground. Four balls left. Can Katak continue his impressive hitting? 14 off 3. What a lovely start. 6-6-4, just like that. Real skill, a real art form to starting quickly in your innings. Oh, edged away again. Yeah, this time, deep third's gone into play. Good throw from Mohammed. As Mohammed helps with the ball. So 3 deliveries left. Can they get 1 or 2 of these out of the park? They'd love 165, wouldn't they? Maybe 2 more boundaries. Taking a long time, this final over. They did get in inside the 40 minutes, which is the timer. It will penalise sides if they don't bowl their first 9 overs in that 40 minutes. And that is a lovely pickup shot. Going to be a long, long chase down there for Sahil Tarakil. Look at the intent down the track. Such confidence. A shuffle and maybe, just maybe, Bilal Mohammed could still be thinking of 50. He's got to 39 off 12. 2 sixes from the last 2 deliveries would get him there and drive him up to a magic half century that's maybe just going to take this game away from the Crickets, put it out of sight. Oh, yes. Well, 1 more will get him there. Long on will have to go maybe up onto the reserve team pitches to chase that one down. Right into the slot, into the arc, out of the park. So just the one delivery left here. And this ball is taking an eternity. He's almost had to run up onto those reserve team pitches. He really has. Not going to get 50. Will get a couple in rather remarkable circumstances, though. And what a knock it's been. 45. Make that now 47 of just 14 deliveries. The best of his competition thus far. And we'll take a look at the best of that first innings. Geneva surely, have they got too many? 169 for 7 is what they're going to finish with. 47 off 14 at the end, but let's have a look at the start. A decision that took a long time to give, but was, by a running umpire, back to his mark. Finally given after a long consultation with square leg. They couldn't believe it, could they, the Crickets? Newman Ahmedzai dismissed for a second ball duck. Then that was the one that didn't quite carry. And Idris Hack started to cash in. 45 off 16 before Ansar Mahmood. Cleaned up by Khaled Niazi. He could only make 10 off 11. And really what you have to say is the way in which Geneva kept going was probably the most impressive thing about it. As there was some catches taken in the deep. And also a flashpoint, a real moment of controversy before Bilal Muhammad came in and he changed the game. 6 sixes in this innings. There was a few good tumbling stops in the outfield too. The catches generally were held, but despite them continuing to take wickets, including this one, which was a first ball duck for Joseph Movis, as the bump ball was ruled out. Afif Katak came in and hit 2 sixes in his 4 deliveries. Bilal Muhammad, well, he smashed it everywhere for 47 off 14 to get us towards the halfway stage of the day. It's the halfway stage of Game 3 of the day. Game 43 in total. Well, we've been here a long time, haven't we? And we're loving every second of it. The great news, there's plenty more to come. We've still got 5 more innings today. And I think the Zurich Crickets are going to have it all to do in this next chase. 170, it would be a record chase for them. It would be the second highest or the third highest, the second highest in the history of 10 over cricket. But if it's going to happen anywhere, it's going to happen here at the wonderful St. Gallen Cricket Club ground. We love it here. There's the bowling figures, 2 wickets apiece for Niazi, Rahimi and Hotak, despite only bowling 1 over. And he still went for 23 sixes in that over alongside the 2 wickets. I thought Farhan Moman bowled well in his first over too. But Tarek Hill, the radar's gone missing. And 14 extras didn't help the Crickets. So it means at the halfway stage of game number 43 of 55 group games here, the Zurich Crickets Cricket Club, the Zurich CCC if you will, they're going to have it all to do. They will need 17 runs per over. And they will need to make 170 from just 10 overs. Do come back and join me. I'm going to be joined by one of the main men very shortly too. Riku Full and me. Andrew Leonard will guide you through every ball of the chase and indeed the rest of the day. Looking forward to having Rico with me and looking forward to hearing from you all. We'll see you inside 10 minutes time. So a warm welcome back to the wonderful St. Gallen. We are here in the shadows of the beautiful Kaiben Park, that 19,000 seat Swiss Super League stadium. Managed to sneak in there on Sunday to enjoy the end of the football game. And we are all set for the chase as Geneva, well, they've left the Zurich Crickets all to do, but something I've been really looking forward to. I've enjoyed Vinny Sandu's company. I've had a couple of guest commentators alongside me with a very Cossonay focused twist in the shape of Andrew Ryan and Srinath Tripath and Mr. Singh, Jay's father, the man known better as Jay's farmer. We'll get to the introduction in a second. Afif Katak's going to open the bowling. Will be turned down. A run-out chance. Direct hit would have been interesting. And imagine what a day that would have been for Norkana Mahdi. A first ball duck in the first game and a diamond duck in the second. It's Sahil Tarakil on strike. But yeah, we've had all sorts of wonderful company in the commentary box. Myself and Vinny Sandu have been on every tangent you could imagine. And we're going to see what tangents we can get onto now. As this one smoked into the sky. And going to go all the way for 6 just over the head of the dugout, as I wish a very good afternoon, a warm welcome. Great to be with the main man, Rico Full. How are you, Rico?
I'm very well. All the better for being here at the St. Gallen's ground and commentating this match with yourself. Of course, we met briefly, didn't we?
Very briefly, wasn't it? Yeah.
And I know you had a bit of time on the comms with Vinny there. So it's great to be here and great to be alongside you for the very first time. Looking forward to this match. I mean, just having a look at these two teams, Geneva, they look up for it, don't they? They look up for it. And the Zurich Cricketers, they need the wins. They're sitting third from the bottom of the table. They've got some games in hand, but only 4 points to their name. So it's a win that they must try and get. But it's going to be an uphill struggle. 170 required.
Yeah, Norkana Mahdi probably key, Rico. As this one's chipped into the offside. There's often a fielder out there. And this is taken. Excellent. Oh, Jamil Jaberkeel. So athletic. His bowling has impressed us, and now it's his fielding that lights up the tournament. We've seen some great catches this week. That one, well, it's right in the top 10 of them. This is a spectacular grab from Jaberkeel.
This is superb. It really is. I mean, the timing is perfection. We talk about timing when it comes to playing your shots, but timing when you get the dive right, this was spot on. What a catch this is. This is top draw. I never thought he was going to get there. He gets there, gets his hands underneath, and takes a brilliant catch. Jamil Jaberkeel, take a bow. That's an absolute stunner.
Yeah, beauty, wasn't it? Really was. What a way to welcome you in. Just trying to introduce you. We've had a 6, we've had a wicket. This is what we've been living through here in the European Cricket Series in Switzerland. And certainly, of all of the events on the calendar, I know you guys see it all. You do so much cricket. I'm so impressed with the volume that you do. But the scoring rates here have been off the charts.
It's been amazing, isn't it? In fact, I've got to admit that the last few destinations we've been at, Romania, of course, the Moravia cricket ground, and also in Hungary. I mean, at the GB Oval, some of the scores that we've seen have been amazing. Of course, it was at the GB Oval that we saw that amazing, the #1 run chase as well from Hungary, which is right up there. So there's been some runs being scored, and I just get the feeling, Lenny, that teams, T10 teams, are getting to understand this, the way to go out there and bat. They know the way to do it. It's not about hanging around. It's not about looking to bat deep. It's about going out there and going big, deep, and that's what they're doing, and they're doing it straight away. Short.
Pulled away. That's going to be 6, isn't it? The 6s have just come with such regularity. We had 46 in one game yesterday. Broke the record in 10 over cricket. Dug into the wicket. Stands up and 6. Nice little bit of flair with the follow through too.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I'm talking about. That's Rahimi. Because, you know, there was a time, and Lenny, you know about this, there's a time when batters go out and you're thinking about first ball, I'll play it down to get myself in. It does not exist anymore. You go out there and you're required to hit a 6 first ball. Well, he does hit it on the first and then hit it on the second as well. Bolle, quinna zona. Que forte, que guay, que genial. 6. Que eres más.
That's a big one. 6. You're going to have to talk me through this. So I know Vinny's got the maximum. Maximo. We get to the end of the first 18 for 1. Come on, guide me through it. Is that Spanish? My Spanish is not good.
Seis carreras, 6 runs.
Okay, that's easy.
Que grande is big. And balle is just another way of saying wow and shaba. You know, it's the same thing. Balle. Yeah,
Beautiful.
it's like, well, you know, wow, in other words. So, yeah, that's a bit of an old Indian Punjabi mainly use a lot of balle, you know, when something special happens.
So a bit of cross-culture, a bit of everything.
Bit of everything. Just throw it all in there.
Love it. So in comes Bilal Muhammad, who was so good with the bat. He's going to bowl with the ball now. I think you're right, though, Rico. You look at the evolution of T20 cricket, which has been around now for about 20 years. I think it was something like 2003. I'm talking about at the professional level. The club level, it was played quite a bit prior to that. We certainly had Tuesday night club cricket in Dublin, something called the Alan Murray Cup, I think started all the way back in the 1970s. It was a bit of a kind of smash and grab event. This one is hit straight to the man, going to be the second wicket. Ahmadi, well, he had a first ball duck this morning, and I'm afraid that Derek the duck is going to return here. 2 first ball ducks in the day. Oh, that's not good.
Yeah, well, at least, what would you have? A diamond or a golden? Well, he could have gone diamond, he'll go golden. And you know what that means? It means he's going to get a little bit of this. He's going to get a bit of... Come on, Derek, where are you? Come on, Goldie. There he is. It's one of those, when it's not your day, it's not your day, Lenny.
Well, I have to admit something to you. As Vinny Sanders just said in the chat, he's watching on both of us from the media centre, which is where the guys are. It's a great facility here. We're up on the top of the grandstand. As the graphic came up earlier, right? I was sitting in the media centre for game 2 whilst you were commentating with Vinny. And I honestly, I'm not making this up, I thought the Derek the Duck animation had sound effects, which I had just missed because every other game I'd been commentating, but I didn't know it was you. But now I know it's you. So just in case you're wondering at home, that was Rico.
By the way, okay, this could be another. It could be 2 in 2, and we could hear Derek all over again because there's going to be another golden. Khalid Niazi comes out. He's going to go first ball. And that means just like that, Bilal Muhammad, who's had an outstanding day so far, he was great with the bat, he's on a hat-trick, Lenny.
Well, stop the count. If you're talking about the player of the match result, I can already maybe give it to you because he smoked 47 off 14 deliveries, the highest score in the first innings. He's now got 2 and 2. There's... Oh, where's the sound effects? That's very good, Rico. I got to give it to you.
He's plenty of practice because now we see plenty of Maximos on the European Cricket Network. We see plenty and a fair share of our ducks as well. So, hat-trick ball coming out. This is the Hall of Fame so far. Have we had one here, so?
We haven't. And I'm going to give you 2 very inaccurate, very rough counts. I'm not exaggerating here, Rico. I reckon this is the 35th hat-trick ball we've had, if not more. We've definitely averaged close to 1 a game.
Yeah.
And then up on the roof, well, this one's a bit more educated. Apparently, we're up towards 65, 70 balls on the roof. Here's a hat-trick ball. And it's going to have to be re-bowled. Massive anticlimax. It's a wide.
Well, at least it doesn't go for a 6, like, as you said, Vinny Sandhu said quite often happens. By the way, how's your nice comfortable chair? Speaking of Vinny Sandhu.
Well, that's a very good question.
Isn't he a cheeky so-and-so?
I love story time. Well, it's very difficult sometimes to get stories in this 10-over format, particularly that game yesterday with the 46 sixes. But I've got a little tale for you, Rico. You set me up nicely for it. Played a miss, nicely bowled. So we are right at the top of the grandstand. We've got a lovely setup, couple of desks, monitor. You've got your laptop out. We've got the graphics. The team sheets on a tablet. I've got a tablet and a laptop too. We've got our little headphones control panel to be able to talk back to the crew, who are only 5 yards to our right. They're indoors. Yeah. We're outdoors. And we've been feeling the cold, Rico, I promise you. Oh, yesterday, I'm glad you weren't here yesterday. You wouldn't have liked it. I know you like a bit of heat like me. And Vinny Sandhu says, all right, guys, I'm done for the day. I'm going to hand it over to Lenny and Rico for the last 3 games. I said, happy days, Vinny. About time you took a break. You've been just full on.
Yeah.
So I was watching you 2 boys in the last game. I was sitting on my very basic, what I would describe as a white plastic garden chair in the media centre. That's fine. And I was so looking forward to coming with you for two reasons as this one somehow misses. One, to join you for the commentary for the first time. Two, to sit in what I would describe as one of the best chairs I've ever seen, which Vinny sat in every ball we've done together. But just as I'm coming out, I see Vinny take my white plastic chair as I've stood up for the media centre. I didn't know why he'd done it, but the reason became apparent very quickly.
He's
walked my one out, and then he's walked his one back in so he can sit in and do his work on his laptop in his chair.
He was normally Vinny, when he's got places to go, he's very quick to tidy up his desk. First thing he did, though, here was take that chair. He said, never mind the laptop and everything else. I want that chair. Which means that sets me up nicely. I reckon we've got to get him on that chair. We've got to do something to the chair.
That's not a bad idea.
It's a
you might be listening, though. Shh.
It's a swivel. Yeah, we'll just whisper. It's a swivel chair. Maybe we can, we can do a little trick on it. Anyway, this is the way the standings are looking. You see Geneva get a win here. They're going to be right going into third spot with Alton. But you can see the Zurich Cricketers only 4 points. All right, they have got some games in hand, but they've got to get a win here really to stay up. Remember, it's the top 5 we're talking about, so you've got to finish. It's a big almighty swing here. It's a fifth Katak who comes back into the attack. And, well, they try to attack him, but no run there. It's 19 for 3. The start of the third over.
Yeah, for me, honestly, Rico, if the Crickets lose, they're gone. They have to win here. And that's why they're throwing everything at it. The problem has been their ball striker, their highest strike rate in the competition has been Nurkan Ahmadi. And his day right now reads duck, alongside 2 first bowlers. That's not good.
Yeah, not good at all, as you say. So Rahimi trying. He knows he has to. He knows he has to throw the bat at this. I mean, that required rate is already gone past the point of no return. As Vinny Sandu would say, that's around the 18. They're probably now and around the magical over rate per over. They've really got to go some. And that's what Rahimi throwing the bat at everything, but not able to make contact.
Did make his T20I debut for Switzerland last month. That was down in, I think it was at the Valletta Cup, wasn't it, against Malta. 1 for 23 in that game. This one's clubbed down the ground and taken. Well, not the best delivery, but a wonderful running catch. As Ansar Mahmood, the captain, reads that ever so well off the bat. And the Crickets, oh, they're in all sorts of trouble here.
In trouble indeed. So swinging and missing, and then when he does make contact, it's a bit of a full toss really. I wonder if that was a slightly slower ball from Katak, but doesn't get the middle of the bat. You'll see here the contact that is made is right on the edge. Doesn't get any power into it, and a very good catch taken by the captain, Ansar Mahmood. And Mahmood, well, he's in the Mahmood to party for sure, because his team looking like they're going to register 2 wins on the spin here. Had a very close encounter, if you remember, against Zalmi a little bit earlier. They won that one, and now they're looking to do the same here. And they have the upper hand. 19 for 4 are the Zurich Crickets. And spot a bother. The thing is here now, how can they recover? What can they get to? And what are they thinking now? Because surely they realise they're going down in this one. That's really going to be the end of it.
Well, this is one of the things that's changed in the modern game. I think historically here in positions like these, particularly in T20 cricket too, you see sides maybe say, okay, let's not get embarrassed. Let's get up to 100 or 90 or something like that. But really what we've seen in the tournament is sides just keep going. Henderson gets off the mark immediately. They won't get an overthrows. It's well backed up. But surely they've nothing to lose. If they're bowled out for 40 or if they make 120, it doesn't really make a difference. It's either win or they will be out of the qualification picture for the top 5.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. That's what they've got to be thinking here, saying we've just got to go at this for everything, and maybe pick up a personal highlight too along the way as well. And at the moment, though, you can see that the other thing is shot selection. I mean, what I saw this morning in the last match that I saw Geneva playing, that great match, Geneva versus Army, the shot selection was good. Shots were being played to all parts of the ground. They were the shots over cow corner, of course, the straight drives, but a lot of shots played out on the offside. And what you're seeing here from Zurich cricketers is a lot of their shots are aiming in one direction. They're trying to hit everything over cow corner. And you're not going to be able to do that against good bowlers, and that's why they're in this spot of bother here. 20 for 4 after 3.
Yeah, end of the power play. Lovely to hear from you all. on the live chat. Jahangir, Mohammed Anik, Arsalan Asif, and also Wayne, one of our admins. He says, I hope that Rico's suitcase turns up soon. It's way too expensive to go shopping in Switzerland.
It's a nice looking shot. He should get a reward for 4 runs here, and he will. And right on cue, you see a batter who does play the ball on merit. It is a shot to be played outside the off, and he does. It's a nice looking shot there from Nicholas Henderson. Liking that from him. Yeah, you're absolutely right. And yeah, hello to Wayne. Hello to Jeffrey Maguire as well. Jeffrey, hope you're well. I know Jeffrey really did enjoy the Continental Cup there, the Women's T20 International Series in Romania. Jeffrey, good to have you with us as well. Yeah, I hope the bag turns up pretty soon, though I have to admit, from the experiences that I had yesterday, I'm not very confident that it's going to turn up pretty soon. So already I've been searching where the shopping centre is. Not too far from us, actually. So
well, it's easy just to walk across. There's a few more budget brands in there, but I'm not sure they'd be to your liking, Rico.
Yeah.
When did you last see your bag? That was in Bucharest Airport.
That was
dear.
the last time I saw it. And yeah, it's one of those. And the thing is, though, and this is, as you see this delivery here, but because of all the, it's going to be signalled wide, just a little bit too wide, but because of all of the requirements by airlines and all the things that you can't carry with you on the plane. Of course,
you can't just travel with hand luggage.
Yeah, and most of the things that are in there. I mean, but I have learned, this happened to me when I was travelling to Dresden about this sort of time of year last year. And I learned from that to say, right, always carry a few bits and pieces in your cabin bag, what you're allowed to do so. So a few, the undergarments are there, and a T-shirt and a pair of shorts. And luckily, I put some tracksuit joggers in and whatever. So I've got a few bits, but that will last for today. And then I think I'm going to have to go shopping tomorrow, Lenny.
Well, I tell you, if you need a half a morning off, you can always just jump in, Vinny.
I was going
to say Vinny's going too, but he's not going to.
I thought you were going to say if you need some underwear. I've got a few clean pairs.
Could be a chance. Put down. Didn't quite carry, maybe. Misjudged a touch too. Not as windy as we've seen it here, but just half a finger from Zahidullah Abdul Rahimzi. Never quite adjudged it properly, Rico.
Yeah, it doesn't. It's he's hovering out there. He's probably a little bit slow getting into the right position, isn't he? He doesn't get in the right position, and the catch does go down.
Yeah, no, certainly there's a great, it's a good kind of example of a modern stadium, this Kaiban Park that's across to our left. I'll tell you why, Rico. They've put it together to not just be a football stadium. There's offices in it. There's a full shopping centre. It's got an underground car park. It's got the walkways to get over the main road that leads into St. Gallen. It's a very, very clever complex.
So is that the St. Gallen's football stadium?
Yeah, and they're one of the oldest football clubs in Switzerland, founded in 1879.
Oh, wow.
We had we had a great story on, I think it was Friday, I want to say. Good movement still with the ball and a good stop to cover. Won't get the overthrow. There's a huge number of football pitches. You can see out behind us, the grandstand. This is usually the reserve team pitch.
Yeah.
But the main team was training here on Friday, not at the stadium, but on the reserve, the pitches. There's about 8 to 12 of them at the back this here. And we had 3 very athletic-looking guys come up into our grandstand we were commentating from, all in St. Gallen.
I've seen the picture, seen it on social media.
And the first time that any of the 3 boys had watched cricket live, they really enjoyed it. They stayed with us for a whole 10 overs. They spent about 5 or 6 overs listening to Vinny explain the game to them. And they even came on air with us, but it was so cool then to see Lawrence Atizigi, which is the Ghana national team goalkeeper and the #1 for St. Gallen FC.
Wow.
I'm not going to lie, Rico, I didn't actually buy a ticket. I snuck in for the last half hour.
You naughty boy.
Yeah, there's always a way. When there's 18 or 20,000 people milling around, I don't care if it's Wembley or the Masters, there's always a way.
There's always a way.
You won't get in from ball 1 maybe, but you'll find
Eventually they slacken off, don't they?
They do, they get tired.
Look, I'm not looking at you funny for a particular reason. It's basically looking at you wearing that beanie over your head. It looks like you've got a tea cozy in your head. It reminds me of...
Sure. We'll come back to that. We'll see that in the commentary cabinet in a second. It's that little bit of a round arm angle that Karamatullah Tarakil has. And really right now, nothing is going for the Crickets. And Baraksai, he has to take the long walk back too.
Yeah, he does, Tarakil. Gets the ball in the right areas, gets a little sneak, no mistakes at all from the keeper. Says thank you very much, does Huck. But yeah, you don't see the tea cozy that much these days. But yeah, that's why I'm going back to the last time I seen a tea cozy, and that's what it reminds me of. And so you obviously feel the cold a little bit. You're from Ireland, you should be used to the cold.
Everyone says that to me, Rico. I haven't lived in Ireland for best part of 10 years. 2014 was the last time I was there permanently. Then I moved to Dubai, so I went out to work for the ICC, which is certainly one of the warmest places on the planet. And then I've been generally on the commentary circuit for the last 5 years, predominantly in warm places. And also one little more secret, which I told Vinny earlier in the week, but I'm actually only half Irish, I'm half Greek, so I've got the mother's side in me, which is I love the heat and I hate the cold. So yesterday, I won't lie, it was difficult.
It was bitter, was it? Yeah. Well, I'm glad I missed it. Well, spare thought for me, okay? So, of course, everybody knows about me. Well, everyone found out now my luggage has disappeared. Well, my plan was simple. 35 degrees in Romania when I left. I thought, I know what I'll do. There's this 12 bowl.
It did look beautiful there. It really
take
did.
The single. It's a you know, when you get the opportunity to go to that venue, it is a superb ground. It really is, and it plays so well as well. I think we're going to see a lot more of the Marvel-Vasia cricket ground. But yeah, so 35 degrees. I thought I'm leaving there at midday. I thought, you know what, shorts and t-shirts got to be, because it's too hot otherwise. So shorts and t-shirts. The plan was to get to Dusseldorf, and then maybe at Dusseldorf, or when I got to Zurich, make the change.
Yep.
Couldn't do it, could I? Because my bag lost my bags. So I turned up here at midnight.
In shorts?
In shorts.
Oh, that would have been... How cold was it last night?
It was cold.
You at least understand my pain.
It was cold. So I was cursing all the way, making my way from the airport to the train station. Of course, then on the train. The train was all right, actually.
Brilliant setup,
great setup in the train system. And then, but the short drive from the station to the hotel and getting to the hotel in shorts and a t-shirt. And you know what? I now normally, Shub does a bit of fielding. Well done, Shub. Nicely done. And he's got a smile on his face.
That's the first clean stop he's made, I reckon.
I don't know how clean it was. Let's have a look. Was it that clean? He gets down. No, it wasn't clean at all. He'll blame the paperwork, but that wasn't clean at all. Here we go. We'll see it again. We'll probably have to go back to live action, actually. That would be a while. Maybe now. Cue it up now. That's old Shub in action. He's having a bit of a mare, old Shub. I reckon.
Vinny told me he's never caught one clean or stopped one clean. Just another one to add to the list of... What are we going to call them? Well, they're misfields usually. Shub fields? I don't know. I don't know. How's he working in cricket? That's the big question.
Butterfinger Shub, eh?
He talks the good game too, doesn't he?
Tarakel. 37 for 5 then. And well, this one's probably going to be a no. It's too high. It could be a 7-up. It will be a 7-up. Manos arriba, arbitro. Well, that will help. It's probably a little too late. But, well, Jabrangel hits this well, and he thumped it. Well, there you go. Too high. 7-up. Thank you very much. Well, he's got 7 on his back. He'll get 7 for that as well.
And the free hit to come. Yeah, I think a pretty simple decision and good work from our umpiring team. Immediately, the square leg umpire working in tandem with the standing umpire to indicate that will be 6. So Tarakil is going to have a full toss to bowl.
Jabakil just... Well, it's a free hit, and he now goes down and says, why didn't I try and hit that one? So, tell me, Northern Ireland, well, not Northern Ireland, Ireland, where from? Where about in Ireland?
Dublin for me, yeah.
Dublin,
although, yeah, like I said, wouldn't have been there for a long time. South of Dublin, grew up in, beautiful part of the world. Big city now, it's changed an awful lot.
So you mean, wasn't there a bit of a festival in Ireland last week? Because I had Simon Keeling with me, he was in Romania, and he was very disappointed that he was missing. Was it race week?
Galway races. Yeah. It's very special. Welcome up to the commentary box. We'll hopefully come and say hello to you here. This is the tea cozy you're talking about. It's
I mean, that's
the Kevin O'Brien Cricket Academy beanie I wear
that's
everywhere.
That's a bit better.
That's usually what I show.
That's a bit better.
And also, when you're bald, it does feel cold, Rico.
Okay, I'll give you that.
Look, sorry, there it is.
I'll be there soon, but not quite yet. Anyway.
No, you're
it's great to be with you for the first time.
It is great to be with you. Rico Full, the main man.
Looking forward to do plenty more. So
yeah, I think we're together all the rest of the afternoon. Tomorrow. Who knows what will happen on Thursday? It's my last day. Maybe it'll be a terrific,
is it your last
terrific trio. It could be a terrific trio on Thursday. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, we could do. Now, what are these sound effects that I keep hearing in the background?
Yeah, that I'm not going to lie, for the first 2 or 3 days, really confused us here till we finally had it confirmed as Jabberkeel comes into the attack and he's clubbed towards the man who juggles and drops it over the rope. Newman Ahmed's eyes got his hands to his face. It could well have been out. Instead, it's 6.
Yeah, well, he looks like he was going to do everything right here and take the cat, but he punches it over. It's going to be 6 runs, and then he says, oh no, what did I do that for? And it's on camera. And it's going to be watched around the world by a lot of people, but it shouldn't really make any difference to the outcome of the result here. Could it be another opportunity here, just out of the reach of the fielder? They'll just take the single.
Yeah, so Rico, that artillery range that we think it is really not that far away. It's probably less than a couple of kilometers over to our right. We've had helicopters coming in and out of it. I think we've not just had shooting, but it feels like some bombing, and obviously there's quite an active army reserve here in Switzerland. This should be gone. Taken down long on. The captain, Ansar Mahmoud, took a very good catch earlier. This one is as easy as they come, and one captain catches the other. Henderson, he falls.
Yeah, Henderson going for the shot down the ground, doesn't quite get it out in the middle, and makes it look easy, doesn't he? Ansar Mahmoud takes the catch. Hey, listen, I want to say we are in Switzerland, so this has to be done. Happy birthday, 42nd birthday to Roger Federer. Roger Federer, 42nd today, 20 Grand Slams. I mean, I've got to admit, and in terms of tennis, of course, always will have a soft spot for Rafa Nadal, being that I'm from Spain. But Roger Federer, probably for me, the greatest players that I've ever seen playing. And happy birthday to you, Roger. And if you are anywhere near St. Gallen's, come on down. We'd love to see you. And maybe we'll give you a slice of birthday cake. Come on down. Come and join us. Come and join the action. Yeah, Roger Federer's birthday today.
That's a great stat, that, isn't it? He was born in Basel 42 years ago today. Yeah, he retired last year. Career prize money, Rico?
450 million, something like that?
130 million.
130
Good numbers,
million.
that, though, isn't it? I'm sure the endorsements, by the time you had the endorsements on, it's probably more than 450.
Yeah, coming down. He's got some nice watches as well.
He does well.
I think he has a very nice watch collection.
What is Switzerland the home of? Cheese, chocolate and watches. Maybe a few other things, but definitely those 3. Big swing and a miss this time. Special athlete. And certainly, look, I think the impact that this event has had for Swiss cricket has been massive. End of the 6th, 54 for 6. One of the things I always said this a few times on broadcast, but I'd love to get your thoughts as well, Rika. You've been all around Europe with various events as part of the European Cricket Network. We had Austria, Denmark, and who were the third qualifier? No, not Germany. Austria, Denmark, and who was the third? Italy were the 3 qualifiers from the sub-regionals at the event, the European final qualifier. And then Scotland and Ireland, they're automatically in the rankings, and Germany and Jersey there to round out the 7-team event that decided 2 places at the T20 World Cup. I have to say, from what I've seen here alone in Switzerland, I would have thought Switzerland were certainly a stronger side than Austria, and they would give Denmark a very good game, if not beat them as well. So maybe in years to come, Swiss cricket could start to mix it with those bigger associate sides in Europe.
Yeah, I mean, one thing, as we see this one hit out, it's just going to be, they'll take a single. Yeah, the only thing with this is, and I've seen this a few times, and maybe in the past, I think Hungary is a side that falls into that category as well, and a few other teams. A lot of it is when they travel.
Spain as well?
Spain as well,
in the mix of that?
Is when you travel, the pitches are different. Different
Completely.
pitches. I mean, if you look at the pitch that they're playing here, I mean, we know that the bowlers are not really getting too much here, are they? It's a batting track, batters are on top. So sometimes, if you get a team, let's say a lot of the Swiss players playing on this regularly and then travelling away from this, maybe even going to the likes of Kartama, for example, which those artificials different. That's where sometimes they fall down. So I think really that the likes of those European nations, so Hungary, Austria, Romania, for example, Malta here, Switzerland, and they're starting to do that more and more. The more they travel to different locations and play cricket, the better they will get, and that's what we're going to see here. Opportunity taken. They've been very good with their catches, haven't they? No issues at all. And I think that's going to be Bilal Mohammed who takes another one. He's had a great match here, hasn't he? I think we might as well say he's already going to be the player of the match here.
Yeah, this, sadly, Rico, probably the most one-sided game we've had actually throughout the entire 43. The result felt like an inevitability almost as early as the 5th or 6th over in the first innings. 169 from Geneva, going to be far too many. The other thing that's worth a consideration, I might ask if we can get another look at the points table. This big net run rate boost Geneva are going to get, that could well prove to be very telling. We'll see if we can get it up for you at the end of this over.
Yeah, it could. I mean, you're absolutely right, because where they at the moment, so a win here would take them on the level on points with Alton. Alton, though, will have a game in hand, and they'll only be a point behind St. Gallen's, who would have played a game more than them, as with the Zurich Nomads. So it'll be interesting. That's well bowled, isn't it? It's a good delivery.
Just done all the basics right, haven't they, Geneva? I think a little bit like the Alton team, they are very much a complete 11. If you look at the Zurich Nomads, I know they're top of the table, but they're really top of the table thanks to two left-handers at the top of their order. The two leading run scorers in the tournament, good Yorker this time. But the fascinating aspect to this points table, I know the Nomads are completed their 10 games. They've got to 14. If Geneva complete this win, which they will, and they win their last game, they'll join the Nomads on 14. Then it would be only Alton who could get to 16, potentially with 8 wins if they win their last 2. But if they won 1 and lost 1, we could well end up having a 3-way tie on 14 points apiece at the top of the table. It'll come down to net run rate. And with this win of the 3 teams, I think Geneva would be most likely to finish top.
Yeah, very good point. Good observation. And that's one thing that we find ourselves always saying when we get to these tournaments. And this is that table. This is exactly that point that you're talking about.
Yeah, I think St. Geneva, they're going to close out, what, a 70-80 run win here. So they're going to get a boost, a big boost. They'll go up above the net run rate. They're already above both Alton and Zurich Nomads. But if Alton do end up in a 3-way tie at 14 points apiece, because they're winning 1 and losing 1, unless they won a game by 140 runs and lost the other by 1 run or something like that, naturally their net run rate's going to come back down. So maybe, just maybe, if Geneva can close out 1 more win after this one, get to 14 points, if Alton stumble, it's going to be Geneva that will take the automatic spot in the final.
Yeah.
And that is a beauty. Full straight, the stumps castled. This could well be the biggest win of the European Cricket Series Switzerland 2023. It could be 100 plus. 57 for 8 now.
Yeah, Muaz, he plays all round this, doesn't he? Terakil is just too good for him. Gets it on the money, takes his second, and gives himself a little bit of room, does Muaz, to try and give it a bit of a whack. But Oli succeeds in seeing his stumps knocked over. Chuck of the foot style, down they go. And, well, the timber is knocked over. And a punch of delight. I'm loving that to view, I have to say, from that camera angle as well, with the flags of Switzerland, the European Cricket Network banner there, as well as St. Gallen's. I'm loving the colour there, loving the look.
Well, from the sublime to the ridiculous, really, you had an extraordinary first game in the box, your second one, Rico. I know you see it all, you do so much cricket, but generally the cricket you do, it seems to be quite competitive, more and more so.
Usually very competitive, it has to be said. And also can change so much. I know sometimes we do these European Cricket Series where there's back-to-back matches. Teams play back-to-back, and so often, you know, one result is so different to the other. You know, one team wins, and so many times we see those little mini-series levelled 1 apiece. So it's just the way it goes. But unfortunately here, I think whereas Geneva have just got stronger and stronger with every game they play, Zurich cricketers just haven't been able to compete with them. But this one, it's hit up high in the air. The umpire square has called it. I think that's a fair call. I think bowling at this pace, you shouldn't be bowling that way. Hey, I've got a question for you. One thing when we have low-scoring games like this, you have more time to talk. And, of course, at the beginning of June, I think it was about 10th of June, some new regulations came in, brought in by the ICC and also by ECB, about the wearing of helmets.
Yeah.
Now, what are your thoughts on that? Because as this is a swing and a miss, because I'm pretty sure that we'll be seeing a lot more of that. And I, as you know, myself, I think all of us on the European Cricket Network, to be fair, we've been saying for probably a number of years that really would like to see batters, especially playing up against pace bowlers, and also wicketkeepers standing up wearing a lid.
Yeah, look, it's an interesting one, isn't it? I'm not sure we can get that visor off Arif Sanger, as Derek Hill can't believe he didn't get a third wicket. He'll finish with 2 for 17. The score 59 for 8. Still good spell of bowling from him. He's got that nice slingy action, bit like Romario Shepherd of the West Indies. Good yard of pace too. Look, personally, I went through a long spell of wearing a helmet, and then I've stopped wearing as I've kind of dropped down the grades back to second 11. At first 11, when the quicker bowlers are at you, yeah, look, I get it, but
Yeah.
I think each to their own. Some people are going to enjoy not wearing a helmet. Do you have to mandate everything? I'm not so sure. This is going to be a chance at mid-wicket. Nothing going for the Zurich Crickets. Very, very one-sided there. Likely now, surely, to be bowled out. Another wicket goes down. They've lost their 9th.
Yeah, and all the momentum and all the fire really from Zurich cricketers seems to have faded away here. They just can't get anything going. It's very quiet as well, and not a lot going their way. And just to remind you, you've still got 2 more matches coming today. We're going to see Zalmi back in action as well, taking on Alton. That's going to be the next match. And then after that, the final match of the day, we're going to see Geneva back in action as well. So big day for Geneva.
Yeah, that's against Vettigan. I think the Paktoon Zalmi versus Alton could be one of the games of the tournament, match 44. Right in and around 2 competitive sides there. Anyone could win that. Match number 14 it was, the largest win of the tournament so far in terms of runs. 88 runs was the margin. That is surely going to be gone past.
Yeah.
Guess who was playing in that game?
Go on, tell me.
It was Azura Cricket CC again. Yeah, St. Gallen made 184 for 4, which was for a brief period the highest total of the tournament up until our ludicrous double century opening partnership yesterday for the Zurich Nomads, who've been so good. It's funny though, which do you think is a heavier defeat? Let me ask you this. So let's say this ends up with a 100-run victory, big defeat. But what about yesterday? The Zurich Lions making 1-2-5 for 5 batting first. The Nomads chased it down in 6 overs by 10 wickets. Which is bigger, which is worse?
Yeah, it's a good one, isn't it? I know which one is more exciting, that's for sure.
Good shout that, actually.
Yeah, one thing I think with the Zurich cricketers is that when you look at this innings particularly, of course, first time I'm seeing them, but they're just, the shot selection hasn't been there. They're just focused on hitting the ball in one area, and I think up against good teams, up against good bowlers, that's just not going to work for you. And that's one thing. Credit to Geneva. You can see here, they know that. So they've kept that ball predominantly outside the off stump. They bowled on the off stump corridor. So credit to them. They're just showing all their skills when they're up against a tough side, as they were earlier against Zalmi. They were able to notch it up a gear. And then here, up against Zurich, they're just keeping the ball in the right areas. So you see, once again, outside the off. And a good length as well. Looking to go for 2, are they? And looks like they will... Well, he's very slow getting there. I don't know what the running here was about, but I reckon he could be in trouble here, Lenny.
He could be, and it's taken him 8 deliveries to get off the mark. There's no problem with the first run. The second's the question. He needs to get there. Oh, I think he's gone.
He's gone, you know.
Well, that sums up maybe not just the cricket's day, but possibly the cricket's tournament. That's not how you run between the wickets. You need to slide your bat, and it's all going to be over. The finger's gone up, and now Geneva know it. It's the largest win of the tournament. It's going to be by 108 runs. They will get 1 run. They won't get the second.
Yeah.
And the crickets bowled out for 61.
Yeah, they just weren't up with it. And I think that last dismissal sums it up. And I know there's a lot of youngsters on their holidays at the moment. Well, happy holidays to you. And if you are watching the cricket, that is not the way to run. You've got to at least slide the bat in. He doesn't. The bat is hanging in the air. He's going to get run out. They will be bowled out for 61. And this is the next match coming up. So Paktoon Zalmi, we saw them in a very good close match against Geneva, 134 to 137. They ended up losing that one, but it was a close match. They're up against Alton. First time I'm going to get a chance to see Alton away from Cartama, so I'm certainly looking forward to this. Let's have a look at the highlights, but most of the highlights, though, were in favour of Geneva as they showed their dominance. And it started with a catch, and what a catch it was. Absolutely brilliant from Jamal Jabakil. And there were some boundaries as well. There was a little bit of sunshine as the sun was shining, but the problem was that a lot of the times they just weren't getting the power of the shot, and they were offering simple opportunities, and the likes of Fif Katsat was not going to put those down. This one was another good catch from the captain. Didn't get it out of the middle, did the batter, Rahimi. and the captain takes the catch, and after that, really, it was just one-way traffic.
It really was. Would you believe it? Just 5 sixes in the entire innings and 2 boundaries to go alongside it. Lots of dot balls, lots of wickets, including this sharp grab from the keeper behind. There was some good fielding. I think Geneva have been impressive. They're right in the mix. Maybe not just for the playoffs. They've already sealed their spot in those pretty much. But with that one exception of the drop catch over the rope, everything else went to hand. Their captain Ansar Mahmood took a good catch down at long on, and the wickets, they just tumbled with such regularity. The poor old crickets, they're going to have to go back to the drawing board. They are, I think, officially now out of the playoff reckoning. They'll still have games left to try and capture a few memories from this European Cricket Series, Switzerland 2023. But that last dismissal, well, it summed it all up. Not just for today, but maybe for the cricket's campaign. A heavy, heavy defeat. What a way to be knocked out of the tournament. They're not going to want to remember today. 108 runs they've gone down by. Only 2 batters have made it to double figures.
The only 2 batters, Jabakil 21. And the other thing that was good to see there, only the 4 wides as well. So extras kept to just 8. And that's why Geneva are going to be a top side that will be contesting for this championship. And the bowling figures were, well, they were just all very economical. Nobody went for too many. 2 wickets apiece. They were for Katak there, also for Bilal Mohammed, 2 for Jabakil as well. And well, we see, you can hear a bit, we can see some of the action in the far end there, the old helicopter. I don't know if our production guys can pick up that. But there was also 2 wickets for Abdul Rahim Zai as well. I think you have to say there from Geneva, that really was a very polished performance.
Yeah, outstanding. It really was. 2 wickets apiece for Katak, Mohammed Tarakil and Abdul Rahimzi, and 1-2 for Jamil Jarbakil. He impresses me every time he bowls. The Chris Martin of New Zealand look-alike with the headband. But one thing is for certain, Geneva, they march on to the playoffs. Can they seal top spot? If they win their final game, they'll be in with every chance of doing so. It'll also wrap up the coverage for us for Game 43, but don't go anywhere too far. We'll be back with you with all the action for Game 44 with the news that the Crickets are out of contention. But do come back and join us in about 15 minutes time. We'll be back on air in 12 minutes or so for the Paktoons Almy taking on Alton. We'll see you then.
Hello and welcome back to Switzerland. Great to have your company. Sun's out as well, which is a very good development. Now it's time for match 44. So still 2 matches left before the end of day 9. This should be a good one as well. Paktoon Zalmi are going to take on Alton in the 4th match of the day. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. Sir Rob Kemming, he's got the 2 captains. Let's see who wins it.
Your call.
Heads.
Heads is called. It is tails.
We are bowling first.
So it is Paktoon Zalmi that win the toss, and they've elected to bowl first, so they want to chase. We saw them go down in a really narrow one to Geneva earlier. Cracking cricket match, actually. They were trying to defend their score, which was a decent score, about a pass score in the end. Sanger, again, in the runs, 90 not out. What a series he is having. And he was able to do some acrobatic stuff in the field as well, but not quite enough to keep Geneva from taking the point. So they find themselves in a position where they're kind of in the mix, probably just out of the 5 at the moment, and so they'll certainly be very, very keen to get some points here. Won't be easy against Alton. Alton are hunting for top spot. If they can win their last 2 matches, they will certainly do that. Even if they win 1, they will be level on points with the Nomads. It'll be net run rate that decides. So I do think that Alton, they'll be on a bit of a mission here. We saw them do the business over the Crickets this morning, and they've got a lot of big hitters. Well, 2 heavy hitters in the commentary box as well for this one. It will be Andrew Leonard and Rico Full to take you through all the action here. In match 44, the news from out here in the middle is that Paktoon Zalmi, they've won the toss and they're going to field first.
Thank you to Mr. Maximo. Well, he can go and sit in his nice comfy chair now. Now he's done his bit for this one because, yeah, it will be myself and Lenny that will talk you through this one as Paktoon Zalmi take on Alton. And Alton, well, an opportunity for them with, well, after this one, they'll only have 1 match left to play, but an opportunity for them to extend a bit of a lead between them and Geneva. Geneva are right on their haunches, aren't they? And with that win, you'll probably find that Geneva have probably toppled them into 3rd place, but both on 12 points. So it is a big match, and once again, I've heard reference to this being made before. I don't know where the bat versus ball wall is getting his info from, but I suspect that we're going to see a few more runs than this. Alton, I think they'll be eyeing up anything around 140 plus, to be fair, and they've got talented players that can help them to do it. And of course, we know all about Zalmi. Zalmi, the first match that I saw here today, it was a close one, wasn't it? They got to 134 for 7, but it wasn't enough. But look out for Arif Sangar. He certainly is exceptional. If he can get going, well, he scored 90 in match number 42, and I wouldn't pass him going to the magical 100 mark if he gets going and he gets enough time out there in the middle. Opening up is going to be Rosanath Karunamuthi. Going to be facing the firstborn, and then you got Yesutharan, who I remember very well. He's a very good batter at the other end. So you got 2 good batters out there. It's going to be Bashir Ahmed to start. Bashir just had a few issues in his first over in the earlier match. He's just strayed a few down the leg side, particularly to the left-hander. He wasn't very comfortable bowling to the left-handers, so Krunamurthy will be hoping to get him away and give him and he's had a good start. Here's the first ball, and that's a bit of that in-swing. Plenty of swing here. Let's just have a look at this delivery. He certainly does. I mean, it's not his quickest delivery, but look at the shape on this. Certainly moves, and moves pretty late. Look at that. That's a proper banana delivery. And it almost gets through the gate. In fact, it probably does too much, but a good start from Ahmed. Holds his head in disbelief that he couldn't get this one through. Goes back to his mark, but it's a good start. Short, high in the air. Has it got the legs? It's going, and it has. It goes all the way. Goodness, all that. And the first runs come in the form of a Maximo. Well, of course they do, because, well, there's been plenty of 6s around this St. Gallen's cricket ground. What a beautiful ground it is. What a beautiful setting it is as well. So the first scoring runs, 6 runs to Krunamurthy. Ahmed needs a reply and pushes this through. A bit slow, the non-striker going, but we'll get there. So, Yesutharan will get on strike to face his first delivery. And now the bowler Ahmed has to adjust his line pretty quickly to the right-hander. Also, needs to adjust his field. I've said this many a times, if you can get both the openers going, and their left and right combination that can certainly cause you a few issues with the field, the bowler getting the line right. It can be a bit of a headache for the captain. Nice tight field at the moment on the offside. Got 4 men inside the circle, really got a good ring around the batter, not allowing any runs in that area, unless, of course, you swing the bat hard and you get it through. It's going to just get there, is it? No, it actually stops. Can't believe this stops just before the boundary. We'll follow this again. Just watch this. It just puts the brakes on just about there. And the fielder, where's that foot? That's okay. He pulls the handbrake at the right time. So just a couple. That's unfortunate. Deserved boundary, really. It's nicely hit down the ground, but there's the fielder back there in the long off position. One of the 2 men that are out. Long off and long on are out on the boundary. The Ahmed single there. Ball to go in the over. Rico Full bringing you the action here at this fantastic St. Gallen's cricket ground. And, bringing you all the action that you're seeing on the European Cricket Network. And alongside me, I'm glad to be working alongside this man. And it's Lenny. Lenny, welcome back.
Yeah, very good afternoon to you, Rico. Great to be with you. Nice little start from Alton. This should be a thriller, I reckon, between these two sides.
Well, this one goes all the way through, and is this taking anything on the way through? No, it hasn't. It's 4 byes. That just goes to show there must be a fair bit of pace in this delivery, because not too many have gone all the way to the boundary along the deck.
Well, maybe not Arshad Butt's greatest moment, I have to say. It's angled in. Well, he can extend his arms all he wants. He's got to get something on that. His feet just didn't get moving, and as a consequence, the arm goes above the head, and 4 byes are signalled. 48 days to go, Rico, to a day of the start of the tournament. 6 weeks or so of real action, 31 nations coming together, something you'll really look forward to alongside Vinny.
Certainly. I mean, the Euros of cricket, folks, that's what we're talking about. The European Cricket Championships happening, of course, in the province of Andalusia, the region of Malaga in Spain, and it's going to be an absolute blast. It really is. Cartamania coming your way. And like we say, our invite is out there to you all. If you've got nothing planned during that time, come and join us there in Spain, in Malaga, and join in the fun. Not only watch the excellent cricket and we'll share and spend some time with the players, but have some good time in the fan zone as well. An extra fielder goes across to the offside now. So you've got 5 men in that between the man who's at third and cover. And you've got long off on the boundary. So the bowlers are being asked by the captain to keep that ball outside the off full. And this one's a little bit shorter, but no runs.
How impressed were you with Arif Sanger earlier? He was just a sensational cricketer, not just the quality of his batting and how well he strikes the ball, but he's got a real swagger about him, doesn't he, for a youngster? For a
young guy, full of confidence. Well, that's well bowled. It's a good delivery. And I was impressed with this guy's bowling as well. The spin of Krishnamurthy. I think both the spinners, in fairness, bowled really well in that match. I think the captain was, well, he was a little bit expensive, but he took 2 wickets, went for 30, particularly because he took a hammering a couple of balls in the trot, which went to the boundary. That's a good stop. Gets a hand onto it, keeps it to 1. But I think the spin, again, could be the key. They're one side that do have those 2 spinners, and if they bowl well and they get the ball in the right areas, i.e. keep it outside that off stump, then I think they'll get some success. It's a good start from Krishnamurthy.
I think generally we've seen spin be pretty successful here as well. I think anything, we probably haven't seen much express pace. That might be the one thing that we've been short of in the series.
Down the ground, this is a lovely hit. Beautiful. Doesn't try and hit it too hard. Relies on the timing, and he knows. Hits it clean, hits it straight. He's going to get his reward.
Just a flick of the wrist, really, wasn't it, Rico? He probably a bit too full. No real turn on offer. Just a chip down the ground. He's taken out maybe the 9 iron just to get enough of it to get it all the way for 6. Yeah, certainly I've been impressed with some of the spinners. Medium pace seems to have gone the distance. Maybe in need of 1 or 2 more quick bowlers as we get to the end of the second. 21 for none the score. We'll get a good look now at the points table, Rico. And I have to say, it's building up to a fascinating finish towards the end of the group stages. I suspect it's all going to go down to the very final day, definitely. May even go down to the final game.
Yeah, you're seeing there confirmation that Geneva, because of that superior net run rate that you were talking about, they do now sit above Alton. So Alton, well, they're looking to bounce back here. A win again here. We'll see them go back above them. And so plenty to play for. And we'll see them go in second spot as well.
Yeah, look, I think Alton's task, probably the simplest of all the teams. If they win their last two, they finish top of the pile. And they deserve to. It'd be 8 wins and 2 losses, a really good tally. One thing I've loved, though, no side is winless and no side is undefeated. It shows how competitive it has been. And I've genuinely been impressed with the standard, particularly some of the individual performances.
Yeah. The captain, Azar Hussein, comes in to bowl and he gets punished like he did a few times in that earlier match against Geneva. This is huge. This is humongous. That is, well, he's mullered it, hasn't he? Absolutely mullered.
And that's my point about medium pace, Rico. Generally, it's just set up to be hit. If you bowl a little bit too short or you bowl too full into the slot, it goes over the rope. And we haven't just seen sixes hit into the leg side. There's been a lot inside out over extra cover. There's been quite a few down over long off. Even short and wide has been carved away for 6. So the margins for error on what's a good batting surface, very small. Medium pacers, be aware.
Oh, this is again short and he gets punished as well. Well, the umpire takes evasive action. So 6 and 4, and as we say on the network, hungry for more. Absolute blast. And watch the umpire. Umpire has to be moving quickly here. Watch out, watch out. There's some grisly action about. And down he goes.
Oh, I thought it was a little flatter at first, but he's playing up to the cameras there, isn't he? He could have just stood there. Would have gone miles over his head. I don't envy some of the umpires, though. You can understand why we see a few now stand in helmets.
Okay, this is high, but how high and how far is it going? Fielder, it'll be an amazing catch, but look at that, it just plugs. And I think he's all right there, Lenny. For a moment, I thought he's going to pick this up with 1 foot outside the field of play, but I think the foot is in the air. Well, this would have been, well, it's still an amazing bit of action. How that ball plugs here, I'd never know. But well, he almost takes an outrageous catch.
Well, I think it's a good lesson for the Paktoon Zalmi's bench. All of those pieces of kit, they should be back in the dugout. Yeah. And if they were, maybe he'd have been more encouraged to actually go for the dive and pull off what would have been maybe not just the catch of the series, the catch of the century if he'd hung on to that. And the reason it's plugging, Rico, we've had so much rain. We've played through quite a bit of rain at various points.
Well, he's got one thing on his mind, and that is to swing hard. It's another one that's going to just plug before the rope. The batters should come back and take 2. So, Yusuf Thuran, he's made it clear what his intentions are, and that's to be swinging big and trying to get as many runs as they can in the power play. I must admit, I don't think I've ever seen a red boundary rope before. That's the first for me.
Yeah, definitely a little bit different. And almost with the weather that we've had, it's almost sunk beneath the grass at some point.
This one gets it past the batter. The umpire says it's okay. The batter has a little look at the umps. The ump says, no, nothing wrong with that.
I am fascinated to see. I probably shouldn't say this too loud in case some of the curation team who've worked so hard are working. I'm going to be fascinated to see what it will look like when we do remove the wicket at the end of the tournament. Will there be a little bit of a difference in the colour of the grass potentially?
I'm pretty sure there will be.
It's been very mixed, the weather. That's a big hit, Rico.
It's high and it's mighty and it will go all the way. And put them up in the air like you just don't care. And it's 6 more. Just not been a good over from El Capitan. And, he'll go magical. And that's 20 off the over. 41 with that loss. And that's the end of the power play. And then be looking to build on that. It's a butt behind the stumps. He had a good moment in that match number 42 earlier when he was involved in a very good run out. And who did they go to here now? Well, they're sticking with Bashir Ahmed. So at the moment, they're holding back going to Arif Sangar. Bashir, they held him back last time to come and bowl the last over. That's not the plan this time. They want to bowl him earlier. And I just wonder if that is all because Zalmi believe that if they can get the wicket of either one of these two pretty early, or ideally both, then that they can start to slow down this this bit of aggressive stroke play from the two batters. Comes Ahmed. Play down the ground, trying to split the two fielders, but they'll get there. A bit of a hand onto it from Hamad, who took some great catches in that last match. And he leaves it for Arif Sangar, the man we're talking about. Whether we'll see him on to bowl next or not, we'll have to wait and see. He gives it back to the bowler.
Yeah, Karuna Murthy, he's Alton's leading run scorer alongside Tharuna Vukasaru, and the two of them have batted nicely, but they haven't done anything outstanding. Alton have been much more of a full 11 team performance, and this is going to go over the top. No real appeal. And that's what's impressed me. The Nomads have relied so heavily upon Hassan Ahmed and Fahim Nazir. The Pakhtun Zalmi have relied so heavily upon Arif Sanger, Vettigan, so much upon Mohammad Akhtar. But Alton, they have much more of a team performance. So even when they lose early wickets, like they did this morning to the Crickets, they had the depth to pull through.
Nice to see the sunshine caressing this beautiful ground once again.
You've brought it, haven't you, Rico?
Brought the sun. I told you, get rid of the beanie. You won't be needing it for a while. Edge, gone. Good catch. And a nice moment there for Ahmed. Well, he was asked to come and bowl this one rather than hold him back because the captain wanted the wicket. And, well, Shahid Oridu is going to be pleased that that's exactly what happens. That's nicely done. It's good work. And, well, there's the edge. There's the catch. Nicely taken. Well, I said Butt had a good moment last time round. And he gets a good one here as well. And once again, though, I think the umpires have to be a little bit stricter with where the bowlers are ending up. But a nice catch taken there by Butt. Good bit of action. And they do get the wicket. Yeah, you said it. There's not been big contributors, but they have been getting scores. But everybody comes in and plays their little part, don't they?
Yeah, that's tended to be the way. And they keep going all the way down to number 7, number 8. The change of angle works for the Pakhtun Zalmi. And a good catch. I have to say, having watched that 4 byes, I'm not sure if I would have been backing Arshad Butt to take that catch with the gloves, but he moved pretty swiftly to his right. He says he only goes for the ones that count.
Yeah.
He doesn't worry about the byes. He's all about the wickets. And it means that Tharuna Kasaru has gone for 24 off 14. The score now, Alton, 42 for 1.
Yeah, he's played his part. That's what he was there to do in the power play. And most of the time, he did it well. That's a nice looking shot. Bit over pitched there from Ahmed. Played down the ground, and one of the two men straight there at long on makes a stop.
It's actually amazing. Alton are possibly maybe the favourites to finish top if they can close out with these 2 wins. They don't have anyone in the top 10 wicket takers, and they don't have anyone in the top 10 run scorers. Remarkable.
Yeah.
Been a complete team performance from them. Been really impressed with Dion Johnson, bat and ball. I like what Ali Usman does, the left arm seamer too. You'll see him later.
Just down the leg side, but well, is there a bit of contact here maybe on the pads? Nothing from the umpire as yet. A wide has been called now, so
again,
wide delivery.
Arshad Butt, he doesn't worry about the ones that don't matter. It's a great facility, this though, isn't it? And not just from a cricketing context. I love the pop-up stadium feel, the brilliant full 19,000 seater stadium, the 8 or 10 football pitches behind us. We've got a boxing gym here. There's an indoor archery across to our left.
Indoor archery?
Yeah,
really?
amazing.
Okay, this is a hit by the fielder. Oh, my word! It's a one-handed Jalebi catch. What a moment that is. What a catch from Izar Hussain, the captain, I think, holds on to an absolute beauty. What a humdinger this is. Well, the European Cricket Network making players' dreams come true. What a catch. What a moment. Lenny.
I think it is Izar Hussain, isn't it? The captain, 17 on the back. A stunner. Well, we saw one almost in that exact same position yesterday. Even better from Nicholas Salonen. But this is very nicely judged. Look at that. Right on the rope. And just a little hop, a skip and a jump up. And he clings on. So Alton, well, they're finding the way to have a wobble. The new man, Muralitharan, he only lasted 2 balls. He's gone for 1. And Alton, 45 for 2.
Now, this catch is just absolutely amazing. Just have a look at this. I mean, it's been absolutely crunched. But the captain, well, the jump is to perfection. Up he goes. One-handed Jalebi catch. Oh, मैं कह रहे हूँ ना जलेबियाँ खाया करो. हाथ चिप चिप कर दे. Catch far हो जाता. You like your jalebis?
I love a jalebi.
Oh, yeah,
But
jalebi.
my real go-to, though, I have to say, it's the gulab jamun.
The gulab jamun.
Yeah,
You
I
like
love the gulab
jamun.
jamun. When I moved to Dubai, that was something that came into we used to have a once-a-month buffet together as a staff there at the ICC, and that was almost always the dessert. And if you don't know what a gulab jamun is, it's basically
sugar.
It's sugar coated in more sugar with sugar syrup on the top. But they are there's a lovely texture to them.
Yeah, they're sort of made the actual, because they're basically the balls are sort of made out of semolina, aren't they? And they're just soaked in syrup.
Oh, they are super.
And yeah, they are.
Also, the fact they're warm as well.
Yeah,
That's
got to be
one of
warm.
the things I like about them.
Warm. I tell you what, warm with a blob of ice cream, vanilla ice cream. Oh, that's the way to do it. That's the way to do it. Great catch there. Great moment. Hello to James Stewart. That's on the chat, and everybody else that's on the chat. And, of course, to everybody that's watching via fan code in the sub-Indian continent. Namaste, salam alaikum, sat sri akal. I one, everybody. Yes, the over comes to an end. And it is 45 now for 2, courtesy of a couple of wickets in that over. So the captain there, Izzat Hussain, made the call to bring Bashir Ahmed back on. Didn't want to hold him back. Bashir responds with 2 wickets, and one of them all thanks to that great catch from Hussain, the captain himself. Brilliantly done. And it just means that Alton here now, they're probably okay with the score. I mean, they'll know they'll be able to accelerate, but 2 wickets down and some of the top players. And this one could be gone, if this is straight and it has evaded.
I think it's bowled him
is
here,
it bowled
Rico.
him?
I think it's bowled him. I think it's just kissed the outside of the off
Well,
stump.
the batter doesn't want to go, so they know he's bowled him. The batter's not convinced. Now, the 2 umpires will come together to confirm. Well, wicketkeeper's nowhere near it, so it has to be bowled.
Unless it's ricocheted off the pads, but I think it's just kissed the outside of the off stump.
Yeah,
it certainly has. Not just 1 bail gone down, but 2. No need to appeal for that one, Rico. That's out. That's bowled him.
Yeah, I like the way that the bowler then apologises and said, how can you say it's not out? How can you say? He said, what are you watching? You know what he's saying? He said, what are you watching? Are you blind? You want me glasses? You want me dark shades? Of course it's out. And this is when the umpire, Patrick, turns around and says, have a look, sunshine. The bells have come off. And look, he turns around and apologises afterwards. And he says, oh, I'm really sorry. Marfy got it. I like that. Well, I'm glad that we got that on the camera. It's another wicket going down here. Alton seem to be, they're throwing the bat at everything, but they're throwing the wickets away as well.
Yeah, really, really entertaining stuff there, I have to say. Special moments, not just the enthusiasm, let's say, in the appeal, but then the realisation, oh, I'm sorry, ump. It has bowled him, you're right. You're always right, umpire. So, all of a sudden, Alton in trouble. 2 men, both on none at the crease, and it's going to be one Stanek side to join the other. The big Chris Gale numbered Rahan Stanek side with 3-3-3 on his back comes out to join Maliar, and Alton need to get moving.
It's not a good delivery first up to a new batter. He is a big unit, isn't he? He wants to come back for 2, and he'll do so as well.
Well, no surprise for guessing his favourite player is there.
Yeah,
Christopher Henry Gale. He's left-handed himself, and he wants to emulate the main man. 3 wides given. All the freebies help.
Krishnamurthy will be disappointed with that first delivery to a new batter. You can see that Stanek's eyes waiting for anything short. And, oh, this is a powerful hit. It will go all the way, That is power. And we said we know who his favourite player is. Well, his favourite player's got a fair bit of power about him. And that is a powerful shot off the back foot. And he blasts all the way for 6 runs. What a shot. Well, you can see he's a big old unit. And that means when he hits it, Lenny, it stays hit.
And this goes back to my point again about we haven't just seen 6s hit on the leg side or the off side. They've gone everywhere. They really have. In fact, the only scoring zone that's had little to no success is any of the attempted ramps or scoops. The batting surface is so good. Hit through the line or the direction of the delivery, you'll get good reward. They are just going to double check that it's 6. But I think for me, it clearly has gone over the rope. And then it cannoned into those Let's Play Cricket hoardings. So a definite maximum, but they're just going to double check it.
So it does go all the way.
Yeah, definitely a maximum. Yeah, 6 signalled. Good work by the umpire. Just to double check. Never any harm in double checking, Rico.
No harm in double checking.
We've got the technology for a reason.
We've got the technology. Use it. But yeah, it's a powerful hit. And, Krishnamurthy goes short, and he's going to get punished again. Goes for the quicker one, but he fires it in short. There is a fielder there, but this has gone past him. It's whistled past him before he's had a chance to move. And liking that from Reham Stanagzai as well. He just, that little foot forward, tries to throw the bowler. He succeeds. The bowler then pins it in a bit quicker, and he rocks back. Does the old swivel, the old, oh, and he plays it away for 4 runs.
What's that? Christopher Henry Gale meets Michael Jackson there, Rico.
A little bit of that.
I love it. The most remarkable aspect of this sort of 10-day experience for me, let's call it that, and hopefully I'll be able to get back and join you a little bit in the future
I
too,
hope so as
now
well.
and then, because I know you need the help with the amount of cricket you guys do. It's quite something.
Oh, this could be a no, you know. It goes all the way for 6, but you're going to have to look at this. This is pretty full, and I reckon, yeah, Reham Stanagzai is already looking at the umpires. I mean, he does come out to it. I still think that's too high. That's got to be called. This is going to be a 7-up for me.
I'm with you, Rico. I think that has to be called as a no ball. It is now. The free hit will follow. But what I was going to say, mate, is we see another remarkable 6. How well this pitch is played. You've got to remember, this is a football field. This is St. Gallen FC's reserve team football field. They've come in, got the artificial wicket down. We've seen one of the best batting surfaces, good outfield, big grandstand, great occasion.
Yeah. This gets played powerfully, and the fielder can't stop it. And Shub, of course, can't stop it as well. 33 is the fielder who throws himself at it. That's Arif Sangam. But we all know who is backing up Shub. Well, I tell you what, we've got to get it on camera. Can we got Shub there? Yeah.
Another one. London Bridge is calling.
Another one. Can somebody get some duct tape? And let's just tape Shub to a chair. Leave him there. This one is hit straight down the ground. It should just be a single. And it is now 5 overs completed, and the score moves to 70. And it's a powerful display. And Rico Fall here of the European Cricket Network. And it's a great pleasure for me to be alongside another man who's taller than I am. Lenny. Well, at least I'm taller than Charlie.
There is one commentator smaller, is there? Who you had? You must have had a couple.
I reckon me and Corey about the same. Charlie.
Corey Rucker's a similar height, isn't he?
Yeah, Charlie will always say he's the same as me, but you're not, Charlie. You're the shortest.
Remember, Rico, the best things, they come in small packages, isn't that right?
That's right, yeah.
Like the main man
we
here.
really do. And hopefully my package or my luggage will arrive today at some point as well.
Poor old Rico. But anyway, the thing I was saying, how cool is this pop-up cricket stadium?
Yeah.
You know, I know you guys do an amazing amount of work, the Blue Crew do, in terms of putting in the branding, getting the facilities in, but the dugouts, which are obviously usually used for football, all the grandstand, we've probably got about 1,500, maybe 1,800 seats, something like that. It shows that cricket can really be played anywhere.
Yeah, and the other thing, on to that, that's this one. Well, I think it's bowled him. I think it has bowled him. He has stood there and watched this ball come off him, bounce a few times, and rather than try and stop it, it goes on and hits the stump. So Abdullah Hamdard has taken probably one of the bizarrest wickets you'll ever see. Have a look at this.
Well, this is the angle, isn't it? It's backspin. Wait for the backspin.
Una, dos. Well, how about that? The celebrations are amazing. I don't think the batter, Stanagzai, sees a funny side. Look, he just watches it and he's like, what can I do? What can I do? And he's not able to think quick enough on his feet to stop it.
How's your luck, Rico? Because what's happened here, it's cannoned into the gloves, maybe the wrists. It's then backspun, gone over him. And if it had gone a little bit more backspin, it would have gone over the stumps. A little bit less, it might not have had the power to knock the bails off. Instead, it's landed right on top of them. And how is your luck? Go and buy a lottery ticket tonight, because I think that Abdullah Hamdard, from his first delivery, well, he's in for his lucky day.
He certainly is. I mean, he gets Reham Stanagzai for 21, and he was looking dangerous. He can't believe his reaction when he has to walk off says it all. And that's not a bad delivery either. So I don't think we saw Hamdard bowl actually the last match. I don't remember him bowling, but he seems to be a good little bowler, a good start anyway. And as you said, he does have luck on his side.
Well, the big innings now and the recovery job. I know they're going at 13 and over, the Ulton team, but Dion Johnson is such a crucial player for them. He's played 4 or 5 recovery innings for them already. He'll need to do it once more today for Ulton.
Well, this time gets played away. They'll take the single. So Johnson does get off the mark. But, well, he's out there with Muller standing side. He's only faced one ball up to now. And he'd be hoping that he could get off the mark as well. Yeah, bizarre wicket. We've seen some strange ones today. We saw that fantastic catch in the deep by this man. And, well, it's the same man who took probably one of the best catches that you'll ever see, a one-handed jalebi catch. And then, well, the captain Hussain fumbles this and sees it go to the boundary. And that's how quickly things can change here on the European Cricket Network.
You're spot on about Hamdard too. The 23-year-old, he's batted in all 7 games, but he hasn't bowled yet. First bowl and his very first delivery in the European Cricket Series in Switzerland 2023. It brings about a wicket. He was the player of the match too against the Zurich Lions for that innings of 62 that he made. So we'll see him with the bat later. But what a start to his bowling here on the global broadcast.
It could be their lucky charm, couldn't it? Could be their lucky charm. Oh, this is warm by the batter. I think this is right on the shoulder. In comes the shy at the stumps. And this is going to be called a leg by him. Let's see. I think it's the shoulder. Does it go up as... Yeah, right on that shoulder.
Yeah, it's almost... He's actually through the shot. It's almost probably the back of the shoulder, isn't it? So he's got through the shot quickly enough. As we'll see a leg by signal to end out the 6th over. The score now is 77 for 4. Alton probably trending towards that 130 mark. Obviously, a lot can change in the last 4 overs. But we've seen here that 130 really, Rico, it's only par.
Yeah, I mean, when I was doing that, the first match, I did hear when Vinny was saying that he fancied Geneva to get to the 135 target pretty easily against Zalmi. I thought I was hearing things, but obviously you guys have been here. You know how the scores are, and teams have been scoring quickly and frantically, hitting a lot of sixes. And talking of sixes, this one is just going to be one bounce ball in between the two fielders. And both fielders look at each other and believe that one or the other should have tried to stop this, but I suppose good placement. It's going to be Quattro Carreras.
And particularly when you've got the likes of Arif Sanger to come out with the bat. He is, well, he's on fire, and he is such a special talent. The 19-year-old could well be a future Swiss national team player. You'd suspect, not 100% certain on his qualification scenarios just yet. But it's just that swagger he has. He's got a walk a little bit like Viv Richards. He scored 321 runs in 7 innings. The strike rate over 250. He's averaging 80 with the bat, including 350-plus scores.
And this is him with the ball. And look, you mentioned his confidence, a slower delivery. You know, he's got a bit, you said he does have a bit of swagger about him, but this is a beautiful hit. He's timed this to perfection. And you talk about the swivel. Well, he's on this pretty quickly. MJ style. Oh! And it goes all the way right out in the middle. Yep, 10 on the back. 10 out of 10 for the shot. 6 runs. So 4 dot and a 6. So they're getting that acceleration in here. But, of course, yeah, you're right. I think when I saw Sanger bat, he played to every part of the ground, the shots he played. He's a talented player. And he knows whatever runs they get, he's going to have to get the majority off them. Sanger once again. It's that slower ball, grunted slower ball. The batter, Johnson, a little bit disappointed that he hasn't picked it, but he gets a run. He rotates the strike. Stanig's eye. Now hoping that he can get a few out of the middle as well.
Well, I have to say the bowling has been a bit less successful for Arif Sanger. This is his 8th match now he's bowling in, his 15th over. He's only taken 3 wickets.
It's nicely played away. Just controls the shot. And if he'd gone through with it, I think he would have gone fine at Lenny and may have beaten the man out there on behind square. But it's almost like he's quite happy just to hand the strike back.
Yep.
And that's what he feels his role is.
Just happy to sort of get it back to Johnson. Johnson's got this lovely technique as well. You'll see it here. He grips the bat very high, so he's got extra long leverage to clear the ropes. And he uses it very nicely.
Well, I tell you what, he may have been put off by a little bit of sounds like a bit of machine gun fire happening there at the moment. It's all sorts in here. And, what we're waiting for is somebody to hit a big 6 and those cannons going off at the same time. That would be quite spectacular, especially if he gets captured on the camera and on the sound system. Anyway, we've talked about this already. This is the Euros of cricket happening at the Cardiff Oval. Starts on the 25th of September all the way through to the 20th of October. Question for you, how do you feel the reigning champions Netherlands will fare? Because don't forget, we'll see them in the finals week, but there's going to be a lot of key players that won't be playing for them because, of course, of their amazing feat in making it to the World Cup. In the air, is this catchable? No, it's not. It goes all the way. Doesn't look like he was going to get all of the power in the shot, but somehow Johnson gets another 6.
Again, it's that long leverage that he has to get it down the ground. Not out of the middle, but enough for a maximum. And a bit of a question from the non-striker. Stanik's gone all the way over. And he's gone over to say, is that not the one for the over? Was that not short enough to be up towards the head height? Johnson rocked back, pumped it for 6. Yeah, I was lucky to be down in Zimbabwe.
It's high, mighty, mullered 6. And, well, 2 balls, 6 runs off both, 12 off it. And, well, you said that to Johnson. He's been the man that's come out there, and he's when he's had to perform for his side, he has. But he's looking to do it again here.
Well, I'll tell you something. It's hard to get a story in, isn't it, when the 6s are flying?
It's been hit pretty well as well. It's in the gap. It's 4 more, so 2 6s and a 4 in the over so far. 16 off it. So going far right. So you were there, were you?
Yeah, no, I was commentating on the Men's Cricket World Cup qualifier down in Zimbabwe. First time up with the Sunset and Vine team. Really impressive broadcast production, 18 cameras, and sitting with Ian Bishop and Pami Mbangwa and all the big name commentators. Really, really enjoyable. But it was an extraordinary tournament for the associates.
Yeah.
I thought it might have been Nepal or maybe even the UAE who might have been the ones that were going to actually make an impact from the associate end.
Lovely shot. This will go all the way. And, well, the ball ricochets from the stand onto the roof and then gradually makes his way back to the fielder that has to get it back to the bowler. And if Sangan does the fielding. But, again, a beautiful hit. And you're absolutely right. We can't get a story in here at the moment.
No, it's not easy. But Dion Johnson is playing a gem of an innings, 35 off 12. And Alton, who looked like they were wobbling, well, they're right back on track for a 140, maybe 150 pace.
Hits it hard, but this time would just be a single. So, yeah, I mean, that sounds like a fantastic setup.
Yeah, no, because it was amazing and first time that they've actually covered every single game live from the Men's Cricket World Cup qualifier, and rightly so.
Yeah.
In many ways, look, I hope I'm wrong, but I think the Cricket World Cup itself is going to have to go a long way to be a better tournament than the qualifier, because there were so many swings, so many turns, if you will, as we get to the end of the 8th over. The score 113 for 4. The upsets of the West Indies being knocked out, not just by a small margin, comprehensively. The way Scotland beat them, maybe the most comprehensive associate performance in history.
Yeah.
But I, coming into the tournament, quietly fancied a couple of the Asian associate sides, Oman and UAE and Nepal. But it was the 2 European sides, the 2 European associates, that is. Ireland were dreadful. They were knocked out after just 2 games. Oman beat them, and then they went down to Scotland. Michael Leask, who's got that European Cricket Network pedigree with 91 not out in Bulawayo to break the Irish hearts. And given how many players Scotland and the Netherlands were missing, Scotland were missing 5 to county cricket. The Dutch were missing 8 to county cricket and 1 to injury. So the way in which they played above all of the teams, above every side barring Sri Lanka, they were too good for Zimbabwe. Scotland beating them in phenomenal fashion.
Oh, this is a good hit. It goes all the way. And I tell you what, some of the hitting from Johnson at the moment, he has such a pure, clean swing off that bat. He gets it right every time. Well, you can see that one. That's going up a couple of stands, isn't it? What a lovely hit this is. Glorious hitter of the ball. Hits right through it, doesn't he? Hits right through it.
For me, this has been one of the middle order innings of the week. The openers have been the ones that have stolen the show, right? Without doubt. There's no question about it. The 2 leading run scorers in the tournament from the Zurich Nomads and Ari Sanger, probably the 3 standout batters of the whole tournament. But in terms of middle order impact knocks, this one right up there with the very best from Dion Johnson.
Yeah, it is, because it's not just about they lost a few wickets before he came in. It's also about where that rate was. So it needed some injection, and he's certainly given it. And he'll go again. Balle, balle, kinna zona. Shaka Lugya. Well, this is another one that is sweet out of the middle of the bat. Sweeter than a bowl of glove jumbo that we know Lenny loves. I love it as well. He's turning on the style here. 55-run partnership, and Johnson 48 off those. And, well, I get the feeling the 50 could be up pretty soon. And, well, this is up and away. And
Oh! Oh!
Well, we're laughing here. You will not see this on camera, I don't think. But Shub is trying to catch a ball that has cleared the boundary by a mile. He loses it, and the ball only bounces just yards away from him. This could have been nasty. I don't think it was. I mean, first of all, the power of the hitting of Johnson. Johnson gets to his half century. You won't see it, I think, because it's, yeah.
He's turned his back on it. The last thing you ever do with it, he's nearly been hit. What's he been missed by? 6 inches? Oh, he's blaming the sun. He's blaming the sun.
Yeah, of course he would.
I'm not buying that.
Of course he would. Well, he needs to put on the bucket hat that maybe
and the 50's
Diana
up.
has.
He's
Got his 50. And now it could be a chance, and it should be taken. It will be taken. Safe hands from the captain. So Johnson will go 54. That 50 came up in ball number 16. But what a knock it's been from him. And I've got to say that he's quietened Zalmi, hasn't he, with that hitting, because probably, well, maybe already too many runs on the board, but still, they get him out now, and maybe if they can finish well here, Zalmi, and keep him to under 150, they'll feel that they've achieved something, because some of that hitting from Johnson, if he was still there towards the end, you could see them getting up to that 155, 160 score.
Yeah, really good, impactful innings. His first 50 of the European Cricket Series thus far. If you add in the 6 wickets that he's taken to at a pretty good economy rate, I think he's been an impactful player. Originally from Sri Lanka, Dion Johnson, and the 26-year-old has had a bit of a field day. He really has. Used to play for Winterthur, now playing for the Alton Cricket Club. And I have to say, Shub, the luckiest man anywhere right now in St. Gallen, he easily could have been cleaned out.
You never turn your back
never
on the
turn
ball,
your back.
do you?
You just never turn your back.
Oh, that's well bowled. He's unlucky. This is taking the bat, and it's just going to slow down. They'll come back for 2. Good delivery. But would you say, Lenny, we haven't seen, especially today, I don't know about the tournament so far, we haven't seen this length being bowled too much.
No, well, I suppose people have tried. They just haven't been able to affect it. I do just have one last piece of advice to Shub. If you're struggling in the field, just get out of the way of the ball. Don't try to impact it. Great Yorker length. You're spot on. But, you know, he could have run away. He could have run 5 yards to the left of that. Yeah. He's tried to run after it. He's very nearly paid the heaviest price. It could have clogged him on the back of the head, couldn't it, Rico?
It was. We were watching, and that's why we distracted ourselves a little bit from the half century that was scored straight away, because we thought that Shub was going to get whapped on the back of his head, because he took his eye off it, then turned around, sort of arched over, and it only landed. I think you're right, just a matter of inches away from him.
It went past him at head height, and that's why from our angle, it literally looked like it was going to clean him out, and maybe it's just as well. It's probably the only bit of ball tracking we've missed the entire week. Probably just as well you didn't see it, because it's been another moment to forget for Shub in the deep.
Yeah, bowling figures there. Bashir Ahmed, pick of the bowlers so far, 2 for 13. A lovely shot off the ground, and it will be Arif Sangal, who, because of the grunt, you know it's a slow ball. You can hear it coming, but it makes no difference, because Static Zai says, I've been here long enough. Now it's time for me to open up. And he goes big. And that's a 6 of the start of the final over. So they get to 139. They'll be eyeing up 150 here. If they don't get to 150, they'll be disappointed.
Well, on Roger Federer's birthday, I'm not sure that grunt is deceiving anyone. The tennis grunt is very clear, isn't it? When he gives it the big loud grunt, the slower ball is coming. And maybe Arif Sanger getting a bit too clever for his own good. He looks a bit distraught there. Now, one thing he'll enjoy, whatever total they've got to get, he'll be the one out there trying to hunt them down, hammer them down. And for the Zalmi to get to this total, which is surely now, you'd suspect, going to go past the 150 marker, he's going to have to do a lot of the heavy lifting.
He's going to have to, isn't he? He's going to have to make a good start. But you can see here, first thing he's got to try and do here is try to keep this score to less than that 150. Field changes happening. He's pushing. It's quite interesting. He's actually pushing the extra cover on the boundary, and he's bringing in square leg. So bearing in mind that he's been hit on the leg side, it's an interesting field change. So he's obviously got a plan in mind. Let's see if it works for him. So he makes that field. I that was all about him and not really much to do with the captain. Here's the next ball. And it's high up in the air. He could get the wicket. It's a corner bowl opportunity. Will he do a shub? Yes, he will. He'll do a shub. And now there's a chance of a run out. He does a double shub, and it's going to be not out as well. So the catch was dropped, and then the run out chance goes to miss. He's going to blame the sun as well. Let's do a treble shub. Point up at the sun. Go on, do it.
Well, if only he had his visor on, he might have been able to keep that sun out of his eyes. But Arif Sanger, yeah, not just the drop catch, but also the missed run-out opportunity. 2 runs to the total. Critically, Staniksai, he gets back on strike.
And he's gone high in the air. The fielder came up too much, and now he's going to find he's going to go clean over his head anyway. So it's another 6, and that was a crucial thing. All right, the catch going down, catches go down, but to allow them to get the 2, Staniksai goes back on strike. He's a set batter, and he smashes the next ball for 6 as well. So they're on their way now to that 150. Hello to Santosh, and he's saying Staniksai is the spectator. Well, I tell you what, he may have been the spectator, not anymore, because that's 2 big 6s. He's on 20 of 8 deliveries, 147 for 5. And Santosh, I don't blame you, Sunshine, but that's how quickly the match can change here. That's the European Cricket Network. 1 minute he's doing nothing, the next minute he's blasting 6s all over the place. Sangha once again. And, this is just crazy. This is a crazy hit. This is from nowhere. Well, Santosh, what do you think about that? What a hit. What a shot. 6 runs.
And the runs just continue to come. It emphasises my point again and again about the depth of the Alton side. The 150s come up now with 2 deliveries left. It doesn't matter who's out there. If it's number 5, number 6, number 7, they just keep going. And there's been so many contributions. No big hundreds or scores close to it individually, but collectively they've been outstanding.
And he goes down the ground again. Balle. Ginna sona shaka lagya. Well, they're saying, never mind 150. We want to go for the 160. Shaba. The hitting is sensational. Remember, Mana Staniksai early on in his innings was just tapping the ball around and giving the strike to the other batters. Now those batters are departed. The likes of Johnson, for example. Now he's decided it's his turn to go big. He can hit the ball hard and he can hit it big. Look at that strike rate. Over a 300 strike rate. Can he finish on a high? Well, he tries to go the old helicopter. They will try and go for 2. And, they're going to do it. They're going to do it. Does he get back? They're going to want to go again. They might do. Oh, this is crazy. They're going to get 3. I don't think they'll quite get the 3, but they get 2. We'll have to see this again. This is absolutely sensational. I'm loving what they did there for the second run. You hold the crease. When they get the ball here, I'll go. Well, let's have a look at this. This one, I think let's have a look at that. He just gets there, I think. I think he just gets there. And then, well, this time, I want to see how they run the first one.
This is going to be close here because the bails are out of the groove there. They're not there. Oh, maybe just over the line. So that would complete the second run. But then we've got to get the other replay.
Well, I wonder if we can see the whole thing again. This is what I want to see, the whole thing again, because I like the ingenuity here. Because, look, they take the one. Look at the way he holds the crease here. Holds it, says, wait. Now we'll go. And this is the one we were looking at. And the question is it 1 or is it 2? It's definitely not 3 because I don't think he gets back in time to complete the third. So it'll be interesting what they're going to give here.
Maybe
I reckon
2.
the 2.
I think 2. But again, ingenious thinking. And in fact, if he'd left a bit quicker looking for the third, he might well have got there for the third. He didn't need to hold the line because the stumps had already been castled. So he would have had to take a stump out of the base. And that probably wasn't going to happen. We think it's going to be 161 for 5. But what we will do is guide you through these highlights and get a good look at the very best of this first innings. There was runs aplenty right from the off. Roshant Karunamurthy, he hit a couple of 6s. So did Yasotharan Karasoru, who's one of the most difficult names to pronounce in this whole competition. But he's been great with the bat. He made 24 off 14, and Roshant picked up 13 from 8. There was a great catching opportunity in the deep, unable to be held onto. But not only did the runs keep coming, so too did the wickets, as Arshad Butt took a very good catch behind the stumps to wheel Bashir Ahmed off in celebrations. He was clearly the pick of the bowlers with his 2 wickets. This was a good catch held by Izzer Hussain right on the rope, just inches inside. And then maybe my favourite moment of the lot, the big appeal for LBW, but it can't be out LBW because it was gone bowled.
Yeah, and well, if you thought that one was exciting and interesting, well, we saw another dismissal which was even better. And that was a dismissal of the left-hander who got bowled. He couldn't believe it, and that was Reham Stanikzai. Here it is here. The ball comes back, spins back, and it hits the top of the stump. And the reaction from the big man was Stanikzai. Reham said it all as he throws a punch at the ground and says, I can't believe it. What am I supposed to do? He's saying, first I didn't see it, and when I saw it, I didn't know what to do. Do I kick it? Do I use my bat? Can I use my hand? No, you can't use your hand. And, well, while he was thinking about it, the ball dropped on top of the stump. But I tell you what, that probably wasn't a bad thing for Alton, because Johnson came out and he blasted the ball all over the place. That was, and I think Lenny was saying it, and I agree, that was some of the purest hitting that you saw. He gets to his half century of just 16 deliveries, 54 of 17, 7 sixes and 2 fours, Lenny.
Yeah, 3 batters in the middle order of strike rates of over 300. Malor Stanikzai, Rahan Stanikzai and Dion Johnson, and then the ingenuity to pick up the 2 runs. They even tried for the 3rd. As finally Butt realised he had to throw it down there. It was all happening from that last delivery.
Yeah, it was all happening.
It's all been happening throughout this European cricket series. It is 161 for 6 that Alton will have to defend to move joint top of the table.
Yeah, a frenzy of action, entertainment and drama is what I say. Well, we saw that. Batters getting in and scoring quickly. That's the key. Not wasting deliveries. Yesel Tharan, 24 or 14. Then you saw Malor Stanikzai. He batted beautifully for me. Did what he had to do at the beginning, then hit the ball big when he had to. 34 he made. Stanikzai was a little bit unfortunate for him. Stanikzai, 21 he made. But Dion Johnson, what a knock from him. 54 of 17. Quite amazing. They get to that big score. At one point, we thought they were going to get to 140. Then they lost a few wickets. We thought maybe they're not going to get there. But Johnson and then Malor Stanikzai there towards the end made sure they didn't just get past the 140, but they got all the way to 160. The bowling figures there, I mentioned Bashir Ahmed earlier, 2 for 13. He bowled very well. But then after that, you saw all the other bowlers getting a little bit off tap. So that's the score there, 161 for 6. 162 will be the run chase. And we've seen Zalmi get involved in a few tight run chases. This time round, will it be them who will get the better hand? They're chasing this time round. Last time they were putting the scores on the board and needed a few extra. This time round, they're chasing. They can, they can pace themselves, but I think it's all going to be down to the batting of Arif Sangar, the 19-year-old sensation. If he can get going, if he can score big, maybe we'll see something special in this run chase. Join me, Rico Full and Lenny, when we come back in about 10 minutes' time for the conclusion of match number 44. Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back. You're watching the European Cricket Series here in Switzerland. And this is St. Gallen's, where we've got a very exciting match on the cards here. Alton have had a bat first, and, well, they started well, had a bit of a slowdown midway through when they lost a few wickets, but then thanks to some very good hitting from, first of all, from Johnson, 54 of 17, and then Malia Stanexai, 34 of 11. They've got to a good score, 161 for 6. Once again, way above the scores that bat versus ball wall were predicting. I think the bat versus ball wall was saying that it was going to be scores around about the 106 sort of score, but of course have gone way beyond that. Remember, those scores are based on all past performances, so it's an average of all the performances in the past. And this year, though, we know that the scores have been way above what we've seen before. They've got to be aggressive right from the start, and just be a single. And then that is Arif Sangar gets off the mark straight away. He's one that we know you've got to watch. He could hold the key here. Scored 90 in match number 42 earlier today, and he's a dangerous batter, a young player with a lot of talent. He's out there with his captain, Izaz Hussain, who now gets set to face his first delivery. Ali Usman is the bowler. Welcome to you wherever you're tuning in from. Nice to see a lot of people on the chat. James Stewart, Keanu, hello to Keanu. Also, hello to Jeffrey Maguire. This one's been called a no ball, and quite rightly so. The square leg umpire is onto it straight away. So just watches the height on it, and yeah, I mean, that's a nasty one. That's right on the head. If he's not wearing that helmet, of course, a lot of discussion about helmets. Should they be worn? Should batters be made to wear them against the quicker bowlers? I think everybody knows my views. I've shared them a lot of the times. I think it's a smart move. The only reason is I know a lot of batters will feel that they're never in danger, or they don't ever feel that they're in danger with the faster bowlers. Well, this is going to be 4 runs. Not quite where he was looking for it to go. But look in the book, it says cuatro carreras, and that will be 4. But I think a lot of the injuries that I've seen lately, and especially even on the European Cricket Network, when batters have been hit on the head, is a lot of the times it's shots that are coming off the bat. So I think, you know, they're there to protect you. Why not use it? Use the protection. And that would have been a nasty one, that no ball, if it wasn't stopped off. A few... going to be a wide ball, signalled by the umpire. And big shout out to the umpires, umpire Patrick and Jagannathan. The umpires out there are men in black. Yeah, a few days today. We've already wished Roger Federer a happy 42nd birthday. Sensational tennis player from Switzerland as well. 20 Grand Slams that he's won. And, well, maybe Roger will come down and watch some of the cricket from the St. Gallen's ground. That's a beautiful shot. It's just a gentle flick, isn't it? It was down the leg side, but he picks it so quickly. Doesn't try and hit it too hard, just uses the pace of the bowler. Beautiful timing, good hit, clean hit, 4 runs. And I know we have a lot of animal lovers that watch the cricket as well, a lot of cat lovers. It is World Cat Day today, so do treat your furry friends nicely today and give them their favourite meals. And I know we're animal lovers, so it is also International Tarantula Day. And I know a lot of people were saying, oh, spiders, but tarantulas, they're normally very peaceful, harmless creatures. I know a lot of people will see a spider and run the other way, but they're supposed to be very nice and very, you know, not dangerous at all, they say. So, International Tarantula Day, played out on the offside, will just be a single. So, want to have to stay up with this rate. That rate, I mean, already starting around about the 16 mark, so it's trying to keep up with it. That's the thing. You get a couple of good overs in this 10, and then you really are up against it, so you've got to try and maintain the pace. And the way to do that, I think, is you go and look at it. Oh, well, cleaned up. That's a superb delivery. It's the end of the captain. This is just too quick. Too quick, too spicy. A little bit of masala out in the middle from Ali Usman. And knocks over the stumps of the captain. It goes for the big shot. It was never in the right place. And Timber jagade fatte dande jagake panke thalle rakh dete. And that is the end of that. No real celebration there at all. It's almost like Ali Usman is saying, "How dare you, skipper? How dare you try and play that shot against me?" It's going to be the end of Izar Hussain. He'll be remembered in this match for a sensational one-handed catch, but unfortunately not able to add too much with the bat. It gets cleaned up by Usman. Good delivery on the stumps, attacking the stumps. And, that's what we like to see. A new batter will come out to join Arif Sangar, and it's going to be Abdullah Hamdard, who took a wicket off the very first ball that he bowled in this series in St. Gallen's. And Static Zai, that starts the second over. 13 came off the first. And it's a bit of a swing and a miss as Malia Static Zai comes in. I don't mind this. I think maybe against sometimes somebody like Arif Sangar really does like the pace on the ball. Maybe just take a little bit of it off, and you might be successful. Static Zai again. This is Malia Static Zai. High up in the air. This is an opportunity. They're running from everywhere. The bowler says, "Leave it to me." And he takes a very, very good catch. And that's the big wicket of Arif Sangar. And you got to feel that with that wicket falling there, that could already be the end of this contest. But I like the way that Malia Static Zai wants this. As soon as it goes up in the air, there's three other men around it. And he says, "No, it's mine." He even calls off the wicketkeeper, takes the catch, safe hands, big wicket, important wicket. Rico Full here, joined back into our stadium commentary position by Lenny. Lenny, big moment in the match.
Yeah, massive moment. Was really looking forward to seeing how Arif Sangar went. But, well, I wonder with that wicket, does the game go the direction of Alton, who've been in inspired form? Because Arif Sangar, we felt he'd probably need to get 50, 60, maybe 80 plus for the Pakhtun Zalmi to have a real chance of chasing this down. Game's not over, but it's taken a big swing towards Alton with the dismissal of the big hitter. He's a stunning young talent. He's just 19 years of age, and he did show us what he could do with those 2 fours, but he's gone for 10 from 7, and the Zalmi are 13 for 2.
Bashir Ahmed, new batter, will come in at number 4 to join Abdullah Hamdard, who himself has yet to face a ball. So 2 new batters in, and already 2 wickets have fallen in the first 8 balls of this innings. And Malia Static Zai just sorting out his fielders, getting them in the right areas. So we get ready to go as Ahmed. Oh, he's got him. What a catch. What a catch. This has been, well, it's Bashir Ahmed who bashes it, but Malia Static Zai takes an absolute stunner. This is motoring. This is going like a bullet, and Static Zai catches it. Incredible. He now goes on to a hat-trick.
Yeah, another one on a hat-trick. He's done well. It's just the one hand, actually. Complete reflexes. Nothing else. It's one of those ones that either sticks or it doesn't. You don't know a huge amount about it as a bowler, to be honest. They either come in and they hold on, but it gives us a chance to see Derek the Golden Duck, who waddles into action.
Waddles, and he's going to quack him all the way off. Golden Duck. And that means that Malia Static Zai is on a hat-trick. It will be Krishnamurthy who comes to face it, the left-hander. Wow, 2 corner bowls on the spin. You don't often see that, do you? 2 corner bowls, one after the other.
And yet another chance at a hat-trick. I'm not sure how many chances we've had, but it's got to be above 30. It might be closer to 40. Can we finally see it? We've had a long wait. So many near misses. This would be hat-trick 23 of the year. Malia Static Zai, it's your chance to join that list.
Static Zai. Oh, they're asking for it, and he's given it. The finger goes up. He says yes. I must admit, when I first looked at it, I thought it was just outside the line of leg stick. but the finger goes up. We have a hat-trick. Krishnamurthy will be gone. Well, the bails are down here as well, so I'm not quite sure about that. I don't think he's bowled him round the legs, as he's surely not. What we do know is it is a hat-trick. Stanexai, Malia Stanexai has got a hat-trick. Hat-trick number 23. The first here in St. Gallen's. What a moment it is for him. And he'll treasure it for the rest of his life. Let's see this again. So it is on to the pads here. So the bail's coming off. Obviously, there's a throw that comes in afterwards. By this time, the finger on the umpire has already gone up. The umpire believes it is pitching on the stumps. He gives it out. I can understand it. It's full. And the umpire believes he's going to hit. But I just get the feeling there that might have been just a tad outside the leg stick. But sometimes you need a little bit of the rub of the green. The luck of the Irish, Lenny, yes, they say. Well, Stanexai's got it. He's got a hat-trick.
Well, after all those near misses, Rico, it just took your presence to give us one. I'm back live with you now. Very nearly 4 and 4.
Wow.
This is close. To be honest, Rico, stop with Vinny so much. This is as close as the previous one. I thought it pitched outside leg, the hat-trick ball, but it doesn't really matter. The finger's gone up, and we do have number 23 added. Great credit to Malier Stanexai. The Zalmi, they're in tatters, 13 for 4.
They are in tatters. Alton, well, almost, if the finger went up there, that, of course, would have been a double hat-trick. They're in tatters. They are in tatters. And Alton on the way to go back above Geneva. Well, what a way to come back. He was on a double hat-trick, and he survives as the umpire says he's going down the leg side. Quite clearly it was. And then the next ball, bang, he thumps it out of here. That's a big hit from Moez Butt.
Yeah, definitely. That's a good way to bounce back, get a maximum over the ropes. End of the second over, 19 for 4 the score. Let's take a look at the points table and try and guide you through where this European Cricket Series Switzerland is at. Right now, Alton are almost dead certain, you think, to join the Zurich Nomads on top of the pile. That means if they win their final game, they will take the number 1 spot and qualify automatically for the grand final. 2nd through 5th, they play off against each other to go and join the league leaders. 2nd will play 5th, and 3rd will play 4th in what are, in essence, quarterfinals. And then the winners of those 2 games will play out in a semi-final to join the champions of the league stages, the group stages. So it really rewards a good first 10 games. Right now, you'd have to think maybe Alton, they have it really in the palm of their hands. I know we've seen some good stuff from Geneva threatening. The Nomads are probably looking like they're going to be caught by someone, whether it's going to be Alton or whether it will be Geneva. We'll have to wait and see. Remember, even if Alton win this and lose their last game, if they get a massive net run rate boost, that could keep them in contention to win that 3-way net run rate tie that is possible too. All to play for.
Yeah, and Kroom, true to his word, as we see another hat-trick, does gift a ECN membership. And of course, it's gifted at random, so let's wait and see who gets gifted it. But yeah, very well bowled. I mean, I have to say, I think there was a tad of luck perhaps on the hat-trick ball. I mean, there's no luck involved with the first 2, but maybe he created the luck by the superb first 2. You've got to say, that's one of the finest hat-tricks that you'll see in the way that he got the first 2 wickets. He'll remember that for a long time, Usman.
Yeah, and I think, in fairness, he's deserved the luck, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I'm with you.
If you want to call it that way. He's bowled so beautifully as Malier Stanexai. He's been well complimented by Ali Usman too, but the hat-trick will go to Stanexai. It's a famous name in Afghan cricket, of course. The former captain Asghar Stanexai, who then went and renamed himself Asghar Afghan. That's how much he loved his country. But we've got plenty of players of Afghan origin here and plenty of talented cricketers on show.
Oh, this one rushes him. Has it going on to the stumps? I reckon this may have hit the stumps. You know, well, first of all, it's hit the 3rd stump, and then the ball almost goes on to the other stumps. Watch this. Oh, yeah, it does hit the 3rd stump with the furniture. Look, it hits both lot of stumps. Hits his stump, then it hits the other stumps. But, well, one lot of stumps are still standing. The batter, there, goes down. He's hurt. Of course he is. He's hurt and rattled. The furniture is all over the place. This, well, I don't think any freeze spray is going to help here. And the umpire is just telling everybody, stay back from him, stay back. Well, this hurts. Look at this.
This is the worst possible angle to get hit from as well, because it's left arm around, so it keeps creeping in. He's got the fortune of it hitting the stumps without enough pace to knock the bails off. Great reaction from the square leg fielder there. He couldn't believe they didn't drop off. But let's hope where he was hit isn't going to drop off, because that was nasty, Rico. Painful blow.
Very nasty. I think he wants his mummy. Well, that's well bowled. It's a good comeback. There's the Yorker. Oh, and the throw comes in. Yeah, the worst place to be hit. Well, that's why we have the old protector. That's an interesting fact about the protector there, isn't it? Is that that protector came out way before the protector, the old helmet came out. So it just goes to show which parts of the anatomy are probably more important than others. Swing, and it'll be a single, but of course singles are not what you need here now. The rate is staying at around about the 19. You've got to try and get a couple of big overs in. Who's going to do it? Which batter is going to be able to do it? There's it. The over comes to an end. It will be 23 for 4 at the end of the power play. The two umpires just coming together, having a chat. I wonder if that was the over. It may not be the over actually here. That might be what the communication is coming through. There may be still a ball to go. We'll wait and see. See what happens here.
We've had this happen a few times where the umpires just get a bit too keen, and with all the action, it can be difficult just to remember. But we're pretty sure that's 5 deliveries in the over. Usman should have one more ball, so they'll have to go and find him wherever he's got to.
Yep.
And I'll ask him to bowl one more ball before Malier Staniksai can try and add to his 3 wickets he's already taken.
Yes, Ali Usman will finish the over off. It's a lovely shot that from that camera. Seeing the St. Gallen's banners and also the banner there of the European Cricket Network. Let's play cricket. Why not indeed? Let's play cricket around the world and enjoy it as well. And certainly you've seen plenty of cricket on the European Cricket Network. Well, we've had a busy bumper year and it ain't over yet. Plenty more cricket to come. Remember, things come to an end here on Friday, finals day, and then we've got the internationals. And before I go to Dresden and start things off, up in the air, it could be a wicket. And it will be a wicket, and that's why it's important to get the extra ball in. Well, Ali Usman will be happy he gets another because he takes another wicket. He takes 2 for 16. The batters won't be happy, particularly Butt, because he thought he was safe. Not to be. He was going to be dismissed for 7. And it's, ball number 6 that'll see the end of him. He just doesn't get the clean contact, and there's no way that someone like Dion Johnson is going to drop that.
No, he's not. Alton are simply outclassing the Pakhtun Zalmi. We felt that the youngster Arif Sanger could pose a big threat to this total, to be chasing it down.
Yeah.
But since he's been dismissed for 10, everyone else has just been rolled away. And look at that. 5 wickets in the power play. That's the most we've seen in any one power play this week. 22 for 5 the score. The Zalmi staring down the barrel of a heavy defeat. And right now, Alton, well, they're looking on the brink of maybe sealing what could be a massive win and put them almost, not certain of top spot, but within a very good position to do so and finish top of the table.
Yeah, I mean, the net run rate is going to look rosy after this. Oh, well, this one was blasted. And the fielder's gone for the catch here. And we've already seen some outstanding catching and fielding in the day. Well, this one would have been right up there, one of the best, because that was travelling. That was hit hard out of the middle. I mean, you can see how quickly it splits the 2 fielders out on the boundary. Gives you an indication just how hard he hits that. But, well, Malier Staniksai took 3 wickets in his first over. He's the hat-trick man. He won't like being hit for a boundary. What's his reply going to be? And it's that slower full delivery outside the off. He gets one through as the sunshine comes and caresses this lovely ground again. Doesn't it look completely different when the sun's out? And I tell the other thing, Lenny, is, I mean, I suppose on a hot day we're quite blessed to be in this sort of nicely shaded area.
Yep.
But what we forget is when you go out in the middle, just how warm it is. It's actually very pleasant out there. So we see the batter swing and miss again, Hamdard.
Well, I haven't felt too warm at any point on this trip, but it is a bit chillier up here in the beautiful old grandstand. Wooden roof on it. I wonder how long this has been in place. I know the main stadium is quite new, but I think this was an old football ground for quite a while. Great sporting facility like we see across Switzerland.
Well, he goes up in the air and he's going to go all the way. Bolle, bolle, bolle. Well, here we go again. It's the old helicopter. What a hit that is. Well, they like the old helicopter shots here in Switzerland. All the batters seem to play it. How about this? What a shot. Yeah, I like it. I like it a lot.
Lovely shot of our square leg umpire just watching it soar into the sky, taking off for 6.
It's going to go down on the leg side and will be called a wide by the umpire. It's nice to see a lot of people following the cricket and enjoying the action. Stanek Zai, not quite the over he would have wanted after taking the hat-trick in his first. Bangs this one in right into the body of the batter. And Stanek Zai is probably thinking, okay, if I go full and you're going to play your helicopter shots, well, now I'm going to fire a few missiles at you as he bangs this in short. And at the moment, Hamdard hasn't had an answer to them. Back to his mark, Stanek Zai. And this is high up in the air. Fielder comes across and should take the catch and will take the catch. Takes it nicely down, and that's the 4th for Stanek Zai, and it comes right at the end of his spell. 4 for 17. So he did get a bit more tap in this one, but he gets another wicket.
Yeah, a little bit of fortune about this wicket, Rico. It was probably very well judged, actually, the catch, but 4 for 17. You're going to take that every day of the week. A hat-trick in his first over and a wicket from his very final ball. Not where he might have thought it would have gone. It came off that edge, and Paktin Zambi in danger. Maybe the lowest total of the week. Could be bowled out from a completed innings. That is 33 for 6. And they are, to say the least, at 6s and 7s and being blitzed, blown away by Alton, who are maybe solidifying their status as now the tournament favourites.
Yeah, I think you're right. I remember we saw the Zurich cricketers were bowled out for 61 against Geneva, but it almost looks like that Zalmi endanger themselves of falling below that. But hang on a minute, says the batter. Well, don't forget about me, because Shinwari, he opens his account with a 6, and that's a confident hit. So, Haidatullah Shinwari says, it ain't done yet, Rico. Ain't done yet, even though we need magical over after magical over from here on in. And if you keep hitting 6s, you always have a chance, as Jamal Stanek Zai goes for a 6 of his first ball. And, well, this one goes through. I think this will be buys. And I wonder if we can see this side on.
Yeah, nicely bowled. The leg break is full. And what Stanek Zai gets, he gets good drift. So he's ended up really yorking himself. The keeper, not his greatest effort, is it? Shahid Waradu, the captain.
If he got this one, I mean, he doesn't really move his legs at all, does he? Just hoping he sticks a glove out there and catches it. But that goes down as half a chance for me. Stanek Zai once again. Good areas, but it's right in the slot. And it's been absolutely peppered. That is big. And, well, the umpire, Patrick, puts them up in the air like you just don't care, because this has gone a long, long way. It was in the slot, and it gets smashed, brutally hitting.
Pulverised out of the ground. Yeah, really good strike from Shirzad. It's amazing, the attitude, isn't it? They're being beaten out of sight right now, the Zalmi, and they're just saying, well, even if it's a number 8 or number 7 at the crease, we're just going to keep going. Yeah. And you can't blame them. There's a fearlessness to the way both of these sides have played their cricket. Yes, the Zalmi are probably going to come up short here. Maybe they can get some late joy in this innings.
Shorter this time. And after pitching 2 up, going for the stumps, I think the message has been received by Jamal Stanek Zai. So he puts this one in a little bit shorter, and it gets dragged out onto the onside for a single. There's always something happening around this ground. I mean, the ground staff are always working religiously, aren't they? And, well, stumping, asking the question. And the wicketkeeper still standing and waiting. And eventually, the square leg umpire says, we'll have a look. And it's worth having a look. The question here is, folks, how much, if any, of that foot there at the point the stumps come off past the line? And to be fair, I mean, there's not a lot. I can see that given, you know. I can
think
see
that's
it
okay,
given.
Rico. I think
You reckon it's okay?
I think he's got enough
okay?
of the sort of the bridge, what I would call the arch of his foot behind the line. I know it's a thick white line that we have as well, but for me, oh, it's given. It is given.
Well, see, we'll see it again here because the question is, remember the line belongs to the fielding side. So has he got any of it behind the line? Oh, well, it's well, you can see it's so tight, but I can see.
He's demolished the stumps.
I mean, you can see. I mean, I'm saying I think he could be gone. You're saying I think he might have a bit past it, and that's the thing with it. It's one of those, isn't it? Maybe different people look at it differently, but they have given this decision he will go. So it's going to be Jamal Stanekzai will get the wicket, and he's
just one more look, Rico. Let's see if we can freeze frame it. So we need to go back. If we can roll it back, maybe 3 frames. We should hopefully have time to get this in. The batter's taking their guard. It's the freeze frame of when the stumps are taken. For me, there's something behind the line there, but given out. And Shinwari's got to go. The 7th wicket. Back live with you now. Make that 8.
Well, it's 2 in 2. Wickets just keep on tumbling. And this is a good delivery from Jamal Stanekzai. He hasn't wasted it, has he? The new batter, Asad Saeed, comes out and he attacks his stump straight away. And Saeed, he opts to go back foot and he gets done like a keeper. Plays it onto his stumps.
Yeah, there's a little bit of Adam Zampa to this, isn't there? Just the way it sort of skids on. He's quicker than you'd think.
Yeah.
Very flat through the air. Very much like Adam Zampa, actually, in that follow-through from the reverse angle. And the big man, Asad Saeed, well, he's gone for a first ball duck. I'm not sure we're going to get Derek. Where's he gone? another one on a hat-trick here, is it?
It's another
2 hat-tricks in the innings?
Well, we're going to have to wait to see because that's the end of the over. So it will be 47 for 8 at 5. So just keep an eye on that, folks, when Jamal Stanekzai comes back onto bowl. I'm assuming he will come back to bowl over number 7. So 47 for 8. They're all over the place. I must admit, I did like the hitting. I like the idea. Look, we're not just going to get ourselves out, but, well, Asad going back, plays it onto his stumps. He gets bowled very first ball. And, well, I didn't mind what Shinwari was trying to do. They're trying to be positive. The thing is, though, they're losing wickets too quickly. Yes, the
hat-trick ball coming here, Rico. Oh, it's not.
No,
Sorry, what am I talking about? It's not the end of
the end.
Being the next over. Team hat-trick.
It's a team hat-trick.
Making a team hat-trick.
You called it early there, team hat-trick. That's what we were talking about, folks. So it is a team hat-trick. Another wicket goes down, and, well, wickets are falling pretty quickly. We saw a wicket of the last ball of Malia Stanekzai when he finished for a 4-fer. Then the next over went 6 by 6, 1 wicket. That was, of course, Jamal Stanekzai, who is on a hat-trick when he comes on the bowl.
Well, will he get to bowl, Rico? That's the big question.
That's the big question here now.
I'm not sure he will because
it's 9 down.
Sivakaran has taken a wicket from his first ball. It's 9 down. This has been... We've asked for my catchphrase. I don't really do catchphrases. You've got 4 or 5, and I'm loving every one of them. Vinny's got the Maximo, but the one I've been using throughout the series, it's Carnaggio. And this is simply Carnaggio. There's no other way to describe it. We've just had the biggest win of the tournament in the previous game. If we've got a wicket in the next 6 runs, I think I've done my maths right, we're going to have the biggest win broken in back-to-back games. What's happened to the Zalmi?
Yeah, what has happened indeed. When you think they put on such a good fight against Geneva earlier. So, can they survive this over? And the only reason we're asking that question is because we're assuming that hopefully, if they can, that Jamal Stanekzai will come on to bowl the next, and we could see a possibility of another hat-trick.
I'm not sure I've seen that before. 2 hat-tricks from 2 different bowlers in the same game. I'm sure it's happened somewhere in the ECN.
Okay, well, we may not get to see it because this should be out, and it will be out. It is all over. It's done and dusted. Zalmi, they don't even get to the 50. They are bowled out inside 6 overs. That is not a good display from Zalmi. But you have to say, take nothing away from Alton. Once again, showing their strength. They show their strength and their depth in the batting. And, well, they show their ruthful side when it comes to being out there in the field.
Yeah, ruthless, completely, fully agree with you. And right now, Alton are not just soaring towards the top of the table. In fact, on net run rate, they will be top of the table. That's what we've got to look forward to. Geneva, they're going to have to put it up to them by winning their final contest and getting another big net run rate boost, because the calculators are out. There's the fantasy dashboard. Keep your eyes particularly on Idris Ul Haq and Mohamed Akhtar, the 2 star openers, but plenty of stars all the way down to Jamil Jaberkil. Let's have a look at the best of this second innings. There's not going to be too many batting highlights, Rico. It was all about the bowlers as Maktoum Zalmi routed for 48.
Yeah, it was. I mean, it started well. It started with a bang, really, didn't it? But then there was the counter action from the bowling side, because it was bang when the stumps went down. Now this was the start of the hat tricks. First it was that was a brilliant corner bowled. He wanted it, he claimed it, and this one was just reactions. It was blasted back at him, and it was a superb catch. That ball was travelling. And then the hat-trick ball, well, you can make up your own mind about it, but what we decided is that he deserved it because of the way he got the first 2.
Yeah, still not convinced by it, but it doesn't matter. All that matters is what's in the book. It was definitely worth the appeal, and maybe, just maybe, he deserved that. He got his bit of luck. The run-out was affected anyway moments later. It would have been the second team hat-trick of the day, but instead it belongs to one man. Remember his name, one for him to never forget. It went to Malyor Staniksai.
And there was some luck. I suppose you could call that luck. I don't know if it's luck if the batter gets hit in the cojones and the ball then drops onto the stumps and doesn't knock the barrels off, but he survived that. But unfortunately, he and the rest of his team didn't survive too much more. That was another good catch there. That was Malyor Staniksai's 4th wicket. And then we saw some big hitting from January, who decided, well, hang on a minute, I'm still here, I'm still going for the big hits. And he got 1 or 2 out of them. Then this one was a close one. We had to look at it a few times. It was given out, and then it was 2 and 2 for the bowler there, who came back and did the job. That was Jamal Staniksai getting a few wickets. He would be stranded on a hat-trick because, well, talking about wickets, there was 10 wickets there for Sivakaran as well, and that was the final wicket there. That was all she wrote, and you got to say that was a disappointing finish to the day for Zambia.
Yeah, and if we look at the fall of wickets, we'll see those in a moment. The wickets just kept falling. Nobody made double figures apart from Arif Sanger and Abdullah Hamdard, and nobody could really get anything going. Count them up here with me. 1, 2, 3, 4 golden ducks in the innings. Plenty of appearances for Derek the Golden Duck. As we roll on to the bowling figures, you're not going to believe some of the numbers that will come up here. We lost 4 wickets for no runs. All 4 of those wickets, 1, 2, 3 and 4, falling with the score on 13. And then we saw the team hat-trick rounded out with all those numbers on 47. It was a bowler's dream on what's been a batting-dominated series, but they struck back and they've sent Alton to the top of the table. They've also put Maktoum Zalmi in an awfully precarious position in terms of qualification. I think they'll need to win their last 2 from here, and a lot of pressure goes on to the shoulders of the young Arif Sanger.
Yeah, a lot of pressure indeed. And you saw from there, those first 4 wickets, just why number 13 perhaps sometimes is unlucky for some. And I'll leave you with that summary. Of course, we have got another match coming up for you later on today. But with that early finish, you've got a nice bit of a break. I know that Lenny's going to tuck into some stuff here. I'll probably find myself a nice coffee. But remember, join us back in around about, 30 minutes time. For the last match of the day. Match number 45 coming up. Rico Paul here, and along with me is Lenny as well. And well, we will welcome you back in a short while. So while you got the chance, make yourself a drink, maybe make yourself a sarnie, or whatever the time of day it is, whatever you're doing, make sure you come back and join us for the last match of the day. Match number 45 coming up in about half an hour's time. Join us back then.
Well, a pristine day for the final game. And rather fittingly, the sun is out and we are set fair for clash number 45. Just 10 games are going to remain in the group stages after this one. And in terms of not just qualification for the top 5 for the playoffs, but also possibly for the top spot, there's an awful lot on the line in this match 45. Breathtaking are taking on Geneva. Here is the fantasy dashboard. Breathtaking winning the toss, choosing to bat first. For the first time really in the contest, seeing a couple of awfully one-sided clashes, but this one should be in for a thriller. And the bat v ball wall, it agrees in a big way. It says just 8 runs in the difference, and maybe one of the most accurate predictions, the bat v ball wall. The supercomputer, it's whirring into action. It's getting up to speed with the extra runs that we are seeing scored here, and they are the men to watch, particularly Mohamed Akhtar and Imel Idrisul Haq. Even strike rate of 303, one of only 3 batters to be scoring at more than 3 runs per delivery. Feels mad to even say it. And 9 wickets apiece for Katak and Jabber Keel, the leaders of the attack. We're all ready to go now for this game 45. It will be Afif Katak with 9 wickets to his name to take the new ball. And opening the batting, we see Thavangaran Selvanungayam alongside Qaim Sharazai, who's at the non-strikers end. We're all set for game 45. Andrew Leonard here with you. Be joined in a few moments by Rico Full to guide you through every step of this 45th game. It's a pretty important one for multiple reasons. And that's a beautiful delivery to start. Oh, well, you might have just heard a cursor through the effects mic as well, because right down towards that back camera that provides that effects mic, the short third misjudged it completely and it looped over his head. Well, hilariously, Afif Katak tried to convince the umpire that should be given his leg byes. I'm sure if it was caught, he would have been appealing for the caught at short third man, correctly given his runs. As this one thuds into the back pad, full, straight and gone. Well, an all-action start. We could have had a wicket from the first ball for Selvanungayam, but instead it's Sharazai that's trapped on the back pad. As I wish a very good afternoon to Rico Full. Rico, they don't come any plumber than this. Pitched in line, impact in line, hitting what? Middle and leg? Middle stump maybe.
Yeah, what a beauty this is, because there's that little bit of light movement away as well. Well, Katak into the attack, and he knocks the first wicket out, doesn't he? That's really good delivery, and he's happy about it. Just the shape on this.
Yeah, beauty. He's known for his swing bowling, made his Swiss T20I debut just last month because he can get the new ball to talk.
Oh, that's a beauty, isn't it? That's a beautiful delivery. I mean, look, if you're remember, Breathtaking, they haven't, it's not like we've seen them out there a lot, so they've just gone out there, the batter's gone out, and he's played right round this, is Sharifaz, so he's going to go, and he's going to go without scoring. It's going to go first ball. It's another golden duck. It's been a day of golden ducks.
And Mohamed Akhtar needs to get his skates on. Otherwise, we might have 2 wickets from just the 1 ball. Could have a timed out scenario. The umpire just telling him to get on with it, get out there. Yeah, one thing that really strikes me, Rico, as we look at what is a beautiful day. I'm going to be honest here, right? We always try to put a positive spin on things.
Yeah.
Some of the weather we've played through over the last week has been grim, genuinely grim, particularly for the end of July, start of August. In Central Europe, you expect pretty good temperatures. In fact, the south of Europe is experiencing record heat waves.
Yeah.
So when I was coming out here, my initial looks at the weather forecast 10 days out when I was in Edinburgh, and freezing in Edinburgh with the cold northerly winds in the outdoor marquee that we were commentating in, I was expecting 30 degrees. That's what the initial forecast saw. But that cold front that's come across the Atlantic, it's somehow snuck a bit south, down towards Switzerland, towards Central Europe. And what we've ended up having, Rico, is really cold and very wet weather. And as a consequence, the only reason I'm giving you this long-winded tale, as this is clubbed away into the deep, it's going to be not 6 but 4, just 1 bounce over the rope. As a consequence, the bowlers have predominantly bowled with a wet ball. So we haven't seen skills like that be too possible, movement through the air. That's why Afif Katak is in the Swiss national team.
Yeah, and you make a very good point there as well. Of course, it's very different when you're bowling with that bowler's wet. Because the other thing is, a lot of people may not realise, is when the ball is getting wet as well, these balls particularly get pretty heavy as well. So You'll see a knock-on effect from the bowlers not getting the movement. You'll see also that the ball doesn't travel as far as well. So the batters will appreciate this much warmer weather as well. Bowler, Qatar, waits again. Bowling to Akhtar, who starts with the boundary.
So for all the criticism that we've had of some of the poorer bowling or some of the difficult bowling, a lot of that has been down to the conditions. It's amazing what a big factor they play in our game. At points through this week, Rico, we've actually played through what I would describe as, let's call it consistent rain rather than heavy rain.
Yeah, I know. Just some of the facts about Switzerland, and some of you are talking about the weather there. They say that, because of the popularity, of course, the ski resorts, the Alps, and around 68% of Switzerland is the Alps, by the way. That's an interesting way to play that one. A lot of people feel that it is a country that is cold and wet, but actually the weather is much milder than one would normally expect. So, not for you, though.
I've been fiercely unlucky then. I swear to you, Rico, I'm not making it up. It was Monday, wasn't it? Was that yesterday? Yeah, it was. 8 degrees. Oh, nice movement again. Going to be a dot ball. Might have been close with a direct hit. As we get to the end of the first over, 6 for 1. I think the high it got to was 11. Now my thermometer now tells me it's 18. That's a bit more like it, but even still for August, it's not exactly hot.
Yeah, I'm gonna say this. I think this for me is pleasant as we have a look at upcoming events, because being in Spain, I mean, I went back to Spain from the likes of Hungary, where it was very warm anyway. We had humidity in Hungary at one point at 80%. It was blistering hot.
Is that near Budapest or what part?
Yeah, in Budapest. Okay. Yeah, and then went back to Spain, Alicante region in the Valencia area of Spain, and the temperatures there were around 42 degrees, sweltering. And got to Romania, it was very hot there. So to actually have it a little bit cooler, it's actually quite nice.
Pleasant. Okay,
it's quite nice.
Well, carved away 6. Mohamed Akhtar, well, he's in a sensational tournament. He's part of what we're now christening the Fabulous 5, because the Fantastic 5. We had a Fabulous 4, who were the 4 leading run scorers, but Akhtar has made it 5 alongside the likes of Arif Sanger, those 2 Zurich Nomads openers. That's an extraordinary shot for 6.
It's a great shot, isn't it? He just has so much time when he plays this. He picks it easily. He knows he's going to be short outside the off. He gets into position. Lovely shot to play in the power play. It goes all the way for 6.
Big swing and a miss. These are my 5 that make up the Fabulous 5. Hassan Ahmed, 477 runs at 68. Strike rate of over 300. Fahim Nazir, 421 runs, including the one and only century of the tournament. Strike rate of 271. Arif Sanger's got to be in there, doesn't he? He's averaging 80, Rico. 80 at a strike rate of 252. More than 300 runs. Mohamed Akhtar, he's the 4th and only player to have scored more than 300 runs. Average over 60. Strike rate 264. But my 5th member of that fantastic 5, as this goes into the sky, will be safe and just a single. It's not the 5th highest scorer, but it's Idris Hack because of that strike rate. Only the 3rd player over 3 runs a ball, 234 runs, including the 98 off 24. He had a chance on 98 off 23.
This is what Vinny was
get the fastest ever 100.
Yeah.
What a fantastic 5 sensational batters.
I mean, that's some strike rate, isn't it? Yes. I mean, what did you say, 98 off 24?
Yeah, and he was 98 off 23, and then he got out.
I got out on the 24.
Caught behind. Short ball. That's flicked away. No fine leg in place. 4 to the total. As you've gone around the circuit, Rico, can you remember strike rates and numbers as impressive as those consistently?
Not consistently, no. I mean, I know I wasn't in Sweden this time around. I know that the guys in Sweden were smashing it pretty big. But yeah, I mean, that's some going rate. That really is. You know, and also sometimes, like, I always feel, it's strange one, it's an odd one. I always feel when I go to places like Bulgaria at that sports academy ground, because it's quite a smaller ground, you think, and you've got some good players there, you think you're going to see higher scores and batters do well, but they don't do it as well. And then you go to other places like here, where you think, well, maybe it might be a bit of a 50-50 contest, but the batters, as you see here, they're going to town, aren't they? They're turning on the style. They just seem to have the knack of, as soon as it's short, they're on it and they're dispatching it. And the other thing is worth pointing out, Lenny, is seeing a lot of the boundaries that I've seen here today, they're not 6s because we got short boundary, because a lot of those, like that one there, that's 6 on any ground. That's
You're
a big
spot on.
hit.
You're spot on, and that's been really consistent. We've brought in 2 little terms. I'm sure you've heard Vinny say one of them already throughout this series. We've got the the roofer that goes up on top of the roof,
Yeah.
and the banker that we've had quite a few. You won't believe it. Travel all the way to those banks,
To the banks,
and that's 85, 90 meters.
That's a huge hit.
More importantly for now, let's look at the points table, because this is now updated with that last result. Look at this net run rate swing, Rico. It's going to blow your mind. Unbelievable. They have vaulted up to almost exact parallel. Alton and Geneva both up to plus 2.7. For me, it means the Nomads are done and dusted. They'll go through to the top 5, definitely.
Yeah.
They'll finish second or maybe third, depending upon what plays out. But if Geneva could win today, that would mean, because of the way the net run rates are, because Alton would then have to lose for them to finish tied on 14 points each, it would be Geneva that end up getting top spot. All they can do is win and then hope that Alton lose their last game.
Yeah. Makes it very, very... And, of course, Wettington, they're up there as well, aren't they? At the top, another big swing and a miss. Just going for the big hit down the ground. And you talked about big hits. I mean, Vinny was saying to me earlier that you've only had just the one, and that's gone all over the stadium. And when I'm out there and I'm looking at this stand, and when I'm here looking down there, I'm thinking that has got to be a humongous hit. To go all the way over this.
Ludicrous.
That is just...
Ali Abbas, who's part of the St. Gallen CC, their captain, big swing and a miss from Akhtar, losing his shape. He was telling us that he paced it out, and he reckons it was 110 metres. Now, if that's true, it wasn't with the wind or anything. It was, we were waiting for the noise of it hitting the roof.
And it just...
we never heard anything.
Sailed over.
And then Ali just got down the 2 floors of stairs that we had to get down, and walked out the back. That's going to be runs, I think. That will go all the way. Oh, we might need to check this one. Rico, what's your gut feeling?
Well, I think it's... Well, one umpire saying 4, the other saying 6, so let's check it. And... yeah, I think that is a 6. Yeah. It does clear the ropes. The 6 runs. It hovered up there a fair way, didn't it? And the 2 umpires. Finally.
Sorry, Rico. The other difference we've had since your arrival, maybe you're the good luck charm, the wind has died down. We've had incredibly powerful wind throughout. This goes a long way into the air. Going to be back-to-back 6s, and it is a roofer. You heard the impact there. Oh, that's a big hit from Akhtar. He's in the Fantastic 5 for a reason.
Yeah, well, Akhtar, we've seen him swing and miss at a few before he's got onto this one. The difference is this time round, he's not swinging blind. He waits for it. A bit like that big 6 he hit out on the offside. He waits for it, launches, gets it good, gets it out the middle. It goes a long way. And yeah, roofer. And I like the 3 sounds it made when it came back down as well.
That's clipped away. It's going to be 4 more. Well, Akhtar has been sensational. He's flown all the way to 28 off just 10 deliveries. And Rico, I've got to call out one thing you've made a great point about too. So Vettingen, they play 3 more games, including this one, right? If they could win their last 3, they could actually get to 15 points.
Yeah.
So they're the one team that could upset that trio of Alton, the Zurich Nomads, or Geneva. This is a massive game.
It's a huge game for them, yeah. And they're, of course, don't forget they're playing Geneva, who already today have won 2 matches. It's a big... I mean, that's a big ask, isn't it? For a team to play 3 matches in the day.
Huge. And
competitive matches, you know, they had an easy win against the Cricketers. That would have served them well, really, because they batted first, got 169 on the board, and then bowled out the opposition. That could be another one that goes all the way. I'm watching the way that Akhtar is getting to some of these. We just saw the shot that he played on the leg side that went for 6. He goes down so low, gets right underneath that ball. That is a tremendous shot. He has such a good eye, and his timing is epic.
Yeah, end of the power play. 45 runs have come from it, and the 1 wicket, 45 for 1. Vettigen's 2 remaining matches there against Cossonay and Power CC tomorrow. So if they did win those 3, it would take all of the net run rate calculations out of the equation entirely, and it means that it would be Vettingen. Maybe some wouldn't have predicted them to be in the mix. What it would also do for us, Rico, is it would make it really difficult for anyone outside of the current top 5 to maybe vault into contention. Yeah, because that would also mean the Power CC and Cossonay have lost those 2 additional games in contention. Maybe our final 5 are going to be Alton, the Zurich Nomad, St. Gallen, the hosts Geneva and Wettingen. Is it going to be as simple as that, or are we going to see some upsets over the last couple of days? We'll have to wait and see as Tarakil comes into the attack.
Yeah, that's some good length that from Tarakil. He's been impressive when we've seen him with the ball today. He doesn't allow the batters to get underneath him, so he bowls that just short of a length, and he also gets a good bit of bounce. So he's not so easy to drive. He doesn't give you normally too much width to try and cut, so he's got that niggly length. Let's see how he fares. Yeah, once again, you see the carry through there, so he does get the ball to come through pretty well, and Divagaran not able to get anything on that. There's another dot, and well, I was going to say that's an unusual bit of headgear. I mean, what is that? Is that the beanie with the top cut off? What do you call that then?
Yeah, we had this yesterday. We christened it the ear warmer. Not quite the ear muffs, but it's too thick to be a headband.
Yeah,
and it's too skinny to be a beanie. So yeah, I think the ear warmer is a good shout.
Ear warmer. Yeah. Okay. Well, we have ear muffs, don't we? So ear warmers. Yeah. Well, there you go. And there's somebody else who feels the cold as much as we do. Maybe it also helps to keep his hair intact as well. Maybe he doesn't like to have untidy hair.
There's been some stylish hairstyles going on, Rico, I'll tell you. There really has. A couple of good moustaches too. We've seen a little bit of everything here. I think it's fair to say that the European Cricket Series return to Switzerland has been a massive success, whatever happens over the concluding days of the tournament.
Yeah, I remember the very first one here and watching it, and I remember seeing those little trailer videos before the start of the matches, which I thought were absolutely brilliant. I still do. I think it's fantastic. Shows you some very good sides of Switzerland. I remember seeing some of the matches, and I remember seeing it on the stream, and it looked so fantastic. And now being here, I mean, it's a magical moment. It really is a lovely setup. And I think our position here, our viewpoint, and the viewpoint of the whole crew here is fantastic. Not just us, but also of our production partners as well, Spring Productions. It's an absolute pleasure to be here, and it's a really, really good professional location.
Just a slight hold up in play, not altogether sure what for. Yeah, I can guarantee you those beautiful shots, they weren't filmed in the last week or two though. I don't know where they took Ali Abbas and some of the St. Gallen Cricket Club players out to. Gorgeous lakes and rivers and waterfalls. It might be somewhere here in St. Gallen, but it would have looked a bit different if we filmed that at some point over the last 10 days. 4 overs have been bowled, 46 for 1. Andrew Leonard here alongside Rico Full, who I'm enjoying joining for the first time on the European Cricket Network. We're bringing you game day number 9 of the ECS's return to Switzerland, and it is all to play for. This contest, well, it looks to me as though it's going to go a huge way to decide maybe not just top place in the standings, but possibly who will make up the top 5. Geneva hunting down maybe top spot. If Wettingen can win out and win their last 3, they'll be guaranteed top spot. And there is all sorts to play for over the course of the next, hour and 20 minutes, something like that. Jabberkeel into the attack, and he has been impressive throughout too.
Yeah, well, they take the quick single. Interesting field here. I wonder if we can get a shot of it, maybe, Elvira, in the production. But just have a look at where the fielder, and this is Atif Katsakis. He is right behind the bowler, right behind the umpire. You can see him just there. So they've got the southern, what we call the southern cross field, and that is so for the straight hits that they're expecting from the batter.
Vinny kept saying this to me. Talk me through the southern cross field.
Okay, so basically what you got, whereas normally you'd have your long off and long on,
yep,
and a little bit straighter, right? So with this southern cross, they go wider, and then you get a man who literally stands either right behind the umpire or right behind the bowler, who's dead straight. The idea of that is, if you've got batters, you see where he is there now. So you ought to see him moving around. He goes more to the onside to the batter who's on strike here now, to Thivagaran. But to Akhtar, he would go right behind the bowler. And that is all about giving the bowler more protection straight. So you got 3 men sort of straight for that hit into the V that we like to call it.
Yeah, very straight long on, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's not quite a sort of straight down the ground position. Then the mid off is maybe, the long off that is, maybe a little bit wider than we might be used to. And then there's what's a very wide long on or a cow corner. So they tend to be very popular hitting zones. The other one we've seen a lot, which you don't see too much in T20Is and ODIs, is the deep extra cover. We've seen that an awful lot. This one goes to extra cover in the circle. Direct hit would have been interesting. But it's a good start for Vettigan. Can Akhtar start to get a bit more of the strikes? Alun Gayam is struggling, 14 off 12.
Yeah, he is. Akhtar's the man who's been keeping things going. What I've been noticed by Akhtar, though, not that he goes low, but he's got quick hand speed. Well, this one, I think they're going to, it's called a no ball, and that is because it doesn't pitch on the strip at all. See confirmation of this here. So it hits the outside of the pitch, and anything on that darker green, you see that's on the outside lines of the pitch, will be called a no ball. So free hit coming up.
Nicely bowled. The wide Yorker's been a successful area. He's a good athlete, isn't he? Jamal Jabberkill, we saw him took an excellent catch earlier in the day. Yeah. You just go back to that point of playing 3 games in a day, right? It's not like a 30 overs per side clash. It's completely different. 3 10-over contests compared to a 30-over clash. Well, the intensity, the emotions, the energy. You need to be so good and athletic and be able to respond to those ups and downs, to be able to go with them. Can Geneva get another win? They're desperate to do so. End of the 5th over, the halfway stage of the first innings. 53 for 1.
Yeah, it's a great to welcome you back into our little position here up in the stadium. Hello to everybody, and we've got a perfect view of all the action, perfect view of some of the team to our left and to our right. And it's just great to be here. It's an absolute pleasure. The sun is shining. We're watching cricket. Things could not be better.
I do have one thing to report from up here. It's not smell-o-vision. I know Rico's lost his gear, but he smells magnificent. I'm not sure. You must have smuggled a little bit of something through, did you? You had a bit of cologne.
I said to you earlier, I always find a way, after losing my bag once before going to Dresden, that I learnt my lesson.
One of those smaller ones,
it's there, 500 mil.
Clever
Got to be done.
Rico.
You got to go yourself, buy yourself some of those little plastic bowls and fill them up with stuff.
Oh, beautiful!
You got to do it. You got to do it.
Beautiful. I think I forgot
Thank
to
you
get the
very
spray.
much.
No, I forgot to get the spray on this morning myself because I was in a bit earlier than I initially planned. This is down the ground. It is that Southern Cross fielder, very straight long on. He takes the catch, and that is Afif Khatak. A big moment because it's the big one, isn't it? Mohammad Akhtar has been caught probably 5 or 10 yards in front of the rope. He never really timed it. And could that be the game? Just swinging back towards Geneva.
Yeah, well, there's that fielding position that we were talking about, and that is why it works. If you know you've got a batter that's particularly strong hitting down the ground, well, one way to counteract that, and as long as the bowler bowls the right line, is to set this field, and you can see that Khatak is in the right place, and, well, he hardly has to move, takes the catch. And that's the end of one of the exciting innings from little Akhtar. He's a little guy, isn't he? But he hits the ball powerfully. So Mohammad Akhtar, his innings comes to an end. 36 valuable runs of 18 and 4 sixes and 2 fours on his way. A strike rate of 200. So Tarakel gets the breakthrough. He's been good as well, hasn't he? I mean, we've mentioned that some of the key players, and Tarakel. Well, that's a good length, but just directed down the leg side, but still had to be dug out. And Yogatharan comes out and gets off the mark straight away.
Yeah, it's been one of the few areas, really, that kind of leg stump Yorker that's proved hard to score off. The other thing that's fascinated me about the fields we've seen set, and this is almost across all of the teams, is the slower balls just heaved out to the leg side for one. It won't get the second. There's never been a fine leg, certainly not a deep fine leg. Occasionally in a field like this one, we'll see the fine leg up in the circle. But why is that in 10-over cricket? Is that consistent across the board again?
I think more often than not, teams opt to have the third back. I think also, I'm guessing that it could be that on this particular ground, with the outfield, not rapid, is it? That maybe
it's
you're
not quick.
deciding that we can, if it does go down there, the chances of it going for 4 maybe not that likely. So we can have somebody that's inside the circle. And on that front, thinking of that, that's why I was probably a little bit surprised that you also have the third all the way back on the line, because I just think that you could have him on the line and just have another fielder up, maybe a backward point. So have the third up and the backward point back for more of the aggressive shot. But I suppose it all depends on the batters that are out there. But yeah, fine leg on the boundary doesn't seem to be something that you see deployed unless you get a batter out there that gets funky and likes to do the scoop and likes to move around in his crease.
One of the problems for Vetigan is Akhtar has tended to be the one who's pressed the envelope, if you will, in terms of really getting the scoring rate going. With him gone, I know they're going to 10 and over. They don't have a bad platform, but are any thoughts or hopes of sort of 160, 150? They're probably out the window. Can they do it tough now, battle up to 130? And if they're going to get there, Thavangaran Salangyayam's going to have to get something going. That's more like it. And he does get 6 over the offside. It's his first maximum. It's taken a while to come, but good use of the blade. Look at the way he opens the face here.
Yeah, that's a nice shot. And look at the way that he uses the elbow there. That's what was nice about there. It was a proper shot. And you could say right out of the textbook, he executes that really well. It is the end of the over. So 6 overs down here now, 59 for 2. But I think they will know that they're probably around about 10 to 15 behind where they'd want to be. So they need to get that acceleration going. And lovely to have a lot of people on the chat as well, enjoying the cricket. Hello to Kroom. And always loving your comments, and to Jeffrey Maguire and Julian Dawson as well. You guys, great to have you, and great to have all the moderators there doing a fantastic job as well.
And also a big welcome to everyone watching on Swiss Sport TV yesterday, or maybe, sorry, yeah, it was yesterday, wasn't it? Yesterday, Andrew Ryan stepped into my shoes for the very final game of the day, or the final innings anyway, and I was able to get back to the hotel. It's only a 5-minute walk.
Yeah.
And you turn on your terrestrial television here, anywhere in Switzerland, and you tune it in to Swiss Sports TV, and you can watch the European Cricket Network live here. It's an amazing piece of innovation. I have to give great credit to Roger, the CEO, Vinny Sandu, everyone else involved. I'm sure I'm missing people, Dan Weston, the founder. They've managed to get European cricket onto Swiss domestic TV. I think that's huge for the game. And like, you think of the kind of sports back in the UK and Ireland, I'm obviously from Ireland, that kind of became almost quite cult following. You had the likes of NFL that started out in the Channel 4, Kabaddi.
Yeah,
Kabaddi,
Kabaddi.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Not quite a sport, but late night poker as well. These sports, if you give them exposure, they do get an audience and they get interest. Great to see. This could be a chance, and it's taken. Very well held. It's going to be Numan Ahmedzai who takes a good catch, and Vetigan, they slide further. Thavangaran Salangyayam never really got going, did he, Rico? And he's paid the price as he looks for another big one. He's caught out at cow corner.
Yeah, good catch. He makes it look easy, doesn't it? It's all about getting yourself in the right position. Nice catch taken. And, you know, on that front about you speaking about the cricket being watched globally and how it's being watched here now on Swiss television as well. What a moment this is for these players, because
huge.
Don't forget, you know, I mean, I often say that it was only, I believe, only when, especially for cricketers in Europe, only when the European Cricket Network started these partnerships with the federations across Europe, that we started to stream the cricket. The cricket started to be, you know, like people we've got here watching on YouTube, fan code, people start to watch the cricket. But now, being watched on TV as well in the nation that it's in, all of a sudden, there's something more there for the players to play for, isn't there? Because I suppose cricket in Europe, especially the likes of, you know, let's talk about countries that you wouldn't associate cricket with. Switzerland is one. We're here at the moment. Maybe Bulgaria, Sweden, Finland. You know, even Spain, where I'm from, you know, people wouldn't believe it. But with it being broadcasted, with it being seen on TV, all of a sudden, it generates the interest. As this one gets played away, it's a lovely shot through the covers. 4 runs, 4 carreras. Que bueno. A 4 más. Lovely hit, hits it on the up. So that's big, and it's encouraging because the youngsters that are watching, and now they're not just talking about maybe making it big and being seen playing sport on the TV when they're playing basketball or handball or football, but cricket as well. I think is a huge step. And well done to all networks that are buying into cricket and showing it in their countries.
Pacha Sibratullah it was that hit that boundary, scythed away into the offside. Projected score around 110. A lot more than that, I think. And they're going to need some big ones as Jabberkill's into bowl his final delivery. Gets it full, and he's been brilliant. 1 for 12 from his 2 overs. End of the 7th, Vettigan 71 for 3 in need of a late boost. And this game is massive, but tomorrow's, well, arguably they get even bigger, particularly for Kosane and the Power CC. They both have 3 matches. And for the Paktoons Almy, I think they're going to need to win out as well. It feels like everyone tomorrow needs to win almost every game they play.
Yeah, absolutely. And Vettigan, well, depending on how things go here today, I mean, they need a few more runs on the board pretty quickly. They're going at around 10, so they need to accelerate. But it could be a huge day for them if they could pick up wins in their matches. So, yeah, you're right. Everything to play for.
Now, one thing I'm going to guess this before I look at it, and you can't accuse me of cheating here.
All right.
Rico. I reckon as this one's hoiked into the leg side. Man out there, takes the catch. Sibratullah, well, he's going to go now. Or as Vettigan, they're just losing their way. The first delivery from Zahidullah Abdul Rahimzi. It's caught again. It's Numan Ahmedzai in one of those key fielding, high traffic positions. Difficult to get that over the leg side. Could he have gone over maybe cover instead?
He's got really good hands, hasn't he, Numan Ahmedzai? He just makes catching look here. And not just, we've just seen him take 2 really good catches, but not just him. I think the catching here in St. Gallen's from all the Swiss teams has been really good. I mean, we've seen some blinders, we've seen some quick lightning, reflex catches, but all the ones in deep, they just seem to make it look really easy. That one was not an easy catch because it goes high up in the air. He's got to contend with the sun, but he takes a very good catch. Well done. John Gray, good afternoon to you. He's saying good afternoon to myself and to you, Andrew. And this is more like it. That goes all the way. Balle. Brrrr. Ginna Sona. Well, John Gray, I did make it safely, but my luggage didn't. So I'm here, but not with too much of me garments. Hopefully the bag will turn up. I've got my fingers crossed. I'm hopeful, but at the same time, I don't think it's going to happen today. But you never know. And Abdullah comes on again. This is pretty wide, and the umpire thinks and will call it. No. Oh, no, I don't think that was a no ball, to be honest. I don't think this is a no ball. This surprises me.
We'll get another look here at the replay. And good call. Maybe just a clip of the Astro. Would it be the reverse angle we need to see, but we won't have time for that. Back live with you now. And given as a no ball, the free hit incoming. Can't be out, remember. And it doesn't matter because it goes out of the ground. Ball or not, it's not going to matter because Naranjan Manav Kavaskar gets that one muscled over the rope.
Well, that will help. Hit a few boundaries, get the acceleration going in. And that's why that Vettigan have to be here. And that's 3 balls, 2 sixes. And Nirajan is out there to score quickly to try and get them to score. They really will be wanting 130 plus. I mean, they may even struggle to get to 110, 115 if they lose a few more wickets here. But they've got to believe they can get a few more out of the middle, a few more big hits, because they know that Geneva, they're a team that can bat and bat big. I mean, on the 2 occasions we've seen Geneva today already, they chased 135 against Zalmi, winning that one by 3 wickets, getting to 137. They also batted first against the cricketers and scored 169. So they can hit and hit big. So that's why I think you need a 130 plus score here.
Yeah, game number 5 of the day. Good chance to ask some random questions if you have any. We'll try to get to them when we can. Game 5 of the day. Into silly season, aren't we? Into the end of the day. Into what? The 10th hour of broadcasting already. It really is an outstanding operation. And the stumps are going to go splayed, splattered by Zahidullah Abdul Rahimzi, and he gets a second in the over. It's been an all-action over, including the free hit. But he's seen the back now of Pernapam Yogan Thuran. Full, straight, gone.
Yeah, Abdul Rahimzi, that's a good delivery, isn't it? Good delivery at this point because you know they're going to go for everything. They're going to be throwing the bat. They throw it, they go for it, but it's not going to happen. And yeah, get in there with your random questions, whatever they are. It's, another wicket goes down, so it's 85 for 5 at the end of 8. It just feels that whenever they get a few away, then they lose a wicket or two. There's a couple of dot balls. Dot balls, of course, in this format, I like to call it gold dust, a bit of gold dust. And, well, that looks like some of the Alps that we see here in Switzerland, that little graphic. But they want it going upwards again, go up to the top of the mountain. That's the idea. They got Bilal Mohammed who can then with this guy's been good today.
Down the leg side will be given as a wide. The thing I was going to say that I was guessing about before I looked up was Jamil Jabarkhail. I thought he might be right in the mix as some of the one of the most economical bowlers in the tournament. Now he's going at 11 per over. You might think that's terrible, but actually it's ahead of most.
Yeah.
Doesn't get him into the top 20 though for those who...
Doesn't it?
No, it doesn't. Remarkably, those economy rates have been so good. He's not quite in the top 20. This comes down the ground. And all the way for 6. That's a good strike. Long off, just watched it sail over his head. How's he got that there for 6 off the back foot?
Well, yeah, I mean, this ball is on the way up, and he's on the back foot. He just hits it nice and clean. He's out of the middle. He uses the pace of Bilal Mohammed against him. And this one crashes into the steps. It's right at the bottom of the stand here. Ball takes a bit of a battering. Bilal, once again.
Good Yorker this time. Yeah, he's 26th on the list of the best economy rates, 11.45. If we maybe stick a bit of a filter on that, because some of the guys higher up the charts have only played 1 or 2 games. Those who've played, let's say, 5 or more games, the best economy rate in the tournament, or let's say they bowled 10 or more overs, it's actually Naranjan Manakavaskar who's just at the crease now with the bat. And it's a no ball signal, so this catch will not count. And we're going to see a free hit to come in. Now, what was this for? Was this the front foot?
Well, let's see if we can spot anything on this. I'm guessing it is, because there's no indication from the umpires about pointing at the fielder. So is the back foot? I think it's the back foot, maybe the return crease perhaps.
Might be both back foot and front foot. Doesn't matter. Free hit incoming. And he can't get anything away with it. But isn't it interesting that the best economy rate is the guy who's there smashing it everywhere? 20 off 7.
He's hitting the ball around.
He's obviously had a very good tournament, hasn't he? Well, actually, this is just the second time that he's batted, remarkably. First time he batted, he made 9 not out, so they've thrown him up the order. He's answered the call, doing brilliant with the ball, and full of confidence now with the bat. Clipped into the leg side. This could be gone, though. We might have put the mockers on him. We have 20 off 8. He's going to go for a good contribution, though. As Vettigin, every time they get something going, another wicket falls, and Numan Ahmedzai is good enough to turn round to the umpire and say, it's number 77. You should know I'm taking all the catches out here.
Yeah, you should know who I am by now, because that's another. I think that's his 3rd, isn't it? And he just makes it look so easy. Tries to go with the old time shot here, Nirajani. He has played some powerful ones, but he doesn't pick that one up well, and it is the 3rd catch that's been taken by Numan. So he's doing his job. And like you said, Vettigan, once again, is that they play a couple of shots. They look like they're going to get a big over in here, but it doesn't end up being. It's another wicket. Maybe he'll have a look at there's another dot here. It's a bit more gold dust. Just have a look at the over by overs. And one thing that I don't think we have seen, we saw 22 come off Afik Katak's 3rd over. But other than that, we haven't seen another over that's gone over the 14 mark. So he's gone 6, 17, 22, 1, 7, 12, 6, 14, and 10. So they've not been able to capitalise and get a continuous run of big overs in big scores. So the best they've had is Bilal Mohammed's 2nd over went for 17, and then Afik Katak's went for 22 over number 3. So just really haven't been able to maintain and keep the pressure on the fielding side, as the 9th over does come to an end. And the score, 95. He's on the. I think it's probably more than 95. I think my screen's just gone on a bit of a go slow.
It's gone on.
What does yours tell you?
Yeah, I think it's
probably
90, it's 96 for 6. So we have a dot ball and a single since then. But they've given up, haven't they? The guys are getting towards. They're going on the strike at the end of the day. One thing is for certain, though. One Manakavaskar has been replaced by the other. Is Nithu San replaces his brother. We'll hopefully catch the scores up. They've gone down in the graphics too, as this one's edged away for a boundary. The 100's going to come up. It's 100 for 6, and it's going to be a boundary not where he intended. Slices away off the outside edge, but over the head of the fielder, who's up in the circle at third.
Yeah, who'd want to be captain? Because you saw Ansar Mahmood does bring the third man into the circle, and what do you know? The next thing that happens is the ball goes well over his head to the boundary for 4. Hello to it's a few chats there. Chris Smith, Rico, yeah, I have lost me luggage. And what is Hans Boy saying there? At least Rico's fragrant, otherwise outside the cube. Well, we are outside. We've got a good wind blowing here, so I won't be that bad. Hey, listen, it won't be as bad as Vinny Sandu. I know when he lost his luggage, he was in the same clothes for 3 days. We're talking about losing. We're not talking about losing luggage, talking about losing the stumps here. Because, well, Nithusan will go. He gets completely done and dusted by a good one. And it's Abdul Rahimzai who gets another. And this is the benefit of bowling full and straight, Lenny. Full straight, knock him over.
Straight into the leg stump, pretty much, isn't it? Maybe middle and leg. And Manakavaskar didn't last long. He made 5 from his 3 deliveries. He's been castled, a single, a 4, and then out. And Vettigan, I'm not sure this is going to be enough, Rico. Even if they scrape up to 110, you just can't see them getting there. Outstanding bowling, though, from Geneva. They've probably hit that block hole more consistently than maybe any of the bowling sides thus far in the tournament.
Yeah, it has been good bowling. I think you've hit the nail on the head there. It's all about getting the ball right up there. And batters are wanting to go big because they know they want to accelerate the score, get a higher run rate up. But the bowlers, it's wicket-to-wicket bowling. That's what they've done well. This one is slightly shorter. They take it on the run, and, well, the wicketkeeper gets the throw in. Direct hit, knocks him over. It's going to be another one. This is great keeping because he's framed this off balance. He's framed this game forwards. Does this just clip the base of the stumps?
Well, no, what's actually happened here, Rico, it's hit off the base of the mat and then it's cannoned up. This is why they're all laughing. There was hysterics out there. He throws, it hits the rubber that's on the base of the mat. It pops up and just flicks the bail. Well, we thought we've seen it all today, but there's another one you couldn't see anywhere else but the European Cricket Network, as it's going to be Lalgul Marafkil who is run out. What's he gone for? Gone for 1. It's 102 for 8. And, well, drama late in the day. The new man probably didn't even think he was going to get to bat, but in he comes, the left-hander, who's now strolled out towards the middle. It's going to be Chikari, who's a very good bowler, Mabadullah Chikari. But what can he do with the bat? Idris Hack, the keeper, he's going to be licking his lips. I think he's going to be confident of Geneva chasing this down in a hurry.
Yeah, and Abdul Rahimzai has got 3 for 20 here. A couple of balls to go in the innings. And so it should be an easy run out.
Oh, the deflection. The deflection does it. Well, I'm not sure you're going to see 2 more remarkable, let's call them remarkable, somewhat ludicrous, farcical runouts. This is not what the bowler intended. I think it's hit his shin. Let's have a look. Oh, what's off the hands? I'm back onto the stumps. Good skills. 2 runouts and 2 balls.
It just needed to be an easy little throw. And Chikari, well, he's going to get a run out first ball. It's going to be a golden for him. And he doesn't seem too disappointed about it. But he goes back. It's 8 down now. And I think it's 9
ball? Down. It's 9 down now. That's going to be a no ball. It won't. Oh, well, it could be a run out.
It is.
It's a run out. It's not a stumping. He's looking to run.
Yeah.
I think they're going to be all out. So the scorers, well, it's going to be the mind explodes emoji, because it's going to be a no ball and a run out, not a stumping, because you can't be stumped on a no ball. The no ball's for over waist high. The keeper hacked us really well. Clearly a no ball, but he's looking to run.
Yeah.
He says no, and then he comes back. We need the side on angle to prove that it was definitely out. They're bowled all out for what I believe is 103 with 1 ball to spare.
What a crazy way to lose your last 3 wickets. That's a hat-trick of run-outs.
3 in a row.
That's a
We've had another team hat-trick.
I tell you what, I don't think I've ever seen a hat-trick of run-outs. And they are all very extraordinary. We saw the one that the ball hit the rubber of the mat and came up and gave the bails a kiss. We saw one come off the bowler, and then that one there as well. Well, that's the way it finishes. It will be 102 all out. And Geneva, well, they're a team that are looking to make it 3 wins on the spin here today.
Well, Rico, it's going to be 103 all out. Remember, give them the no ball.
Oh, yeah, the no ball as well.
Carnaggio.
Carnaggio, as you would say.
Yeah, let's have a look here at the highlights. 22 for Saladin Ghanayem, but that was the beauty that trapped Qayyum Sharifzai for a first ball, a Derek the Golden Duck, and then the run started to come from one of the leading run scorers in the tournament, Mohamed Akhtar, who uses that small frame to get big hits, but he too was dismissed, caught by Afif Katak down the end. That was a no ball, followed by a free hit that was hit inside out by Saladin Ghanayem for 6, one of 2 maximums for him. He didn't really get going though. I thought Jabberkeel was ever so impressive. He got the wicket held by Numan Ahmedzai, one of the 3 ones that he caught in the deep. There was action aplenty in this game, but really Vetigan's innings, it tailed away horribly. At one point they were 71 for 3, in fact they were 66 for 2, but they've been bowled all out in rather remarkable circumstances for 103. The wickets at the death, they kept tumbling, including his team hat-trick of run-outs you're going to see now.
Yeah, the team hat-trick to run-out was quite amazing. There was this one, which was flicked away, but of course we know what the outcome is, because if it goes in the air on that side, Numan Ahmedzai is going to take the catch. Wicket bowling, that's what you want to be doing at this phase. Well, this was the first of those crazy run-outs, and just gives the ball a little kiss on the way down. Then this one, which ricochets off the bowler, and thank you very much. And then the final one, off a no ball as well. So the ball's called a no ball, and he gets run out. So it's a crazy finish, and that just means it will be 103. And when you have a look at that batting scorecard, 3 batters do get past the 20s, but of the other batters, the next highest score, only 5. That's not good enough. The extras, well controlled, 9 of them, only 2 wides, and but a few no balls because of the height, really, a couple of foot fault ones as well, and 2 byes as well. But like I say, 3 batters get going, but really nobody went on to score big runs. Akhtar, he was impressive, but he needed to be there a bit longer.
Yeah, Rico, I have to remind you, in the last 2 innings we've brought you, the chase in the previous game and this first innings, we've seen 3 hat-tricks. We've seen 1 go to a bowler, 1 team hat-trick, 2 in consecutive deliveries, and then a fielding run-out. And now, the most unique one of the lot, 3 consecutive deliveries, 3 run-outs. We've seen it all here. There's only one way to describe it. It is simply Carnaggio. Zahidullah Abdul Rahimzi will take the plaudits with the ball, 3 for 21. But also, Jamil Jabberkeel, 1 for 12, outstanding. Such an impressive bowler. He's been so good. The wickets tumbled very, very swiftly at the death. It means that Geneva, to win this game and move top of the table, or move into contention for finishing top of the table at the very least, they are going to need 103 runs to win. Can they do it? Find out. In fact, they'll need 104. Even I'm getting confused with that no ball right at the death. 104 to win. Can they do it? Find out with us in 10 minutes time.
So a warm welcome back for the final time today. It's the final chase of the day, match number 5. As always, we've got 5 games every single day throughout this European Cricket Series in Switzerland, certainly during the group stages anyway, 4 on the finals day, which will come up really rapidly on us now on Friday. And it's probably the best weather we've had of the entire 9 days that we've been here. It's match number 45, Wettingen taking on Geneva. Wettingen still harbouring some hopes, outside hopes you'd have to say, of finishing top of the table, but more importantly needing a win to get into the certainty of the top 5. You'd think it's going to be helped away all the way, you'd think, or close to it. Going to be a boundary 4, in fact, just helped around the corner. Opening the bowling, it's Gushalavan Thansurakaram, who is just helped around the corner, isn't he, for what's going to be 4 runs. All happened a bit quickly, that, didn't it? We didn't even get to say hello to Idris Haq or Numan Ahmedzai, who was in outstanding form in the field. And Gushalavan just straying down the leg side. He strays again. That's not where you bowl to Idris Haq. Back-to-back 4s to start with. Idris Haq, he looks determined to end this in a hurry. As I bid a very good afternoon and a warm welcome along to the commentary box again to my new friend. Not my old friend, my new friend. I've got Rico Full alongside me. This is your first close-up look at Idris Haq. Special cricketer.
He's special. I was just about to mention, I like the look of him in the first match I saw him when he made 35 of 16. Next time round, he was in the runs again. And, well, this is big. This is a master blast from the Master Blaster. 6 more. So, yeah, 35 of 16 he scored against Zalmi. Then he was back in action, wasn't he? Scoring 45 of 16 against Zurich Cricketers. And now, well, he's looking to knock these runs off pretty quick against Wettingen. Hits the ball so well. And, well, it's all about timing. And it's all about getting into position early. But the bowler's got to be bowling better. It's got to be looking to be going outside the off stump to him. And,
well, I've said it a few times now. Medium pace goes the distance here. And that was just dragged down. It's brought about a change in the field. Long on and deep mid-wicket now out. So he goes a long way up towards that long on fielder. How is my question? Has he got this all the way for 6? Nowhere near like out of the middle of the bat. But it's 20 runs from the first 4 deliveries. He's striking it over 300 runs per, well, I don't know, every 100 balls. This is ridiculous.
It's just amazing hitting. I said Master Blaster. Well, he is a Master Blaster, isn't he? Just continues to shine on this nice sunny day here in Switzerland, in St. Gallen. And, well, what can the bowler do? Comes in again, and this is short. Swiveled on it, but it goes straight to the fielder. And, Lenny, one thing I'm thinking, if I'm bowling on this pitch, or on a pitch that's this narrow, I'm wondering if that's the reason why we're seeing a lot more bowlers actually going at the stumps rather than trying to get that ball just outside the off. Whether you're basically, the wicket is drawing the bowlers to bowl straight. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think it definitely plays a factor. And it's something that actually Vinny Sandhu asked me about. Why are we seeing so many pitch off the wicket? Because it is a narrow match. It's much narrower than some we've seen. 20 off the first over. And it's been 108 matches since the Golden Ball. Somebody made that prediction in the chat earlier that we might see it in the last game of the day. I'm running out of time to be good to my word. I said we definitely have one whilst I was here. But in what is a much more picture-perfect conditions for cricket, Geneva only need 84 off 54, less than 10 runs per over. You'd really fancy them to knock these off. I think the only analogy I could make was I was comparing it to when I was a younger cricketer in Ireland, and our nets would tend to be, our indoor nets would be multi-use facilities in something like a sports hall on, you know, wooden surfaces, then you'd roll the mat out. They used to be very narrow, and I always found it, and many other bowlers, much more difficult to bowl in those narrow nets than you did in the wider net. It's just purely a mental game.
Yeah,
that's it.
I think you're right, because I think also, don't forget, a lot of bowlers when you're bowling, especially if you're a pace bowler, once you deliver, you want to, you know, you've always got a routine or you've got a way, a style to run off the pitch. When the pitch is very narrow, you're never feeling right. You can see here, like if you're bowling, the bowler's bowling straight, or to repeat, when the bowling's bowling and then run straight down, like running towards what I would say like an imaginary first slip or something, it's not so bad. But a lot of bowlers that like to bowl and then run off the pitch straight away, it's always going to be a bit off-putting when the pitch is so narrow, because you're probably going to feel that you're going to maybe go on the edge of the pitch and maybe twist your ankle. So it does play a part for sure. You know,
Dropped.
you've got to,
This is put down. Sorry to cut you off there. It's Naji Nasibullah. It's not easy because it's gone so quickly at him. Around the wicket, clipped away, fine leg in the circle, put down.
Yeah, we haven't seen too many drops, but yeah, that's an opportunity for Nasibullah. Doesn't take it, and it is a chance. So a life really for Idris. You don't want to give too many lives to good batters. Well, this one's been flashed at hard. It's going to be 4 runs. I'm not sure it was exactly where he was looking for it to go, but he does whip it away. But yeah, I mean, I think it does play a part because you're running in this narrow, and I think it's a bit, and that's why I think when we were first in Romania in the European Cricket Series, there a lot of bowlers were bowling very wide because the pitch was really wide. They were bowling wider, so I just get the feeling that if the pitch is narrower, you're going to get bowlers bowling more wicket to wicket, and then batters obviously getting used to it. This is high up in the air, and they've given up the chase. It's 1 bounce. It doesn't plug. It will be 4 more. The umpires just want to check this, but that's cuatro guerreras.
Yeah, I think it's going to be 4. He does just want to check, which is fair enough. He won't have a great view of this. We'll give him a better one. 1 bounce over the rope, and then it runs away for 4. Clear indication there. The team doing a brilliant job as always, making sure that that ball is in sight for us and everyone at home and everyone enjoying the action on Swiss Sport TV, Fan Code in India, and indeed all of the social media feeds, YouTube and Facebook with the team. Please do let us know where you're watching from and ask us a few random questions. Idris Ul Haq, if he's still there in 5 overs time, this game is over.
Yeah, absolutely. Chakari, first time I get the chance to look at him. He's looks a good bowler. It's got that whippy action, hasn't he? Comes in, so it doesn't come with the arm full and straight. A bit of a slingy action. Let's see if he can get the breakthrough. Huck is the wicket that you want to try and get now.
Clubbed away, and there is a man out there, but Hack's timing and brute force and power is thus that it runs away for 4 more. 33 runs have come from the first 2 overs, and this game, and indeed maybe this stage of the league phase, is running inexorably towards Geneva. Here's the equation. Here's how it's going to work, Rico. If Geneva win this, they don't need the net run rate boost. It actually won't matter, but they will stay above Alton on net run rate, and indeed the Zurich Nomads. 3 teams will be on 14 points apiece. Then, if Alton lose their 10th and final game, it will indeed be Geneva that will top the table.
Yeah, who do Alton play? Who's their last match against?
Yeah, I'll just quickly check that for you.
Let's have a look who, because that's going to be a big match. Because don't forget the team, and the reason why it's important, folks, the team that finishes top books their place in the final. The team that finishes top. So let's have a look at who Alton will play. And what a huge match that could prove to be.
It's the final game day, actually, on Thursday. The final game day, the group stages, that is, as leg spin comes in with Pernapam, Jürgen Thieren. They play against the Zurich Lions, who really...
They haven't got a roar. There's no roar from the Lions.
No, they've struggled. So, look, maybe it will be irrelevant. Maybe Geneva will have to be happy with 2nd. But again, remember, 2nd definitely better than 3rd. 2nd, you'll play the 5th place side rather than 3rd playing 4th.
Yeah, I think you see the umpire just having a chat with the bowler and saying, hey, you're standing here. I can't see any. I like that from the umpire. Well done. Well said. Let the bowlers know where you can and where you shouldn't be. And, well, this is out of here. It's a big hit. So, Numan Ahmadzai also in the action. The man who took 3 catches in the field. Now he's saying, well, you're not catching me because I'm going to hit him harder than what you did. It's a full toss, and it's been absolutely peppered. And look where that ends up, high up in the stands.
Yeah, big hits. And Ahmadzai getting in the act now. It's been really strange, Rico. 2 things that we haven't seen anything of since until you arrived. Apologies.
Tell me.
We didn't see any good weather. I mean, no good weather at all. The sun was the rarest of things, and we didn't see any really one-sided games either. We might just be about to see 3 on the bounce. Geneva, very much in the ascendancy right now. And it's going to continue. 6 more over the offside this time. That is a shot of real class. To get that against the spin, it's a leg break turning into him. Inside out over extra cover. Again, 6 on any ground. That's gone 20 metres over the rope.
Yeah, Jürgen Thiran is finding out, just like the other bowlers that have bowled so far, that both these two batters, they're terrific hitters off the ball. The timing is exquisite, and they're powerful. That's ill-directed, and this is mullered. It is absolutely mullered. What I like it about being here as well, Lenny, and I've just had a look around the stadium as this is another one that signalled. I'm loving the fact that a lot of the young footballers that were training behind the stadium here, they're in the stands, they're watching the game, and they're asking questions about the game. What a lovely thing this is. And look, the 50 has come up already with a ball to go in the power play. But isn't that great for sport, for cricket here, that players that probably have never seen cricket being played before, not players, let's say youngsters, people, and I'm talking youngsters here, footballers, they come across, they're in the stands and they're watching the sport. That is what sport, like the sport of cricket, has to do when it comes to these locations. That's another one that's out of here. And it's sixes galore. The over does go magical. 24 off the over. And the score, 57 without loss. And that's the end of the power play. They're marching to a comfortable victory here.
Yeah, Ahmedzai very much getting into the act alongside Idris Hack. And we could well have a swift finish here. 24 runs from the over. And even though there's not that big a gap in terms of the power play, only 12 runs between the two sides, look at the way that Vettigan fell away. Almost entirely single-digit overs. In fact, one of the overs going for just 1 run. And then all those run-outs at the end conspired to bowl Vettigan out for 103. Geneva are well past the halfway marker of this total. They've only faced 3 overs. And they will have the relief of the field being spread now. And a chance for Mabadullah Chakari to come in and impact the game with his second over. But if Idris Hack or either him or Numan Ahmedzai are still there in 3 overs' time, this game is over.
Game is done, isn't it? It's done pretty quickly. And, they go back to Chakri and hope that maybe with the field split now that they could get a bit of a miscue or something. But these two are just hitting the ball so well. And isn't that a lovely shot? It probably won't go to the boundary. They want to come back for 2, and they will do so. But it's all about playing the ball on merit. So he's on the offside. He just guides in the gap. It'll take a couple. He's unlucky not to get the boundary, actually. It was a good shot, well timed, but just slows up. But liking this partnership, what a good partnership it's been so far, and quick.
Yeah, and I think definitely it was an early call that Vinny and I made in terms of getting Idris Hack into the extended Fantastic 5 instead of the Fab 4. I think he deserves his place mainly because of that strike rate. The way in which he's bludgeoned the ball, well, remarkable. Only 2 batters with strike rates of over 300 in the competition. One of them is here at the crease, and again, 34 off 12, almost bang on 300.
Yeah, it's what he does, and he does it so well. And the reason he does it well is it's shot selection. It's not just a one-track mind. He hasn't just got the one shot. He plays the ball on merit.
Nicely bowled by Chikari. He just battles back with the dot and a single. For Vettigan, they'll still have plenty of time to seal their place in the top 5. It's not a guaranteed thing by any chance, even if they lose today. They're currently sitting a little bit precariously in 5th place. Kosane will have 3 games up their sleeves against them, but they're 5 points behind them. What do you think they'll need to do? Will it be 1 win in their last 2 games, or will they need to win both of those 2 remaining matches that they have? 1 could be enough, 11 points?
1 could be enough, but when you look at some of the other teams that are there, I mean, yeah, don't forget, I mean, I've just had a look at that Kosane only played 5 as well. So if they have a good run themselves, they could, where could they finish as this one gets played out? They'll take the single here. So this, yeah, I think they'll be looking, tomorrow's a big day for Wellington for me. I think they've got to, they've got to win both those matches, I think, if they want to have a chance. Otherwise, they could leave the door open for one of those other teams.
There is also a possibility if, like, 9 points could in theory be enough. There's so many permutations at play for that 5th qualification spot. I think, to me, if Geneva close out this win, it's looking absolutely cast iron certain that 4 of the 5 teams are Ulton, Zurich Nomad, St. Gallen and Geneva. That's done.
Yeah.
Okay, those 4 are qualified. Who will actually win the league? We'll have to wait and see for game 52 if Ulton can get past the Crickets or not. But really, for that 5th and final spot, Vettigan, the Pakhtun Zami, Power CC and Kosane, all still in the mix.
Yeah.
And the other thing to bear in mind, we'll hopefully get a look at the points table in a moment now. Just going to see if our team can bring that up at the end of the 4th at 61 for none. Good bouncer, this. Might have been signalled as a wide, but gets away with it. And
yeah, there we have it.
If the Vettigan side went down to a heavy defeat here, that could affect their net run rate too.
Yeah.
Every over, every ball counts.
Yeah, very much so. So everything, yeah, you're right. Everything to play for. So we could, the top 4, yeah, fair enough. They've done enough. Alton will be hoping they can win their last game against the Lions and they finish top and make their way into the final. But the others, it's well, I think one thing we always say, and it has always been that way, that net run rate becomes quite key. And I think net run rate for that 5th position is going to be, I think, pretty key for me. That was the end of the over. It is 61 without loss. So Geneva keep marching on. The next over to be bowled now by Nirojan. Manika Vaskara comes in and that's a delightful shot. Well, there haven't been too many better than this. This has got to be right up there as one of the shots of the day from Numan Ahmedzai. What a delightful shot.
Yeah, stunning stroke, just short and wide, and it's a classical cricket shot. You look at the way he used the depth of the crease, back and across. And Ahmedzai, well, he's threatening to steal a little bit of Idris ul Haq's thunder here, because he has flown to 30 off 10 at exactly 3 runs per ball too. Vettigan, well, they're being bloodied and bowed right now, as this is going to be clubbed away for 4 more. Another stylish shot. The last one off the back foot, this one off the front. The result's the same, back-to-back 4s.
So impressive to watch. It's a quality batting. And you got to say, it's, well, great to see the power hitting and the stroke play. Remember, we're now outside of the power play, so the field can be moved around. But where do you move? There's not enough players to put out. They've got 5 men out already. And, well, I say they've got 5 men out already. I see 4. So why is there not a 5th man out? I don't believe that. Well,
yeah, they're on the attack, aren't they? Now they're going to put him out. They were
yeah.
looking to squeeze and maybe find a wicket, but Geneva punishing Vettigan here. And that's going to be out over the head of the man who's just gone out there. This is really good batting. 40 off 12 and 3 sparkling offside strokes of the highest quality.
Yeah, but the thing is, the bowler, he's bowled far too many deliveries out there. That's 3 on the spin in that area. And Nirojan, he's got to do better than this. He's already shown Numan Ahmedzai how strong he is out there. Got to try something different. Maybe the slower ball, maybe one of the Yorker length delivery. Once again, he goes into the same area, and it's going to be the same result. The umpire's just checking whether this goes all the way or not. And we're just going to have to wait and see this one. I mean, it was hit hard and flat. Does it go for 6, or does it just drop short?
I think it might be 6, you know that? Let's have a look here. We got to roll it back from there. No, back. We got to go back, please. 1 second. It's close.
I think that's 6.
It's so close, isn't it?
Let's see where this drops.
Yeah, I think 6 for me. If anything, it's flicked the top of the rope. And all of a sudden, Brian Charles Lara has been transported and taken back 20 years into the body of Numan Ahmedzai. He is playing an outrageous innings. 46 off 13, 1 away from a half century. And he's not going to get there, but he's put down. Oh, 1 boundary was all he needed to get there in 14 balls, but that sums up Vettigan's afternoon. They've had nothing to cheer, and it's Pernapam Yogan Thiran who puts down a simple chance.
Yeah, he's going to be disappointed. He's been put there specifically for that shot, and when they get the chance goes down. Disappointment. Survives. And this one is high up in the air, going, gone. 6 more, beautifully done, and that is the half century for Numan Ahmedzai. Beautifully batted, and look at this shot as well. It's an elevated shot down the ground, doesn't try and hit it too hard, gets it out the middle. Applause that echo all around this magnificent stadium here in St. Gallen's for a fantastic half century, 52 of 15. Numan Ahmedzai take about. That's the end of the over as well. And it's 87 without loss after 5.
7 sixes in that knock and 2 fours to go alongside it. Really, really good stuff. That's what we got to look forward to. The Euros of cricket. There's the wagon wheel and all those strokes through the offside, in particular on the right of that wagon wheel. The most beautiful of the lot. This game, well, it's ending in a hurry. It's 16 to win, but strikes back. It clips off the pad and flicks onto the off stump. Just something for Kaim Sharifzai, who bowls his first ball to take from today. Idris ul Haq. Well, for once he's going to have to live in the shadows of one of his partners, Numan Ahmedzai, but he's contributed nicely to an 87-run opening wicket partnership.
Yeah, well, when you're in trouble and when the guns are blazing, what do? You call the sheriff. So Sharifzai does come in and he does remove one of the batters. So Idris Haq will depart. The thing is, though, he's not the man that was doing most of the damage. He goes for 35 and 16. Numan Ahmedzai is still there. And he's been joined now by Ansem Mahmood, who will have just the one thing on his mind as well. And that is to attack, that is to hit big and try and finish this match off pretty quickly.
Yeah, 16 required to tie, 17 to win. Not sure where it's gone wrong for Vettigan today. Usually they are able to take games a bit deeper than this, but this has been very one-sided. Their first extra, the initial 87 runs all came off the bat, 52 and 37, but now Sharifzai strays down the leg side, signal is a wide.
Yeah, just gets it wrong. Yeah, I think probably they weren't able to get any variations in, particularly to Numan, who's still there. Just bowled too many into the zone where he liked it.
Helped away around the corner. Should just be a single. Deep backward square is out. Mahmood will get off the mark, and can Ahmedzai finish this quickly?
Yeah, Numan Ahmedzai. So let's see how Sharifzai goes about bowling to him. And really, you don't want to be giving him width outside the off because he's played there so well. And what I haven't seen is enough variations. I haven't seen, like some of the teams have, the bowlers have deployed slower deliveries. They've tried different things. Just haven't seen that. And I've got to say the attack from Vettigan has been all one-sided as well. It's all pace. We haven't seen any slower bowler yet as well. We haven't seen anybody trying to bowl a bit of spin.
Slower ball attempted and smashed all the way up into the grandstand, off the boomerang, the trampoline seats that have given us great entertainment. And back onto the playing surface. What a knock, Numan Ahmedzai. Brilliant.
Yeah, okay, fair play. Sharifzai does try something different, does go for the slow ball, but it's a slow, gentle, full toss, which gets hit and clobbered down the ground. 6 more, 58. Ahmedzai moves on to 95 for 1. And 9 required now for victory. And, well, he could do it in just 2 hits.
Doesn't get this one out of the middle. Yeah, really impressive from Geneva. It might not be enough to take number 1 in the table, but I think they're in essence now weighed in for a top 2 finish at the minimum. They'll become Zurich Lions fans in that game against Alton on the final day.
Yeah, it's been impressive. I mean, I've seen them play 3 matches and they performed in all 3, and they played like champions in all 3. They're definitely a team that will be contending to see if they can pick up this magnificent European Cricket Series trophy, thanks to our partner, Locker Lifestyles. And they play some very good cricket with bat and with ball, and they've been pretty good in the field as well, taking some really good catches. Well, this is going to be 4 runs. It's ill-directed delivery from Sharifzai. Not the first time he strayed down the leg side, and it's just been helped along. Just a little clip of the pads, 4 more runs. So just 4 runs away from victory now. And, well, it's going to be another quick finish, and that's what's been the story of the last 3 matches, Lenny.
It's all over, she wrote, right now. Is it going to be Mahmood or Ahmedzai to hit the winning runs? That's all that really is left to discover. It's going to be the main man, Mahmood, the captain, who gets it all the way to finish it with a flourish. It goes for 6. It's a Maximo. And without Mr. Maximo in the box, Andrew Leonard here alongside Rico Full. We've had 3 incredibly one-sided games to close out. It's the only way to call them. We've got to call them like they are. With 4 overs to spare, Wettingen have been battered into oblivion, and Geneva, well, for now, they move to number 1 on the table, and rightly so. They've been excellent.
Yeah, they have been, and it's done in style with 24 balls to go. Just to remind you of what's coming up tomorrow. Cossonay are in action. Zalmi, they'll be taking on, and Zalmi, well, they play Power CC as well. Looking forward to seeing some of the teams like Power CC and Cossonay that I haven't seen already. But there you see, Wettingen, they've got that match against Power CC. It's a big day for Power CC tomorrow. They've got the 3 matches. Wettingen and Cossonay with 3 as well. So Power CC and Cossonay, big matches for them tomorrow. Matches 46 to match number 50. Let's have a look at the highlights here. Well, there's going to be a few big shots. The Master Blasters were in town from Geneva, and Geneva, they win all 3 matches in the day, and that really is a remarkable feat.
Yeah, just that one moment of an opportunity dropped at short fine leg. Ahmedzai got the life, and then didn't he cash in? He's played some sparkling strokes all around the ground. He was only in for 17 balls, but he hit 8 sixes and 2 fours, and really embodied a little bit of Brian Charles Lara, the West Indian great. There was that other drop in the deep, but then the sixes rained around the ground for the first time maybe in the tournament. Idris Ul Haq had to take a secondary role. He was clean bowled by Sharifzai from his first ball for 35 off 16, and then the captain came in to put the icing on the cake. It was as comfortable a victory as you could imagine, with those runs coming at 17.67 per over, 106 for 1. As Geneva, well, they cantered home to victory to end their 10 games of the campaign. They're top of the table for now. They might not be at the end of the 55 matches, but they've had a brilliant group campaign, and we're looking forward to seeing Geneva on finals day.
Yeah, and it was all about the batting power, wasn't it? 11 sixes and 8 fours in that innings, and Nouman Ahmedzai not out. 59 of 17, 8 sixes to him and 2 fours. It was a blistering attack, and the power hitting was awesome, and you see it there on the scorecard. So 59, as I said, for Ahmedzai. Idris Haq, well, he was outscored for a bit before he was bowled. The really only highlight there was Sharifzai getting his wicket. And the bowlers, though, they got some tap, didn't they? And you saw a couple of magical overs there. And the first over for Gushalavan, he went for 20. Then Yugathrone, he went for 24 as well. Nuraj, he wasn't any better. He went for 26. It was just runs galore. I mean, really, you've got to say, only Chakri, he bowled reasonably well, just 17. His economy, not too bad. But it was a one-sided match, the third of today. But what can you say apart from well done to Geneva? It's not easy when you're playing 3 matches, but they looked as fresh as they did in the match 1 they played.
They really did. Got to give a shout out to a couple of the comments coming in because they're 2 beauties. Kroom says, Carnaggio matches there. You're spot on the money, Kroom. And John Gray, well, I don't think I could have summed it up better myself. Wettingen, they were simply drowned in Lake Geneva in that final contest. They won by 9 wickets. And it was the simplest of victories, but we want to say a big thanks to everyone for today. Great to have Rico Full arrive without his clothes. There might be time. Is the shopping centre still open?
I'm going there. I'm dashing. See whatever I can
find. Time with that early finish. Yeah, for me, Andrew Leonard, for Vinny Sandu, who's just off camera behind us, for Rico Full. Just me and you tomorrow, Rico. We're going to get it done. It was great to have you with me.
It was great. It was a wonderful
every second
being here, and yeah, it's been great. I mean, I'm loving this. This is what it's about. Going to venues where I've never been before. It's first time here at St. Gallen's. What a setup. What a setup. This stadium, our view here. It's it's very similar to the view at Carthamay, isn't it? We're high up, you're looking down, you see all the action, you see all the field movements, you see all the tactical plays. It's fantastic to be here. The players are great, lovely warm welcome from them. And of course, the viewers, the best in the world.
Yeah, we love the guys. So our thanks for you all for joining us on Swiss Sport TV. Back at Indian Fan Code, it's getting towards the end of the night there. Wish you a very good night. But from us, Andrew Leonard, from Rico Full, from Vinny Sandu, from all of the Spring Productions team, it's thank you, it's good night. We're going to leave you with some of the very best highlights. Enjoy those. We'll see you bright and early tomorrow. Thanks for watching.
Adios, mi familia. Hasta mañana.